Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. Last week, I put boot to lard bottom on that clown Jason Whitlock. But when it comes to these bootlicks and scumbags, they tend to run in packs, like cockroaches. So what I'm going to do is to address not so much a person as to use this as an object lesson to illustrate a mentality that runs through these chumps and how they try to simultaneously exploit our community and yet fool the gullible into thinking they're in favor of our community. I don't like giving these fools any oxygen in this case. I actually resent it when people mention certain names in my comment section, so what I'll do is what I did with Ben Shapiro, who I refer to as BS. For the sake of this discussion, let's call our example a dummy. This fool got cooked long ago, and he pathetically tried to make a career out of attacking reparations, but apparently that wasn't as lucrative as he hoped it would be. Now, I don't pay any attention to people who are not productive and who are clout chasing. These people are the epitome of faking it till you make it. And even without knowing anything about this particular person, just looking at him and the way he tries to present himself, I immediately said, I'll bet he's some kind of wannabe financial guru who's got some course he's trying to peddle, right? That train's never late. I guess people haven't learned from the whole Tulsa real estate fiasco, but there's one born every minute, and unfortunately, in an era of low wages and high unemployment, there's always people willing to fall hook, line, and sinker for any moron who comes along claiming he's making millions, and of course the punchline is he can teach you how to do it too. Now, any Negro who talks about black generational wealth while at the same time attacking reparations and attacking black people, this is not an advocate, he's an adversary. And why would you take any financial advice from someone who has openly said he doesn't want to see black people get money that's owed to us? And when you look at these online financial gurus, they stink right off the bat. Tell me something, family. Has anyone ever seen Warren Buffett offering some "I'll teach you to be rich" course? How about Mark Cuban or Jeff Bezos? Dave Ramsey has some self-help books, and he has a so-called class that claims to teach people how to get out of debt. Admittedly, I don't care for Dave Ramsey. He strikes me as a good odds, but I will say that he doesn't make the grandiose promises that some of these professional BS artists we see online keep making. If someone's offering you a "I'll make you rich" course or some book that's supposed to do the same, that's how these people make their money, family. Off their courses and their books. And that particular hustle is as old as publishing itself. Now, the clown I'm talking about is basically a Temu version of John Hope Bryant. There's another piece of work who does the same thing. You can't say a word about black people if you pretend that black people are in the same boat as everyone else. You can't truly pretend that you're addressing our concerns from that standpoint. It's intellectually dishonest and morally cowardly to try the all things being equal talk when we're discussing black people's position relative to everyone else. Our position is not the result of what we did, it's what was done to us. Slavery was not something that we did to ourselves, that was something that was done to us. And the brief period of Reconstruction, which is the closest this country came to actually pretending that it would approach the issue of black equality, the end of that was not something we chose. It was something that white Democrats and Republicans chose. Same goes for Jim Crow, the destruction of the Black Wall Streets, redlining, housing discrimination, job discrimination, all of which continues to the present day, all the way up until today. These are things that were done to us. Now, if you want to try to wag your finger at a few black people who are misbehaving at the local Walmart, they are a small minority and they are economically irrelevant to the position of the black majority. So when you see these two-bit professional BS artists talking about finances and they allude vaguely, very vaguely, to black people, that's because they're ultimately trying to be accepted by and appeal to a white audience. That's the dirty little secret of these phony financial mouthpieces, especially ones like this fool in particular. They all want to be Grant Cardone or Scott Galloway or some other white guy who gets paid big to talk about money. And you can only do that if you gather a large white following. And as I've said to you for over 17 years, every black person in America knows that if you're trying to ingratiate yourself with the dominant society, the easiest road to do it is to go ahead and deny the reality of race. Barack Obama did that at the 2004 DNC convention. Here you had a man standing giving the keynote address and saying there is no black America, there is no white America, only the United States of America. And we keep hearing this from all of these fakers, frauds, phonies, and fools. So when you have the black grassroots making noise about what we're owed, these hit dogs, and dogs is what they are, will be the first ones to say, I don't want you getting reparations because that's going to mess things up for me. That lets you know whose side they're on. There's only two types of black people. Those who are trying to tear down white supremacy, and those who are hoping to find a comfortable place under it. Well, as a wise man once said, it's no measure of health to be adjusted to a sick society. The same sellout mentality that was on the plantations is alive and well today. This is why I love the issue of reparations. It is a wonderful political issue because it's truth serum. You can't sugarcoat it, you can't sidestep it. It uniquely threatens the dominant society. So if you're some bootlicking, buck-dancing clown who tries to pretend that they're on the side of black people, go ahead and bring up reparations and then watch as they look over at Massa. Oh, Massa ain't gonna like that. And then these fools will show you where they really stand, where they've always stood. They can't say, well, you know what? Black people aren't owed reparations. So instead what they say is, well, it just wouldn't do any good. That's the lie that they go to. They have to reassure their would-be white sponsors and donors that they're not like the rest of these agitating troublemakers over here. No different than the plantations. While the Nat Turners were saying we have to burn down this wicked house, you always have the ancestors of these modern-day sellouts saying, Massa, we got a good house here, and I ain't gonna let them troublemakers do nothing to it. I don't want to see none of y'all's gets free, cause y'all wouldn't do nothing with freedoms anyways. Don't you know that there were Negroes talking like that all throughout slavery? And we still see it today. People like this live in their own little dream world full of media fantasies and their own self-imposed ignorance. For example, a popular falsehood spouted by a dummy is that, well, these immigrants, they work harder than black Americans, don't you know? I did an entire video that totally debunked that talking point. And if you want to know what a lie the whole immigrants work harder than black people thing happens to be, Trump's putting in place all of his travel bans and such. And the main thing that these corporations are being forced to admit is, well, it's not a matter of immigrants working harder, it's working cheaper. And that being the case because it's good for corporate profits at the cost of quality. As far as they're concerned, they have to defend a particular practice because it's good for the bottom line. And of course, people like this are too slow to understand because they take their talking points from idiots like Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell was the person most responsible for the lie that black immigrants come to the US and just immediately do better than black Americans, etc. He wasn't the only person pushing that lie, but he was the one most responsible for popularizing it. No. That's a lie. They do their best to blend in with us and take advantage of the opportunities that we made available to them. There's a reason why there were a lot less non-white immigrants to the US prior to the 1960s. And even the ones who got in, they hardly had these thriving metropolises and all of this upward mobility. That only happened after the 1960s. It wasn't because of their own hard work dent in industry. It was because of policy changes that we forced on the system. And it was the result of white power needing to co-opt them to be a political counterlever against us and the increasingly dangerous demands that we were making. They needed to confuse our internal politics, and that's what happened. Black immigrants try to simultaneously swing on our coattails while at the same time telling white employers and recruiters that they're not one of us. Now, of course, it's not all of them who do that, but enough do. White power sees this, And it recognizes the opportunity there, and because we had been on the whole Pan-African kick for so long, we allowed it to happen, right up until the moment we stopped. It's amazing how you have these idiots who idolize fools like Thomas Sowell. They can't tell you anything that he says about economics, but they know the white right likes Sowell, and Sowell says asinine absurdities about black people. And if you're a dummy who thinks of himself as some sort of edgelord, this is the guy that you want to emulate because you think it sounds smart. Well, these anti-reparations financial gurus do have one thing in common with Thomas Sowell. Nobody takes them seriously either. Thomas Sowell's supposed to be an economist, but serious economists call him a joke. There's a reason that nobody, and I mean absolutely nobody, ever refers to Thomas Sowell's scribblings on economics. Even white right-wingers don't refer to him. For as long as he was an alleged economist, shouldn't he have written something, published something, put forward a theory of some sort, something that demonstrated he had made a contribution to his chosen field? Instead, he would simply regurgitate Milton Friedman's greatest hits. And the white right-wingers who pretended to respect him all these years, they don't care what he has to say about the actual thing that matters, the economy, which is supposed to be his chosen field of expertise. Don't believe me? Thomas Sowell first started getting put on television around the early 1980s. He was basically the white right's black friend, trying to be counter-programming against all of the black voices that were seen on television throughout the late 60s up until the 70s. When the economy crashed in the late 1970s, about the time Thomas Sowell was being put on TV, does anyone remember what Thomas Sowell said about that? How about when the Great Recession of 1989 crashed the economy? Anyone remember what Thomas Sowell said about that cataclysm? Or the impact of Bill Clinton's policies on the economy during the 90s? Anyone remember what Sowell said about that? When you had all of those corporations crash during W's first term, I'm talking about Enron, WorldCom, Tyco, Sunbeam, Adelphia, anyone remember what Thomas Sowell said about all of these companies crashing during a Republican's term of office? And a few years later, when the bottom fell out of the economy in 2008 during W's second term, anyone remember what Sowell, the economist, said about that? And then you look at the current economic train wreck going on. Anyone recall what Thomas Sowell's pearls of wisdom are on that? Of course not. He's an economist, but nobody cares what he thinks about the economy. So when some idiot is praising Thomas Sowell, they literally have no clue what they're talking about. Thomas Sowell is only boosted by white right-wing elitists because he's one of the few Negroes dumb enough to spout that level of gibberish. His so-called degree in economics is a token piece of paper. It's merely meant to credentialize a bootlick. He's not respected for his intelligence. He's just put on radio to say, I'm black and I have an economics degree, and let me tell you what I think about race. What does race have to do with the economy? Nothing, but I'm black and I have a degree, so that gives me expertise. See, I'm credentialized. The biggest lie the devil ever pulled was to convince the world that he didn't exist. But we showed the world the devil does exist. So now we have the devil's minions saying, okay, the devil exists, you got us, but he's not really doing that much evil anymore, only minor stuff, and that was a long time ago. So the devil does exist, but he's not really a problem, not anymore. That's what the lie is these days. Now, in what universe does that even make sense? Immigrants don't work harder than black Americans. I've demonstrated how they get set-asides and other handouts. Many of them move to more financially active areas, but even so, they don't outperform the people who already live there. And were it not for anti-black policies, black people would outperform everyone. For example, the Biden administration was successfully suing banks for redlining black people. And that was just 2 years ago. These white financial and banking entities systematically lock black entrepreneurs out of the kind of funding that they freely give to immigrants. This makes it where it takes far longer for a black business to get started, makes it take far longer for those black businesses to scale up and expand. And since so many businesses in general rely on revolving lines of credit from banks, it makes it far more likely that a black business will fail because they don't have that kind of economic underpinning. Even when you get things going on your own, these zoning boards and other governmental entities attack black businesses. That's not a question of hard work. It's a question of deliberate, targeted resource deprivation against one particular group. No other group is subjected to any one of those things, and yet black people are subjected to all of them. And then we get these sellouts and snakes in the grass who sit there blaming black people for all of these things that are done against us. It makes very little sense to be constantly lecturing black people about, well, black people need to get their act together financially. Whenever you point to black people who have, you also see that virtually all of them come under attack by these people who either bring some sort of lawsuit against them, or they become the subject of some DA's prosecution, or the government says you're doing something wrong and we got to shut you down. Why does no one ever talk about that? Because for these wannabe race grifters, it would put a jinx on their hustle. Hell, Dr. King was talking about this back in the 1960s, but I don't expect a dummy to know that. They don't do this to immigrants. They get capital based on being immigrants. There's all kinds of programs and set-asides for them. And also because many of them got an education in their home countries. Black students have perpetual war waged on them, like what we see people such as Ed Blum doing with his nuisance suits against universities to try to scare them out of black college admissions. And he's also been systematically attacking black business incubators as well. Again, do you see these white right-wingers attacking anything that supports immigrant businesses? This is how immigrants go from having no net worth to having the same as everyone else overnight because it's handed to them. They don't have all of these roadblocks in their way. And it's not even impressive because we have a minimum wage in America, whereas in their own home countries, no such thing exists. But a dummy didn't tell you that, did he? To the point that immigrants are successful, people like this don't know why, how, or to what extent. This is an idiot doing their impersonation of what they think a smart person sounds like. When you have a pervasive system of targeted racism, it's far easier to make excuses for it than it is to fight against it. Admitting there's a problem is hard. Denying it is easy. And we can tell which one a dummy chooses. And in the black community, if black people stop going to certain restaurants and hair and nail shops, a lot of these immigrants' so-called success would dry up overnight. The same way Soul was shamelessly butt-kissing, these new fraudsters were doing the same. And I also noticed virtually all these creeps were peddling some kind of financial guru course or advice or whatever. We talk black group economics and black empowerment, and these charlatans try to imitate some of our verbiage, but they represent none of our ideals. At least with Jason Whitlock, he has the honesty, if it can be called that, not to pretend to be a financial guru. Whitlock is a fool whose acumen about sports goes no further than a drunk in a bar. The only thing to respect about Whitlock, and I put respect in quotes, and you should take this with a ton of salt, at least Whitlock has the sense to stay in his lane. He tries to race grift by giving his uninformed opinion about sports while constantly saying that black people are doing this, that, and the third. He doesn't then try to offer some I'll make you rich advice. We've seen this before with the fraud, aka Crispy, and Jesse Lee Peterson and others. You can tell when some Negro is desperately auditioning for some white media company to give them a TV deal, or they're trying to get the attention of someone at a streaming service, or they're hoping to get some white corporation to sponsor them, so they can try to parlay their audience into some sort of deal to be on some big white media website like the Daily Wire. They hope to become the next Candace Owens. These clowns ought to ask Candace Owens how much money did she actually make when she was at the Daily Wire. It didn't pay that well. That's why she struck out on her own. But that's the hustle. Say outrageous stuff about black people to get some quick and dirty clout, then try to get into the algorithm by talking about whatever is trending at the moment that's anti-black, and then shoehorn negative remarks about black people into it. They can be talking about the man on the moon, just say that black people stole the moon or something, and then pimp your ignorant audience to some corporation for white sponsorship money. But you know, that can't work for a dummy. You can't be an influencer when you've got no influence. That's the lesson of Crispy. He had an audience, such as it was, and they were a large audience, but they were also worthless. Same went for Issa Rae, by the way. She ran the same hustle. Look at how much money her crowdfunding for her Awkward Black Girls series raised, and then look at how the new voices of black media smoked her. And did it all without the untold millions in free advertising that she got from all of those white media outlets who were constantly pushing her to people who didn't want to hear what she had to say. See, white power wants to be able to pick and choose winners, and it's not based on merit or talent, but based on how useful they are to the status quo. Someone should tell these mouth-breathing bootlicks that Ben Shapiro can get a white fracking billionaire to sponsor the Daily Wire, and Steve Bannon can get a tech billionaire to sponsor Breitbart, and Roger Ailes can get a billionaire to sponsor Fox News. But none of those white power brokers, or any black ones for that matter, are going to sponsor some Temu version of Jason Whitlock. When you see these idiots attacking reparations, just remember, they're angry because they think we're going to make it awkward for them when they're trying to kiss some white producer or talent agent's rump. Go ahead and say something that makes the dominant society feel threatened or merely uncomfortable, and you can bet on cue these butter biscuit bootlicks will put on their ragged little capes and come flying, or rather waddling, to the rescue. They'll pretend to be on black people's side, but you let black people as a group say this is something we want that the dominant society doesn't like, and they'll be sitting here going, "What are you niggers doing? Y'all shouldn't be saying anything. Y'all just need to be quiet." Yeah, they'll show their true colors when you put massa under pressure. These asinine Thomas Sowell wannabes aren't very bright. That's why they're Thomas Sowell wannabes. Ask yourself this question. Have you ever seen a dummy speak up vociferously for issues like an anti-black hate crime law? Do people like that ever speak up for an issue such as that? Or if you raise the subject with them, do you think that they would say, well, what about black on black crime? You think that would be the response instead? And the same way people like this try to use gibberish and babbling about financial figures, they would also try the same thing to justify why the real problem is black people. You can bet on that. We got a bunch of fools and clowns who are actively working against black people's interests, and because the white media is not our friend, these idiots can find their way onto some radio station or what have you. When they hear that kind of talk, they go, "Oh, this is the kind of Negro we want on the air." Fools like this are diametrically opposed to the interests of the black community, and black people ought to know better than to waste their time listening to a dummy. But there's also one other thing that needs to be kept in mind when dealing with these backstabbing, butt-kissing race grifters. These individuals sooner or later run out of butter biscuits. White power has no permanent plans for any of them. And the same way that you saw Candace Owens turn and start biting the hand that was feeding her as she began looking for a new hand to sprinkle her plate with butter biscuits, before it's all over, this fool will end up the same way. When white supremacy's done with its tools, it breaks its tools. It doesn't matter how loudly you were singing their song. It doesn't matter how viciously you attacked black people. At the end of the day, they had no permanent plans for any of these tools. So yeah, that's the way that this story is going to end. And when that occurs, and this clown calls themselves slithering back to black people, make sure you tell a dummy that he needs to go and get his support either from immigrants or from the ghost of Thomas Sowell or from whatever white billionaire fracking executive he was desperately hoping to grift some money from. Because the black community, we're simply too lazy and too incompetent to be able to support a genius like a dummy. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Amir Miller, Richard Allen Lovell, Latavius, Pharrell Taylor, and Terrence Welch.
Well, good morning, everybody. That was invigorating. And I have no clue who Crispy is, but it was worth it just hearing the critique, such as it was of Thomas Sowell.
Hi,
And
this is Glenn Lowry.
towards the end, where he starts talking about people basically washing. Well, basically, the other thing he didn't really get into is someone who has typically been a black representative for the far right MAGA slash anti-black crowd. Glenn Lowry, who happens to be an economist and actually a real economist. I can't remember the name of his work he did back in the 1970s, but he actually put, econometrics to work in trying to talk about, black people, legacy black, the legacy black community in an economic kind of context. And I've never read the work, but he's been fairly lauded as an economist. The reason I'm showing this video is it's fairly recent, like in the last day or two. Glenn Lowry was a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute. And I talked about this last week, where, basically he was fired by the Manhattan Institute, which is, in that conservative think tank world, along with American Enterprise Institute, Hoover Institution, and Heritage Foundation. He was a proud Trump voter who has had some misgivings about that vote here of late. He happened to voice some opinions that, not vehemently, but did, kind of acknowledge that, gee, what Israel has done with Gaza and the Palestinians in general is kind of like um, South Africa, in apartheid state. And for that opinion, because he's done it on at least two occasions where he did whole shows, the Manhattan Institute basically said, "Hey, don't mention us as a sponsor." Apparently, the second time was the charm. They're like, "Hey, you're deviating too far off the farm. We're gonna just go ahead and fire you." And this guy was a senior uh, fellow at the Manhattan Institute, a legendary black economist. Probably more credentialed than even Thomas Sowell. And he basically got dismissed. Hey, you know what? You have voiced opinions more times than you should that are kind of counter to our views on Israel, the Israel Palestine October 7th war. And consequently, last week he did shows about how he was dismissed by people he thought were kind of like, thick and thin sort of friends. And he at 76 learned the hard way that, you bite the hand that feeds you too many times, they're going to let you go no matter how legendary you are. So this is Glenn Lowry. It's a fairly short video, and I would actually have more comments on it, but I think he pretty much says a lot of it. And knowing the backstory behind this video, I guess he's decided, hey, I need to take a break. I've lost the Manhattan Institute as a sponsor of my podcast, and we need to put forth some new ideas to replace the revenue, apparently, that the Manhattan Institute was providing. So let's go ahead and play this. Hey, good morning, Lupin. Thank you so much. I towards the end of the show, I've got some stories that are gonna be interesting. And I've here of late, with this black fatigue argument or pseudo argument, which in my opinion is a race grift. If people are basically saying someone like me is quote pro-black, race grifter, race hustler, whatever, the right does the same thing. America is inherently obsessed with race. And for some reason, people think that, hey, if we pretend we're not, then we aren't. And it does not work that way. Race always rears its ugly head. Speaking of which, I actually have a short clip that that I'm premiering sometime tomorrow. And, it's my only comments on this Shiloh Hendricks stuff. And it'll probably be one of the few comments that I make. But the bottom line is this: black fatigue, Shiloh makes $250,000 in small donations, is a race grift. And the anti-black blacks, y'all know who you are by now, or who I think you are right now. It's all this black fatigue is just another race grift. And the little, far right loving Thomas Sowell brothers, y'all are race grifters too. If it is indeed a grift, y'all are just as guilty as anybody, that like a Al Sharpton or a Jesse Jackson. I just have never understood why y'all don't know that you're the right version or the anti-black version of that kind of quote race grift. So let me go ahead and play this video. It's not very long, and it was Fred, my buddy Fred, who kind of brought this video to my attention because I subscribed to the Glenn Show. I don't know why it didn't pop up in my algorithm, but let's see what Dr. Lowry has to say.
Host of the Glenn Show. I did my first podcast recording back in 2007. It was a conversation at Robert Wright's platform, Blogging Heads, with Josh Cohen, the philosopher from Stanford and Apple University. And we had a great time. Not only did I enjoy it, I discovered that this format suited me. And I've been at it ever since. Gosh, that's 18 years. The Glenn Show 1.0 got its start at Robert Wright's urging. He, in fact, suggested the name of the show in 2008. And I recorded episode after episode, once or twice a month for years and years. And I did it for free. We put the content up and people consumed it as they would. And it was great. It was edifying, gratifying, but also impoverishing. And so I decided back in 2021 that I was going to try something different, a little bit different. And I launched the Glenn Show 2.0. I wanted to see if I could make the video podcast that I'd been doing for free for years into something that would be a freestanding, financially sustainable operation. With the able assistance of Nikita Petrov developing the show's creative vision and the wonderful editorial input from Mark Sussman, who headed up our print text operation, along with the assistance of Lucas Sluzar, who keeps the show looking and sounding sharp. This team has found a combination that works. It works so well, in fact, that we haven't stopped. We haven't missed a single post or delayed a single episode in the time since we established our production and publication schedule here at The Glenn Show and the Glenn Lowry Substack. We all agreed early on that we would stick to our established publication schedule no matter what. And that was the right approach. We've grown our audience here on Substack and YouTube. We've created a massive archive of episodes in the process, and I hope we've produced some pieces that will stand the test of time. I'm proud, really proud of what we've been doing here. But, consistency like that comes with a cost, and I don't mean financial cost. This is work, and the work involved with keeping the machine humming leaves little time to step back and to consider the big picture. Now, we all knew that we'd have
That
to take
big
a breather
picture
at some point, and I think that time has now
you're not
come,
as
and that's the
secure
purpose of this
with
announcement.
these conservative think tanks
Look,
as they led you to believe.
the world today is different than the world of 4 years ago when I started the Substack. My life is different. I'm older. I'm not getting any younger. I'm changing horses here in midstream as I retire from Brown University's teaching,
It's changing
and
courses
administrative obligations,
up
and
the river.
set sail on the open seas of life. My time is limited and more precious to me now than ever. And I want to make sure that I change along with the changing world. I want to go out thoughtfully. I don't want to go out in a rut. I don't want to go out behind the times. I want to be on the move. I want to be fast and nimble on my feet here in this stage, this final stage of my professional career. And so the team at the Glenn Show and I are going to take a pause. We're going to pause almost all of our production during the month of June, just for the month of June. We're going to take a break. I want to use that time to think about what I really want to do with this newsletter and my YouTube channel. I want to take a break and think about where to go from here. So in June, I won't be posting regular weekly episodes or clips or writings as I have been doing like clockwork for 4 years. The team and I are going to use that time to develop and test some ideas that we've been kicking around. We'll be posting some content, though. I may do some bonus episodes with Mark and Nikita and my lovely wife, Lawan. I may experiment with live streaming. Who knows? I will record a Q&A episode with John McWhorter for the month of June. My conversation partner all these years, John McWhorter, we have been talking every other week since 2021, and at least once a month, and often more frequently in the years prior there too, going all the way back to 2008. So John and I, the partnership that we've developed will be sustained, and you'll hear from us in response to the Q&A for the month of June. He's going to continue to be involved in the show. Don't be mistaken about that. A lot of what we do going forward will depend on what we cook up in the weeks to come. So don't be surprised if you find something, well, surprising in your inbox. Everything we do next month will be available only to full subscribers. That is, during this pause, during this break in the month of June that
Let me put it to you this way. I actually used to subscribe to the Glenn Show, and also, was a part of his Discord. And I don't think Glenn really pays that much attention to what goes on his Discord. But here is basically my take on this. The Glenn Show actually existed way before Glenn ever got sponsored by the Manhattan Institute. The Manhattan Institute basically provided him the kind of funding that kind of allowed him to up his game. I believe what happened now that the Manhattan Institute has withdrawn their sponsorship, part of it is, this strategy session offline is going to be how to replace the sponsorship money that he was getting. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I am kind of surprised that a 76-year-old man who is supposedly, this world-class economist, and by all accounts, he is. He's been teaching in the Ivy League for decades. He's about to retire from Brown University in good standing. He'll probably be emeritus or something. It shocks me that he did not see what was coming. This is something a man of his age. Now, he's from Chicago. He didn't grow up in the South. And I kind of, my feelings on this is that something was missing in his upbringing. Now, again, this is my theory, having grown up in the Deep South, and some of the advice that my father especially, my mother too, but my father especially, is never, basically people that are grinning in your face. And my father meant white people in particular, white organizations, that sort of stuff. You need to always remember who you are, American history, and what has happened in the past. Okay, what the Manhattan Institute basically taught him, this whole thing, kerfuffle with the Manhattan Institute, is they will support you as long as your, quote, independent opinions are in line with their agenda. The minute you start exerting some independence, and this isn't really just even a black thing or black and white thing. This happened if you start expressing a, quote, woke agenda item, they will boot you. Okay, you as a black scholar, as a black conservative, once you start exerting some independence, like, oh shit, Israel is, has some has some policies that are very reminiscent of apartheid South Africa. Once you start doing that, once you start saying, oh, hey, Ta-Nehisi Coates has some valid points here, you're going to be kind of, on a ledge. And as far as Glenn goes, back last year, I think it was last November or something, he did a show with an Israeli, I think he was an economist or a historian, who basically made this comparison, to apartheid South Africa. And he is from Israel. That, forget the guy's name, the economist's name, but he is, I think he's a historian. He is an Israeli citizen. He was born in Israel. He made comparisons to, basically saying Israel was an apartheid state. The Manhattan Institute withdrew support for that particular episode of the Glenn Show. And lo and behold, 6 months or a year later, Glenn has that same economist back on. I would be like, well, gee, what happened the last time I had this guy on? I think Glenn thought that, hey, I'm Glenn Lowry. I'm a senior fellow. I have some, modicum of independence. And he learned he does not. And, I don't know that this is a cautionary tale, but I do think that if you want your somewhat, you want to be kind of independent in your thinking, don't be joining up with a think tank of any sort, especially a conservative think tank, but you don't want to get involved in that think tank world. Because every now and again, you might have something that goes against their core tenets or core policies. And you would think that someone of Glenn Lowry's stature, he's been around for decades. He kind of knows the ropes. I'm just shocked that that he didn't see this coming. But anyway, I'm not going to belabor this point. My overall point is this black fatigue slash anti-black. It's black people's fault. And there's enough blame to go around. I'm not saying that black people, legacy black Americans, don't have some self-inflicted wounds. But I also think that the self-inflicted wounds are similar to what Glenn Lowry had. If you are, say, a Jesse Jackson, and you're, thinking that, oh, hey, Biden's gonna, do some stuff that are pro-black, to use a term, like, hey, he's committed to having a black vice president, or he has promised to nominate a black female to the Supreme Court. If you are on the left side, say you're a black Democrat, the same rules apply. Okay. There will be backlash anytime someone, especially a white person, and a white person might be a little bit more immune, but anytime you express a something that is going to, quote, benefit the black community or cement black political support, there are going to be consequences to that. And it doesn't matter whether you're a Glenn Lowry. It does not matter whether you are a Joe Biden. There will be consequences. America is just that way. If you are seen doing anything that would advance a quote, black agenda item, black farmers, a few years ago, where the lady who worked for the agriculture department, she wound up, and it was this was back during the Obama administration. Obama fired her based on, this rumor that this black lady, she was like an agriculture department, like kind of a bigwig. Supposedly she was like racially insensitive or something to some white farmer, turns out to have been a totally false story. But Obama, because of politics, basically fired her instantly, just assuming that the story was true. And it was nothing like had been described, mainly because this black woman who was an official basically didn't favor a white farmer, or she did something that was more or less pro black farmer. America is a mess. And if you are a Glenn Lowry, like some big wig, some, famous public intellectual, it just shocks me that you don't know the fundaments of how America works, especially at the political layer. And Glenn Lowry, supposedly, a scholar of some renown. As a matter of fact, he currently holds a position in the School of Sociology at Brown University. I don't even know that it's either a joint appointment. I don't even know that he teaches economics anymore. He's teaching in the School of Sociology or Social Policy or whatever. Glenn Lowry should know better. He's supposedly steeped in, American history and sociology and culture and all that sort of stuff. And it has come back to burn him. You, as a black public intellectual, must be aware of how America works, and it very rarely deviates from how it works. Cornel West is another one. He was pro-Palestine. This is some years ago. He taught at Harvard, and he wanted tenure there and didn't get tenure. He wound up quitting because Harvard was not going to give him tenure. They said, hey, you can stay, but you're not going to get tenure. Luckily for Cornel West, he had already retired from Princeton. He's like a emeritus status at Princeton. He wound up going to the Union Theological Seminary, but Cornel West is on the right. On the left. Glenn Lowry on the right, Cornel West on the left, and Cornel West again, kind of saying, hey, I'm Cornel West. I'm a famous public intellectual. Harvard was like, nope, we don't care. You are basically not in line with some of our core policy or political stances. And again, this was Cornel West being pro-Palestine. He no tenure for you. So, luckily these two guys are in their 70s. So, not getting some tenure or, getting fired from being a senior fellow at the Manhattan Institute while publicly kind of, you got egg on your face. They're not going to suffer financially or, they're at the end of their careers. They can take a little bit of risk, but don't express surprise is my point. I'm nowhere near the age of these guys, nowhere near the stature. Certainly not a public intellectual, but even I know that. I think this is just a case of these people getting so, high in the ivory tower. They kind of forgot how America works at ground level. So, that's going to be, pretty much all I have to say on the topic. But I think the show title, Anti-Blacks 0, Stanley versus the World 1, this black fatigue is bullshit. It is a race grift. And all the little, folks, all the little anti-black blacks who want to crow like America has finally come to its senses. America has had black fatigue since 1662. And if blacks do not, people like even a Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington, if you're familiar with Booker T. Washington being invited to the Teddy Roosevelt White House for dinner, and Booker T. Washington was like very well received even in the South. But the minute Theodore Roosevelt invited him to dinner, there was even the people who were like pro Booker T. Washington were like, what the hell are you doing? So America, history rhymes. Okay, America, we are 1,000 times better than we were back in like 1920, but we're not post-racial. And anybody like a Glenn Lowry who thinks we are, well, now you know. And luckily he's 76, so he's not going to be hurt by it. But if you are like um, a Coleman Hughes, for instance, Coleman Hughes is probably right around 30, maybe a little bit over 30, and he is the junior version of John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry. He has yet to learn his lesson. This colorblind bullshit that he wants to push is just that. And I was watching another YouTube show yesterday, and this colorblind stuff came up, and I was like, you know what? I can't wait to get 12th Man and some of these other people on my panel, so I can kind of like teach them how America works. And I have found over my years that looking at American politics and culture through a historical lens, it is a very useful framing of even current events. So I'm going to get down off my Tommy's. Oh, is that who it is? Tommy Sotomayor, Tariq Nasheed. Oh, really? Okay. See, I don't ever watch like Tommy Sotomayor. The only time I've ever watched him has been literally in the on the John Galt channel, like a show that he or Portia are doing. I don't watch Tariq Nasheed either because I think they're all kind of dodgy. Tariq Nasheed is at least funny. Tommy Sotomayor, not so much. So crispy. So anyway, I think that Black MAGA in particular is hugely problematic. And I think a lot of times, the Black MAGA folks, if they could just speak proper English, that would be a good first step. No, Ryan, it was not anything that Biden did as far as farms, not that I'm aware of. Let's see, like Tucker Carlson, Shepard Smith, and soon to be Jake Tapper. Not sure where Jake Tapper or Shepard Smith comes into this. Let's see. Well, yeah, Ryan, it shouldn't have been a shocker to Glenn Lowry. He's been well. Look, Glenn Lowry. I think probably everybody knows this. Glenn Lowry was going to be in the Reagan administration as some economic advisor of some sort. And as it turns out, he was whoring and doing drugs and stuff in his second life. He was a tenured professor in economics at Harvard, the youngest ever at 33. But his Mr. Hyde persona had him out in the streets of Boston, snorting coke and having children out of wedlock. So you know what? That definitely put him out of the running of, a Reagan administration position. And quite frankly, even being some super Ivy League tenured professor, he was too black in that case, or stereotypically black in that case. You would think he would learn some lessons from that, and I'm sure he did over the years. But hey, if you are expressing your independence by supporting or even a modicum of support for Palestine, or you're out fathering children out of wedlock on sniffing coke, those things are too much. That's exerting your independence. And it will land you out of favor with your conservative paycheck writers. So anyway, I'm gonna transition out of all this all this mockery of anti-black blacks. And by the way, Glenn Lowry has had a lot to say about how, blacks are the problem, even though he is way less so than someone like a Thomas Sowell or a Jason Riley. He still has a strain of that. And, I'm still a fan of Glenn Lowry, but, this did kind of shock me, to be honest. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and move on to some news items here. And again, Israel and Palestine show up again. Suspect in Colorado attack over the weekend, involving like some sort of march commemorating Israeli hostages, and someone from he was as a matter of fact, he was here illegally. He was on a student visa or some visa and overstayed it, and he's still drifting around, and apparently he used a makeshift flamethrower on these people who were just kind of marching in support of Israeli hostages, the remaining hostages. This guy from Egypt basically hits them. And I'm waiting for the Trump administration to talk about how dangerous these illegal immigrants are. That hasn't come about yet, but let's go ahead and talk about this, or I'll get this story read by the AI reader, which I love me some AI readers, so I don't have to do it.
You're listening to Suspect in Colorado Attack on Israeli Hostage Event Charged with Hate Crime, a news story written by Carolyn Y. Johnson, Ben Brash, Anumita Kaur, Roman Stubbs, and Michelle Borstein, and read by an AI-generated voice. Boulder, Colorado. The man accused of using a flamethrower to attack a demonstration voicing support for Israeli hostages in Gaza told investigators he planned the assault for a year and wanted to kill all Zionist people and wished they were all dead, according to court documents released Monday. 12 people were injured in Sunday's attack, which sent another ripple of unease through the American Jewish community. Mohammed Sabri Solomon, 45, who has been charged with a federal hate crime and state charges of attempted murder, appeared in court on Monday afternoon in an orange jumpsuit and with a bandage around his head. Authorities said Solomon had more than a dozen unused Molotov cocktails and are investigating the incident as an act of terrorism. The horror of the attack, many of the victims, including a Holocaust survivor, were senior citizens, was magnified by repeated violent incidents targeting American Jews since 2023, when Hamas invaded Israel, setting off Israel's current war in Gaza. A young couple were gunned down last month as they exited a Jewish museum in D.C., and the residence of Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who is Jewish, was set on fire in April by a man blaming him for Middle East violence against Palestinians. Although incidents of anti-Semitism have been rising in the United States since 2016, groups that monitor hate crimes say the numbers have exploded since October 7, 2023. The high-profile nature of attacks over the past few weeks and the intense political debate about the causes of the war in Gaza has left some U.S. Jews feeling more vulnerable. It's definitely not the same. Every Jew in America is feeling this and thinking about it differently. Many of us lived open, engaged, active Jewish lives and never felt anti-Semitism as a threat in any meaningful way. And I don't know anyone who thinks that now, said Hadar Suskind, president of the progressive advocacy group New Jewish Narrative. Solomon yelled, "Free Palestine!" as he used a flamethrower and tossed an incendiary device into the crowd at a Colorado pedestrian mall, where the local chapter of a pro-Israeli group, Run for Their Lives.
I want to make one point, and it might kind of be a silly point, but Egypt literally slammed the door shut to Palestinians crossing the Sinai and taking refuge in Egypt. So I just think that's kind of ironic that an Egyptian's talking free Palestine, and Egypt itself didn't want Palestinian refugees in its country.
Lives, was hosting an event calling for the release of Israeli hostages in Gaza, law enforcement officials have said. Solomon learned about the group from an online search and specifically targeted them, according to court documents. No one should ever be subjected to violence of any kind, but our laws recognize that such violence is particularly pernicious when someone is targeted because of their race, religion, or national origin. J. Bishop Gruel, acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Colorado, said at a news conference Monday. The maximum sentence for the federal hate crime charge is life in prison, he said. In addition, Solomon is facing 42 felonies, including 16 counts of attempted murder in the first degree, according to Boulder District Attorney's Office. Solomon is being held on a $10 million bond. He is represented by a public defender. The Colorado State Public Defender's Office declined to comment or name Solomon's attorney. Solomon, who is Egyptian, entered the United States on a B-2 tourist visa in August 2022, according to the Department of Homeland Security. He applied for asylum in September 2022, and his visa expired in February 2023, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said. DHS did not respond to further questions about the status of his asylum case. In a Truth Social post, President Donald Trump said that the attack was yet another example of why we must keep our borders secure, and called for the suspect's deportation. Based on DHS's information, Solomon didn't have legal status, but was also lawfully present in the U.S., said Muzaffar Chishti, a senior fellow at the Migration Policy Institute. This is a semantics issue at some level, Chishti said. He didn't have legal status, but he was not removable because he was an asylum applicant. The Boulder attack took place on the eve of Shavuot, a 2-day holiday that celebrates God giving the Torah to the Jewish people at Mount Sinai. It was aimed against peaceful people who wished to express their solidarity with the hostages held by Hamas. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a statement, calling the incident a vicious terror attack. Authorities initially said there were 8 victims, 4 men and 4 women, ranging from 52 to 88 years old. 2 were still hospitalized Monday, authorities said. 4 more victims with minor injuries were confirmed Monday afternoon, bringing the injured toll to 12. Their identities and details about their conditions have not been released. Authorities detained Solomon near a black plastic container filled with more than a dozen unlit Molotov cocktails, glass wine carafe bottles and jars holding 87-octane gasoline with red rags hanging out of the bottles. Gruel, the U.S. attorney, said that when interviewed by law enforcement, Solomon said he had tried to purchase a firearm, but resorted to the Molotov cocktails when he could not purchase them because he was not a legal citizen. Solomon lives in Colorado Springs with his wife and 5 children, according to the complaint. His home sits on a quiet street on the east end of the city, in a 4-unit stucco apartment complex. On Monday morning, neighbors closed their shades as television media vehicles parked outside. Jimmy Pruitt, 46, lives in the neighborhood and said he knew Solomon to be a quiet family man. My daughter and their kids played together, he said. We spoke like regular neighbors. David Costello practices Messianic Judaism and along with his family moved from Illinois to Colorado Springs last month. They settled across the street from Solomon. He said Solomon's wife brought cupcakes to welcome them to the neighborhood. His kids said hello to Solomon's kids. My personal opinion is to not be intimidated by bullies, Costello said. If there is someone here that is dangerous to me, the worst thing I can do is give in. Solomon worked as an independent contractor for Uber, driving passengers for the last 9 months, an Uber spokeswoman said in a statement Monday. He started with the company in spring 2023 as a food delivery driver. The spokeswoman said that Solomon met all the requirements in accordance with Colorado state law and that he had no concerning feedback while driving on the Uber platform. His driver's account has been banned, the statement said. Lisa Efris, a documentary filmmaker in Boulder, said she was eating lunch Sunday with her teenage daughter a block away from the Run for Their Lives event and planned to join the group at the end of its weekly walk. Every Sunday, Efris said the walkers start on the west side of town and walk east, carrying a banner that says, "Bring them home now." They carry posters or printouts with the faces of Israeli hostages being held in Gaza and end their walk in front of the historic Boulder courthouse, with a reading of the names of the hostages and a singing of Hatikva, the Israeli national anthem, which translates to the hope. A little after 1:30 p.m. on Sunday, she saw first responders racing down Pearl Street. Her gut told her it involved the march. She told her teenage daughter to stay in the car and ran to the scene. I saw there were a lot of people that were partially clothed, and found out minutes later that people had taken their clothes off to try and put the fire out on the burning victims, Efris said. Roman Stubbs reported from Colorado Springs, Borstein from Washington, Pravina Somasundaram, Emily Wax Thibodeau, Jeremy Roebuck, Marianne Levine, and Warren P. Strobel in Washington, Neha Masi in Seoul, and Annabelle Timsit in London contributed to this report.
Yeah, well, Dave, good morning. Very interesting comment, which I, of course, don't agree with. And Webster, good morning. Democrats wanted the border open to let these dudes in so they can assault Americans. Well, I hate to break this to you, Webster, but this isn't a border issue. He was here on a tourism visa, so not a border issue. But thanks for your input. Good to see you this morning. All right, well, let us move on. This is actually interesting. Romanian man pleads guilty to swatting plot that targeted an ex-U.S. president and lawmakers. So a Romanian citizen, Tomasz Szabo, you know what? Zabo, my Romanian's not that great, pleaded guilty to plotting swatting calls and bomb threats against numerous individuals, including a former U.S. president and several Congress members. Szabo faces sentencing on October 23rd by U.S. District Judge Amy Berman Jackson in Washington, D.C. The federal indictment claims the duo targeted around 100 people to provoke police responses at their homes. Attorney General Pam Bondi stated that Szabo led a dangerous conspiracy threatening government officials with violent hoaxes from abroad. This is wonderfully vague. Let's read the New York Post. Maybe that'll have some more detail. It says here, Romanian national 26 pleads guilty to swatting over 75 public officials, including a former president. A Romanian national pleaded guilty on Monday to charges related to his role in a swatting ring that targeted dozens of public officials, including a former U.S. president. Going by the aliases Plank, Jonah, and Cypher, 26-year-old Tomasz Szabo took part in a years-long conspiracy to place bogus 911 calls, claiming emergencies were taking place at the homes of top government officials and make bomb threats against government buildings and houses of worship, according to the Justice Department. Szabo and a co-conspirator, 21-year-old Serbian national Nemanja Radovanovic, hopefully I got that right. I think I did. Allegedly targeted about 100 people, including members of Congress, governors, cabinet level executive branch officials, and state officials. One of their alleged victims is identified as a former elected official from the executive branch who was swatted on January 9, 2020, when Radovanovic falsely reported a murder at the home of the former president or vice president who is not named in the indictment and threatened to blow up the person's residence. Several of the victims were selected by Szabo, who directed Radovanovic to place the emergency calls targeting both Republicans and Democrats, according to the indictment. We're not on any side, Szabo allegedly told Radovanovic. The menacing calls started around December 2020 when Jabo called a crisis intervention hotline and threatened to commit a mass shooting at multiple unspecified synagogues in New York City. The indictment states, around January 17, 2021, Jabo allegedly called another crisis intervention hotline and threatened to detonate explosives at the U.S. Capitol building and kill then President-elect Joe Biden. Wow. The duo's last swatting call listed in the indictment was placed by Radovanovic on January 9, 2024, which reported a homicide at the home of a state governor. Jabo, who was extradited from Romania last November, pleaded guilty to one count of conspiracy and one count of making bomb threats. He is slated to be sentenced in a Washington, D.C. federal court in October. The defendant led a dangerous swatting criminal conspiracy, deliberately threatening dozens of government officials with violent hoaxes. I don't need to finish that. Excuse me. FBI Director Kash Patel declared the swatting will not be tolerated by the FBI. Today, Jabo pleaded guilty to a years-long conspiracy. Charges against Radovanovic are still pending. Wow, this is a strange story. Don't know what to say. These foreigners are causing all kinds of problems, I guess, is all I can say. So, speaking of all kinds of problems, this is a follow-up to a story I did yesterday morning. It can happen to anyone. This is from Politico. Nadler rebukes DHS after staffer detained in Manhattan office. I don't know that I'm going to go all the way through this story again, but basically there was a protest in New York City and Manhattan, and says officers with the Department of Homeland Security briefly detained a staff member in Representative Jerry Nadler's Manhattan office during an incident on last Wednesday, as protests took place outside an immigration courthouse in the same federal facility as the representative's office. I think it was a pro-Palestinian protest. So if anybody wants this story, I'll drop the link. Went over it yesterday. Basically, these DHS uniformed officers went into Nadler's office claiming that his office was harboring some people who were protesting, and they wound up handcuffing some staffer. There was video involved. It was kind of an ugly scene, but it's just I don't know what to think of this other than apparently Department of Homeland Security and the Trump administration at large just kind of doesn't care about image these days. So things like this are going to happen. These Democratic congressional offices and just Democratic Congress members, I think you're going to wind up seeing a lot more of these sorts of intrusions into formerly sacrosanct offices, buildings, etc. So on to the next story. Supreme Court denies challenges to state laws banning assault-style weapons and high-capacity magazines. So basically, the Supreme Court didn't want to hear these cases coming from Maryland and Rhode Island. The Supreme Court declined to hear two gun cases involving a Maryland law banning assault-style weapons and a Rhode Island restriction on large capacity magazines. Justice Clarence Thomas, along with Justices Alito and Neil Gorsuch, dissented, arguing the Maryland law may not align with the 2022 ruling. The Maryland law bans what the state calls assault weapons that are similar to military-style firearms like the M16 and AR-15. Litigation regarding similar bans across the country continues, suggesting the issue may return to the Supreme Court. Yeah, probably these two laws didn't meet the political agenda of conservatives like Clarence Thomas. So they're just waiting for one that they're basically cherry picking the case they want to hear. That is not unusual. So all you AR-15 military style assault weapons fans, like I'm sure that Ryan's one of them. He was probably following that Maryland case very closely. Don't lose heart yet. You will get your unnecessary military style assault weapons at some point. There's no doubt in my mind. This is a little bit out of order. I should have put it back with the first few stories, but this is more or less late breaking. At least 24 Palestinians killed near Gaza aid site, medics say. So this October 7th stuff, it's like it will not go away or get resolved. I was hoping Trump could keep his campaign promise and bring peace to the Middle East in his first day in office or something like that. It says here at least 24 Palestinians were killed by Israeli fire on Tuesday near a U.S.-backed aid distribution site in Rafah, Gaza, while waiting for aid. The Israeli Defense Forces said troops fired after suspects moved towards them, deviating from designated routes and posing a threat. Troops first used warning shots, but suspects advanced, prompting additional fire. This followed Israel's recent acceptance of a U.S. ceasefire proposal. Of course, it has to come after a ceasefire. The IDF reported that near the aid distribution site about half a kilometer away, their forces spotted multiple individuals approaching them while straying from the approved pathways. The killings highlight continued violence despite ceasefire talks and Israel's plan to distribute aid amid ongoing conflict and blockade in Gaza. So, this is, pretty damn near a daily occurrence in Gaza. Let's see. Another Israel story. Israeli soldiers bar media from visiting West Bank villages on tour organized by Oscar winners. That's interesting. Israeli soldiers barred journalists from entering two West Bank Palestinian villages during a tour on June 2nd, 2025, organized by the Oscar-winning filmmakers of No Other Land. The tour aimed to expose increasing settler violence against Palestinians, with some residents linked to military orders declaring areas like Masafer Yada as live fire zones since the 1980s. My God. Live fire? Let's see. Skip ahead a little bit. Adra explained that while the military permitted journalists to visit one village, they were prevented from accessing Tuwani and Khalat Adaba. He emphasized that authorities are trying to prevent outsiders from witnessing the situation on the ground. The blockage reflects ongoing control in Israeli-occupied West Bank areas where over 3 million Palestinians live under military rule amid expanding settlements and fear of expulsion. Let's see here. Hold on one sec here. All right, let's see. I don't know. I learned yesterday that about this Palantir agreement. Palantir collecting information on U.S. citizens, and I did a story. It was more or less an editorial yesterday, but this is a Newsweek story that I got on the Microsoft network aggregator, news aggregator. Trump flipped on us. MAGA reacts to potential national citizen database. So let's see what this is all about.
Supporters of President Donald Trump expressed anger and disbelief online following reports that his administration had advanced plans to create a national citizen database with technology firm Palantir. Newsweek reached out to Palantir for comment. Why it matters. The White House has contracted Palantir, a Colorado-based analytics company co-founded by Trump supporter Peter Thiel, to assist in compiling a database of personal information on American citizens. According to unnamed government officials and Palantir employees who spoke with the New York Times. The purported deal follows project talks Palantir had with the Social Security Administration, SSA, and the Department of Education. The reaction from Trump supporters reflected growing unease within conservative circles, indicating a rare rupture between the president and key segments of his constituency. The controversy underscores nationwide anxieties around privacy, civil liberties, and the growing influence of technology firms over personal information management. What to know? The Palantir deal marks a significant development in government data collection, drawing sharp concern from privacy advocates and Trump's own core base, otherwise known as MAGA. Detractors compared the centralized database effort to surveillance initiatives in authoritarian regimes. Numerous pro-Trump voices expressed dismay and feelings of betrayal across social media platforms like X. People are so quick to suggest that I flipped on Trump. No. I didn't flip on Trump. Trump flipped on US. I'm just not willing to continue living in a lie, and I will tell you the unfortunate truth about it. The Patriot voice wrote on X to his 158,000 followers. The Hodge twins, popular conservatives and Trump supporters, have more than 3.3 million followers on X. In response to the New York Times report, they wrote on May 30th, "Hope this ain't true, y'all." Another post that same day reads, "Don't know if this is true, but I did not vote for this." Nick Fuentes, a far-right Trump supporter described as an America First white nationalist, called the association between the Trump administration and Palantir the ultimate betrayal of his own people. Feeding every MAGA extremist into an AI database controlled by a CIA/Mossad cutout, Fuentes said on X, where he has roughly 561,000 followers. Seriously, if Palantir isn't the deep state, then what is? In a video recorded by Fuentes, who also has a Rumble channel viewed over 31 million times, he said the following: "They are tracking everybody that criticized Israel, everybody that interacts with somebody that's criticizing Israel. And whether you're on a visa or not, whether you're a citizen or not, whether you're brown or not, Christian or Muslim, they're putting you in the Palantir database. They're putting you on the enemies list. If you don't see a problem with that." I'm beginning to think it started when DJT walked down that escalator before 2016, wrote an X user with the moniker Redneck Common Sense. X user Jack Maxey wondered, was MAGA a giant psyop? X user at D10Cat wrote, is Trump the same man that he was in 2016? Or did I just not see it back then? The cope is unreal, wrote Ashton Nichols on X. I voted for Trump, but this is just unacceptable. Palantir secured more than $113 million in federal contracts since Trump took office, including a recent $795 million agreement with the Department of Defense, according to the New Republic. Its data analytics platform, Foundry, has already been deployed at the Department of Homeland Security and Department of Health and Human Services, potentially enabling cross-agency information sharing. Shady, centralized dossiers on citizens are foundational for attacking civil rights and civil liberties, but paper files have long been replaced by a mishmash of electronic forms, biometrics, and data bought off data brokers, Cody Vensk, senior policy counsel at the American Civil Liberties Union, ACLU, told Newsweek on Monday. AI platforms like those built by Palantir are the key to pulling together the many data points the government has on each of us, your political donations, governmental benefits, movements, and perhaps firearm records, could someday be a single click away for dozens of governmental agencies. Other critics, including activist Jason Bassler, compared the plan to China's social credit system, warning of the dangers of centralized personal dossiers. No, this Palantir database isn't like the others, Bassler wrote on X on June 1st. It will combine tax filings, student debt, social security, bank accounts, medical claims, immigration status. No previous database system has ever centralized this much personal info across
Oh, sorry about that, folks. For some reason, I don't know whether that was StreamYard or my browser. But let us try it again. So, this next story um, goes back to guns. Justice Kavanaugh had something to say about about that AR-15 case, or that automatic weapons case that they projected from Maryland and Rhode Island. So let's see. It says here Kavanaugh signals Supreme Court will soon decide constitutionality of banning AR-15s. So let's see what they have to say.
The Supreme Court on Monday declined to take up a case that involves whether possessing AR-15s is protected by the Second Amendment, but the court's conservatives are signaling they soon will. Only 3 justices, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch, voted to hear a challenge to Maryland's ban on possessing AR-15s, barely falling short of the 4 votes required to take up a case. But Justice Brett Kavanaugh sent a strong signal that he will provide that crucial 4th vote in a future case once the issue percolates more in the lower courts. In my view, this court should and presumably will address the AR-15 issue soon, in the next term or 2, Kavanaugh wrote in a 3-page written statement. Kavanaugh, President Trump's second appointee to the court, called Maryland's law questionable. But he stressed the issue is currently being considered by several appeals courts that are weighing other states' bans. Opinions from other courts of appeals should assist this court's ultimate decision-making on the AR-15 issue, Kavanaugh wrote. The constitutionality of such laws has become a flashpoint in the legal battles over gun control. The Supreme Court has issued multiple expansions of Second Amendment rights in recent years, but has yet to settle how those rulings apply to AR-15 bans. Maryland is one of 9 states that have banned the possession of AR-15s, the most popular civilian rifle in America. Maryland enacted its law in 2013 following the Sandy Hook Elementary School mass shooting the year prior. The 4th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals upheld Maryland's law by ruling AR-15s are not constitutionally protected arms under the Second Amendment. The Supreme Court's refusal to hear the case leaves intact that ruling. The trio of other conservative justices said they would have taken up the issue now. I would not wait to decide whether the government can ban the most popular rifle in America. That question is of critical importance to tens of millions of law-abiding AR-15 owners throughout the country. We have avoided deciding it for a full decade, Thomas wrote in a solo written dissent. He added, I doubt we would sit idly by if lower courts were to so subvert our precedents involving any other constitutional right. Alito and Gorsuch did not join Thomas's written dissent and did not author their own to explain their reasoning. The court's refusal to hear the case came as it also turned away a challenge to Rhode Island's ban on high-capacity magazines. Thomas, Alito, and Gorsuch indicated they also would have taken up that case. In that dispute, for gun owners and a local hunting store accused lower courts of contorting the Supreme Court's recent expansions on Second Amendment rights to uphold Rhode Island's restrictions. Copyright 2025 Nexstar Media Incorporated. All rights reserved.
All right. Well, it is going to happen eventually. Probably once the right case comes along. And this next story, it's kind of a continuation of stories I've been doing for quite some time now regarding Florida specifically and education. And, basically it's the war, the war on race and gender studies that the conservatives, and I'm not going to even say conservatives, conservatives probably, but more MAGA people. And I don't consider MAGA, an actual conservative movement. More populist, in my opinion, or actually more oligarchical. As I've said, these are oligarchs in populist clothes. They're billionaires wearing Dickies. Dickies. They're not even wearing Carhartt. They're wearing Dickies. So says here, red states tell colleges race and gender classes are out, civics are in. And I kind of disagree with the headline here. It's not quite that stark. But let's go ahead and play this.
You're listening to Red States Tell Colleges. Race and gender classes are out, civics in. a news story written by Danielle Douglas Gabriel and read by an AI-generated voice. Rise. Lawmakers in conservative states are taking more control over what is taught and required at public colleges and universities, an effort that some faculty say threatens the foundation of higher education and academic freedom. New laws in Ohio, Utah, and Florida are reshaping general education, the core classes college students take to meet graduation requirements. The laws mandate that students take civics courses focused on Western civilization and bar classes centered on race or gender from counting toward core requirements. Lawmakers say it's time to refocus unwieldy college course offerings on essential texts, not content steeped in identity politics. Faculty members argue that these laws promote a dangerously narrow perspective of what students should learn and undermine academics' control over curriculums. State lawmakers have the authority to regulate curriculums and set requirements for graduation, but higher education experts say that until recently, they have let public colleges and universities lead the way. That began to change in 2020 after the first Trump administration issued an executive order to stamp out divisive concepts about race and gender in the federal government, according to the American Association of University Professors and American Federation of Teachers. Since then, the organizations have identified at least 29 bills introduced in more than 18 state legislatures to limit teachings about race, gender, and sexuality, some even using language drawn from President Donald Trump's order. Those bills are part of a continuum of legislation, primarily in red states, seeking more influence over curriculum. This year, bills have been introduced in Iowa, Ohio, Utah, and Texas that take a more prescriptive approach to what must be taught in college classrooms. This is a new type of local intervention, said Keith E. Whittington, founding chair of the Academic Committee of the Academic Freedom Alliance. Some of the proposals are making more elaborate interventions about what the curriculum ought to look like and are also increasingly interested in the content. The new Ohio statute, which Governor Mike DeWine, Republican, signed into law in March, goes as far as to require college students at the state's public colleges and universities to read at least 5 essays from the Federalist Papers and Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Christopher McKnight Nichols, a history professor at Ohio State University, said that it would be great for graduates to know more about the Constitution and how a bill becomes a law, but that the Ohio statute takes too narrow a view. One of the things you see in these bills and civic efforts across the country is they talk about the American civic tradition as if there's only one, and it's rooted in just a few formative documents, he said. A responsible historian's version has tons of different voices at all levels involved in multiple and overlapping traditions. When the legislation passed the state Senate in February, Senator Jerry C. Serino, the Republican who sponsored the bill, said the state must return to teaching students how to think rather than what to think, and how to listen to opposing views. But McKnight Nichols and other educators critical of the law say mandating content could undermine that objective. In Utah, faculty are split on whether a new law establishing a civic center at Utah State University to oversee general education constitutes government overreach. Governor Spencer Cox, Republican, who signed off on the law in March, said the center will build out a general education curriculum focused on viewpoint diversity and civil discourse, and become a model for all public colleges and universities in the state. The law requires students seeking any degree to take 3 courses covering primary texts predominantly from Western civilization, such as ancient Greece, the rise of Christianity, and medieval Europe. The new courses will replace 2 English courses and a humanities course that will be replaced with a great books class. The Civic Center is the latest intervention from conservative state lawmakers who have eliminated diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, mandated post-tenure reviews, and banned Juneteenth and Pride flags since last year. Shane Graham, a Utah State English professor, said conservative lawmakers seem intent on driving the state back into the 1950s, when general education was centered on the contributions of white men. This idea that the best that has been thought and written has mostly happened in Southern Europe, as someone whose primary focus is Africa and the Caribbean, I find that highly objectionable, he said. Is this the message we want to send to students? Graham says the legislation was rushed through the legislature without input from faculty, whose academic freedom is being eroded. Matt Sanders, a communications professor and co-chair of the General Education Committee at Utah State, agrees that the bill was rushed, but believes faculty still have an opportunity to shape the content. He said about 6 faculty committees will be developing the curriculum this summer, with plans to roll it out in fall 2026. The law, he said, offers a lot more leeway than an earlier bill and gives subject experts a say. We found a way to both recognize the state legislature's concern and also preserve faculty governance, Sanders said. We're not told what to teach or how to teach it outside of just broad viewpoint diversity and seminal texts and other things that are the hallmark of a liberal general education. Senator John D. Johnson, the Republican who sponsored the bill, said he is hoping to restore clarity, coherence, and civic purpose to higher education, which has been drifting away from intellectual seriousness from moral purpose. It's not about mandating conclusions, but recovering the courage to ask enduring questions, Johnson said. I want graduates who can think freely, write clearly, and lead wisely. That's not ideology. It's citizenship. Graham still worries that Johnson's vision for general education will lead to the micromanagement of course catalogs by unqualified politicians. But Sanders says that faculty at Utah State are in a much better situation than their counterparts in other states where lawmakers want a greater say in college curriculum, such as in Florida. Florida is the epicenter of Republican-led higher education changes to root out what Governor Ron DeSantis, Republican, has called woke ideology. While the courts enjoined a 2022 law known as the Stop Woke Act that limits how professors can discuss race and gender, a subsequent 2023 statute restricting the scope of core classes is in full effect and upending general education in the state. In January, the Florida Board of Governors and the State Board of Education approved the elimination of hundreds of classes, many that touch on race and gender, from the core catalogs at Florida's 40 public colleges and universities to comply with the law. The statute bans general education courses that distort significant historical events or include a curriculum that teaches identity politics, or are based on theories that systemic racism, sexism, oppression, and privilege are inherent in the institutions of the United States and were created to maintain social, political, and economic inequities. It also says core courses in the humanities must include selections from the Western canon. Sharon Austin, a political science professor at the University of Florida, saw her 2 courses, Politics of Race and Black Horror and Social Justice, removed from the school's general education offerings. The classes are still available at the university as electives, but she said there is less incentive for students to take them. If enrollment in the courses plummets, it will be easier for the university to justify ending them altogether. Austin, who is a plaintiff in a lawsuit challenging the law, said there is a double standard in what constitutes identity politics. A course called Faith and Reason in Jewish Thought classes was spared at UF, while scores of classes that deal with Black identity were purged, she noted. The University of Florida referred questions about curriculum choices to the Board of Governors, which said it could not comment on the course because of the ongoing lawsuit. Not allowing our courses to be offered for Gen Ed credit says they're inferior. They're not important, Austin said. With this being a part of a national movement, it could lead to the elimination of African American studies programs and departments. Things can get much worse.
Oh, and they will. So hold on to it. Hold on to your hold on to your seats. My one comment on this is I am not against having core classes be, great books, or especially things like the Federalist Papers, civics classes. I don't think that's a bad thing. I actually do think that things like college is a place where you get to kind of explore your interests. The core courses should be kind of the fundamentals. I was a chemistry major and took a modern African lit class. I had no reason to take it other than I was interested in the topic. And I don't see a problem with modifying the core. Now, I do realize that, why they want the core, these core curriculum classes changed. Basically, they kind of like the point I made that, the anti-black blacks will accuse the quote pro-blacks of being race grifters or race hustlers while being race hustlers themselves. They're just not smart enough, apparently, or self-aware enough to realize they're just, the opposite, the doppelgangers of, the left race hustlers. They do want to tell people how to think. They do want kids to think that, like Ron DeSantis calls it, it's a patriotic education. So, yeah, they're wanting people to basically, be patriots, and they want to minimize the bad stuff that's happened in U.S. history and maximize the things that they think are great. It is up to the students and to a certain extent up to their parents to kind of figure out what's important and what's not. And those who do follow up their interests get to do it. Those who don't get to do it. And, public universities, they're subject to the whims of whoever's in power. And, I was going to say, well, private universities, you get to kind of do what you want to do, but that's not so much the case these days either. But I don't see anything wrong with the curriculum changes this story talks about. You can get your Black Studies, stuff either outside the core curriculum, or there's nothing wrong with being an autodidact. Let's see, what else do we have here? This is basically going to become more and more anti-Trump, so hopefully somebody gets offended out there. I'm banking on it. This is going back to my intense interest in the standoff between Trump and the judicial system, the judicial branch. And Trump is losing actual conservatives, people who were more inclined, like a Glenn Lowry. They're conservative, but they saw a value in Trump. Apparently, the conservative legal movement is slowly but surely getting a backbone.
A fiery brief fueled by conservatives helped put Trump's tariffs in peril. This article is by Adam Liptak and read by an automated voice. A powerful sign that President Trump's tariff-driven trade war is at risk came in a friend of the court brief filed in April by a coalition that included many prominent conservative and libertarian lawyers, scholars, and former officials. The brief was also a signal of a deepening rift between Mr. Trump and the conservative legal movement, one that burst into public view last week with the president's attacks on the Federalist Society, whose leaders helped pick the judges and justices he nominated in his first term. Among the people who signed the brief in the tariffs case was Richard Epstein, who teaches at New York University and is an influential libertarian legal scholar. You have to understand that the conservative movement is now, as an intellectual movement, consistently anti-Trump on most issues, he said. Others who signed the brief, filed in the U.S. Court of International Trade, included Stephen G. Calabrese, a founder of the Federalist Society; Michael B. Mukasey, a former federal judge who served as Attorney General under President George W. Bush; and 3 former Republican senators, George F. Allen, John C. Danforth, and Chuck Hagel. The brief was signed by liberals too, including Harold Koh, a former dean of Yale Law School. The brief unites big-name constitutional law.
By the way, John Danforth, Jay Danforth, was pretty much Clarence Thomas's mentor. Back in the day, I think Jay Danforth was the Attorney General of Missouri. And I don't want to say it was the first job, but one of the first government jobs that Clarence Thomas had was I think he was an assistant attorney general or something of Missouri. Jay Danforth was his boss, and Jay Danforth has been kind of a mentor of the Clarence Thomas, Justice Clarence Thomas. So that Jay Danforth is one of these conservatives who are turning anti-Trump means something.
Scholars across the political spectrum in a way I have rarely seen, said Ilya Soman, a law professor at George Mason University and a lawyer for a wine importer and other businesses that sued over the tariffs. I never would have expected to see Richard Epstein, Steve Calabresi, and Harold Koh all in the same brief on a major issue, he said. But here they are together opposing taxation by proclamation. Donald Trump brought them together. The brief was prepared by Michael W. McConnell, a former federal appeals court judge appointed by Mr. Bush, who teaches at Stanford Law School, and Joshua A. Claiborne, a lawyer and historian. It said Mr. Trump's program did violence to the constitutional structure. The powers to tax, to regulate commerce, and to shape the nation's economic course must remain with Congress, the brief said. They cannot drift silently into the hands of the president through inertia, inattention, or creative readings of statutes never meant to grant such authority. That conviction is not partisan. It is constitutional, and it strikes at the heart of this case. The coalition filed a very similar brief in a second case, too, in the federal district court in Washington. On Wednesday, the trade court ruled for the challengers. On Thursday, the district court judge followed suit, citing the supporting brief 8 times. Professor McConnell said that the prominence of the amici curiae, the friends of the court who signed the brief, sent a message. Our hope is that the identity of the amicus parties will signal the gravity of the situation, he said. All are concerned about executive usurpation of control over taxation of trade, which the Constitution explicitly vests in Congress. Professor Koh, who served as a State Department official in the Obama administration, said some issues transcend partisanship. Despite our political differences, the amici easily agreed as lawyers that the president has exceeded his delegated statutory authorities, he said. By unilaterally imposing unlimited tariffs on worldwide goods, he has lawlessly usurped Congress's exclusive powers to impose taxes and duties and to regulate foreign commerce. The brief said it took no position on the wisdom of the tariffs. Amici do not appear to defend or oppose any particular trade policy, it said. They file this brief because they believe the Constitution draws bright lines between legislative and executive power, and that those lines are being blurred in ways that threaten democratic accountability itself. Professor Epstein said he had been honored to sign what he called a magnificent document, one that boiled the dispute down to its essence. This case is not close, he said. There are cases that are vastly important that are easy. Other scholars have offered more cautious assessments. Jack Goldsmith, a law professor at Harvard who was a Justice Department official in the Bush administration, recently wrote that the legal issues in the case were hard and close. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, went further. The president's rationale for imposing these powerful tariffs was legally sound and grounded in common sense, she said at a briefing last week. An appeals court has temporarily paused the trade court's ruling and will consider whether to extend that pause in the coming days. There is little doubt that the case will reach the Supreme Court, and soon. When it does, the justices will have to grapple with 2 doctrines dear to the conservative legal movement, both of which would seem to cut against Mr. Trump's understanding of his powers. 1, the non-delegation doctrine, says that Congress may not transfer unbounded legislative powers to the executive branch. The other, the major questions doctrine, says Congress must authorize in plain and direct language any sweeping executive actions that could transform the economy. The friend of the court brief said those doctrines, grounded in the separation of powers, required courts to reject Mr. Trump's program. This case presents the court with a choice, not between competing trade policies, but between rival understandings of constitutional governance, the brief said. One preserves the balance the framers struck, requiring that major economic decisions receive explicit legislative authorization. The other would allow the executive to unilaterally remake the nation's commercial framework under vague and general statutory language never intended to support such action. The court, the brief said, should choose the former.
Yeah, I think that probably I'm the last to know this, but essentially, this is a war on liberalism with a capital L. And this country was literally founded on the principles of the Enlightenment and liberalism. And I was watching something yesterday, um, and I'm going to finish watching it today. But basically, um, the center is under attack from both MAGA and the progressives. Both have basically, are finding that liberalism has turned into, well, basically, it's two wins against the middle, and it's gonna be rather interesting because in these next, I have a story or two in here, um, in here, kind of basically covering that that topic. And funny enough, I think that Black America, like the legacy Black America, is kind of caught between the two. I often hear Black progressives say that the Black community has always been fundamentally progressive, and I thoroughly disagree with that. For several reasons, which I won't get into now, but Black Americans being roughly, in the center, you know, um, are kind of caught between MAGA and the progressives. And I think what, there are folks out there basically saying, hey, Blacks should sit out of this. Let's see who wins. MAGA or the progressives. I have a feeling MAGA is going to win because they have fun wielding power. But I think in the end, it's going to come down to whether the Constitution is important or not. And when I say Constitution, I mean Constitution in the way that Frederick Douglass kind of viewed it. And I won't get too knee deep into that either. However, Blacks, especially post Reconstruction, have depended on that Constitution. And I get a little nervous when I see people like Trump just kind of bending it in order to break it. Basically, the justice system for Black America, and I mean like the traditional Black America, is extremely important. As a matter of fact, it's extremely important, especially if you're not white, and that covers everybody who isn't white. That Constitution is important, folks, and supporting a guy who is very comfortable bending it or breaking it, that is a very slippery slope that we're letting MAGA build or grease. So let's move on here. We knew it had to come. Trump replaces his official portrait. On June 2nd, 2025, a new official portrait of Donald Trump was presented at the Eisenhower Executive Office building in Washington, D.C. He apparently had time to sit for a portrait. The update followed a recent firing of Kim Sajid, former National Portrait Gallery director, amid Trump's criticism of her support for diversity programs and alleged divisive ideology. Portrait features Trump dressed in a blue suit paired with a red tie and an American flag lapel pin positioned before a plain background with a stern and confident demeanor, differing notably from the smiling image in his first term. Social media responses praised the portrait's tone, with Roger Stone calling it the new portrait of a consequential president, while Trump criticized Sajid as a partisan supporter of DEI policies. The new portrait and related artworks reflect the administration's deliberate effort to reshape presidential imagery to emphasize power and resilience during Trump's term. Oh, let's see. Let's have a look at this new portrait here. Let's see, is it here? No. We'll look at this story here. All right, so Trump's new White House portrait fails to hide his biggest insecurities. This is from the an online publication called The List. Says here, Donald Trump has taken to redecorating the White House more to his liking and proving money can't buy taste along the way. The Oval Office has been blinged out with plenty of gold, and Trump hung a copy of his mugshot outside the Oval Office door. The latest edition seems to be yet another portrait of Trump. While this one doesn't feature Trump's face festooned with an American flag like the one he had placed between portraits of his first ladies Laura Bush and Hillary Clinton, it manages to highlight what would appear to be Trump's biggest insecurities and how hard the portrait seems to try and hide them. So apparently this is Trump's new portrait. It's on this is what it looks. Oops. Wait. Let's think this is the picture right here. Let's see, can I get a still of it? As you can see, I'm not real good at social media. So the White House, let's see what's here. Sorry about this. Apparently old men and social media do not go well. That's Donald Trump's new portrait. I want to see, can I find a better shot of it? But he apparently figured this one is a better one. I have to say, it's not that bad a shot. Let's see. It says a new photo was posted on the White House Instagram page with an all caps caption that read, "New official presidential portrait of Donald J. Trump just dropped." This new picture has a similar look to Trump's official inauguration portrait, complete with scowl, though this one features Trump wearing a red tie, a big part of his signature look. It also seems to give him a surprisingly full head of hair, especially considering how recent photos of Trump have shown him leaning towards a much thinner look hair-wise. Trump has long seemed protective about his hair, as he should be, I guess. His complaints about shower head regulations aimed at helping curb energy use have seemed to focus on how he needs more pressure to do his hair. Yeah, this is kind of a snarky look. Let's see what else is in here. So that's Melania at 16. Interesting. So this is his new portrait. If anybody needs this link, I'll be happy to drop it for you. And let's see what's next. This is what I alluded to earlier. Black Democrats fume over 2024 while searching for a leader in 2028. Frustration over the loss to President Donald Trump came into sharp focus this past weekend in South Carolina, an early nominating state and power center for Black leaders. Now, I have not read this. I think that looking for a leader is interesting, and I wouldn't think Jamie Harrison would be that leader. So let's see what this is all about.
You're listening to Black Democrats fume over 2024 while searching for a leader in 2028. A news story written by Sabrina Rodriguez and read by an AI-generated voice. Columbia, South Carolina. A mostly black crowd of hundreds of Democrats erupted in cheers when former National Party Chairman Jamie Harrison urged them to go on offense and energize their communities to propel a blue Democratic wave in next year's midterms. But offstage Saturday, Harrison was still wrestling with the problems of the last election. I feel like, as chair, my voice was not always heard, that I was taken for granted. I was seen as somebody to just rubber stamp and not to actually have a seat at the table to influence certain things, Harrison said in an interview with the Washington Post on the sidelines of the South Carolina Democratic Party's annual convention. And that has to change. Black Democratic leaders and activists are filled with apprehension as they try to regroup more than 6 months after a dispiriting defeat that ignited lingering frustrations, recriminations, and disagreements about what went wrong and what the party should do differently as it eyes elections in 2026 and 2028. They are eager for the party to rally around a hopeful message and a clearer plan for combating President Donald Trump and Republicans. But they don't yet see a clear standard-bearer to help them turn the tide. Trump took all our steam out of us and we're still searching for a leader right now, said Darrell Scott, a retired Army veteran from Myrtle Beach who attended the state Democratic convention. There's none? Name one. Where are they? They feel embarrassed because they didn't deliver. Tensions came into sharp focus this past weekend in South Carolina, a long-time early nominating state and major power center for some of the party's most influential black leaders. In interviews with more than 24 black elected officials, strategists, candidates, and activists, many said they felt national Democratic leaders took black voters for granted in 2024. Some said they felt betrayed by parts of the Democratic base, such as Latino voters, who didn't show up as forcefully for Kamala Harris as they had hoped. Others expressed disappointment in former President Joe Biden's decision to run for a second term and strategic decisions Harris's campaign made after she replaced him on the ticket. Harrison expressed anger about the result of the election, troubled by indicators that some black voters stayed home or supported Trump. He supported Biden vocally, including when others called on him to step aside sooner amid concerns about his age and acuity, and rallied behind Harris when she became the party's nominee. But he suggested some of their advisors ignored his ideas about how to sell voters on Democratic policy wins. We can't just be nice ornaments, said Harrison, who opted to not seek re-election as head of the Democratic National Committee when his term ended earlier this year. We actually have to have a substantive and real role in terms of directing this party and moving this party forward. While other corners of the party are engaged in similar bouts of blame and self-doubt, the discussions among black Democrats are especially pertinent. They have played a major role in determining the Democratic presidential nominee for decades, and black voters have been the most loyal members of the party's coalition, supporting the nominee in general elections more than any other racial or ethnic group. Although few blamed Biden directly for the party's malaise, some black Democrats said he shouldn't have run for a second term and should have made good on his pledge to build a bridge to the next generation of leaders. Others, like Harrison, the first black chair of the South Carolina Democratic Party, and Representative James E. Clyburn, a beloved elder among black Democrats, defended Biden throughout the weekend of events. The release of recent books has reignited a debate about whether Biden's inner circle hid information about his health from the public. Speaking with reporters at his annual world-famous fish fry, Clyburn sought to shut down a question about Biden's health and the election. Who's talking about that? Well, this is the first time I've heard that in the last 3 weeks. I've been all over the state at town halls, he said. Catherine Fleming Bruce, a Democratic activist running for the U.S. Senate seat held by Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican, said she wished there had been an open primary because Democrats should be making sure that we have democratic processes at all times. And Biden dropping out so late meant there wasn't enough time for Harris to win over skeptics. Harris, the first black woman to accept a major party's nomination for president after Biden ended his campaign in July, overwhelmingly won over black voters. But by some measures, including the reputable AP Votecast voter surveys, she won a smaller share of them than Biden did in 2020. A recent analysis from Democratic data firm Catalyst found that black men shifted toward Republicans, with Harris performing 7 percentage points worse among them than Biden did in 2020. Sitting Saturday at the back of the building in the South Carolina State Fairgrounds listening to statewide candidates at the convention, Scott said the priority for Democrats is to win elections in Virginia and New Jersey this November and then in the 2026 midterms. But the party badly needs a national leader who can deliver for all of us, he added. Black Democrats survey a wide-open 2028 field. With the 2028 field wide open, a pair of potential presidential candidates visited the state, swinging by the state party's Blue Palmetto Dinner fundraiser and the fish fry hosted by Clyburn on Friday night. The visits from Maryland Governor Wes Moore and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz were early opportunities to connect with South Carolina's black voters, who make up roughly half the state's Democratic electorate and helped power Biden's rise in 2020. Moore, the nation's only current black governor, urged Democrats to become the party of yes and now during a hopeful speech at the dinner fundraiser. He encouraged them to move quickly to deliver policy wins as he accused the Trump administration of actively divesting from our black communities, dismantling our minority business programs, and banning books about our history. In 10 years, our success will be measured not by how much we resisted or how loud we yelled. Our success will be measured in the results we deliver to make life better for people, Moore said in his speech. Afterward, some attendees spoke positively about his pitch. In an interview with The Post, Moore said he didn't think Trump made gains with black voters because he figured something out that Democrats didn't. I think he gained a vote share because he just exposed the fact that Democrats weren't figuring it out. It's not like he offered anything new or interesting or innovative. He just simply said, "What are they doing? How are they benefiting your life?" Moore said. Trump was a fantastic vessel for the frustration. Beyond concerns from some about Biden's age and acuity, black voters, like other demographic groups, were vocal about their economic frustrations, even as Biden made significant gains in reducing unemployment, boosting funding for black.
I'm going to interject a quick point here. I disagree with that point. I think what Trump introduced to black voters, or should have or should have enlightened Democrats, that you cannot fool blacks with a a couple tokens. And no, Trump didn't win anywhere near a majority of the black vote. But I think what he did is just emphasize that blacks are not necessarily going to be induced or enticed to vote for you with some cursory, the equivalent of giving glass beads to glass beads and smallpox blankets. It is going to come down to, a lot of folks want to use the word tangibles, and I don't see this convention as these black Democrats sound as lost as the party in general. And if blacks are supposed to be like, the most loyal Democratic voters and, by or de facto leaders in the party, maybe what blacks need to do is start doing what they want to do. You cannot, if you're going to lead, if you are the most dependent demographic, then it's time to take charge. And Jamie Harris and Wes Moore and all these guys need to fucking stop, trying to be the second coming of Obama and try to be themselves and lead. I think Obama was essentially neutralized. I'm a huge Obama fan, more, in a way that sometimes style over substance is important. Um, I think basically we need to stop looking for more Obamas and start finding authentic and original leaders, be they black or white. But, if you are going to claim some sort of mantle of leadership as the deciders of South Carolina Democratic politics, then you need to lead. And I don't know that much about Westmore. But the bottom line is being handsome, being accomplished, and having a good looking black family is not going to impress America. We've already done that once. And, white people are not going to be, they're used to it now. And like my mother used to say, act like you're used to something. Blacks are, we have had leadership positions. How about realize that and not be afraid to lead? And if that means bucking the party, or doing what you want to do, then do it. Show some spine. Stop this bullshit. And Clyburn needs to go. I'm not that much against him. I don't live in South Carolina, but the dude is older now. And let's face it, the results of him backing Biden backfired. And people ought to just go, hey, you know what? Representative Clyburn, you have done us well. It's time for you to take emeritus status. And that's my thoughts on this. Black Democrats are as lost as Democrats in general. And if you are so-called leaders in South Carolina specifically, then lead. And I've got a few videos I'll show before I wrap this up. Anybody who wants to hit the link, hit the link. I do have a couple videos at a minimum, and we'll see where we go after those videos. I am not wedded to a 12-hour show. I'll put it that way. And let me drop the link here. Oops. Oh boy, my computer does not want to behave this morning. There we go. And this is the title of this video is Black Men, You Must Reject the Red Pill That Curtis Yarvin and Other White Supremacists Push. I haven't heard the video, but it sounded provocative. So do black red pill people even know who Curtis Yarvin is? Let us find out.
This video, I'm speaking primarily to African American men, to black men. And I want to start this video out by reading something to you. Please listen very closely. All right, this says, Americans fail to grasp the fundamentally predatory nature of the Black Power movement, rather than suppressing it forcefully and restoring the rule of law. The worse it behaved, the more they fed it. The result was and is a Negro population, which has essentially seceded from mainstream American culture, to the tremendous disadvantage of both parties. The resulting ghetto culture remains marinated with Black Power ideology, although it is now so distant from the lives of you or me that we only notice it when a Jeremiah Wright somehow swims into view. Now you hear how racist that was?
Oh, was it racist? That was probably written by a black person. It was probably written by well, I'm not going to say who, but it was probably written by a black, an anti-black black, probably an anti-black black male.
That was Americans failed to grasp. What he should have said here was whites failed to grasp, or white Americans failed to grasp the fundamentally predatory nature. Hear how racist that is? Of the Black Power movement. What is he talking about? The civil rights movement. As we fought to have basic rights and freedoms, he called that predatory in nature. He goes on to say that white America should have shut it down forcefully.
Well, I'm going to also dispute Black Power. The Black Power movement was not the civil rights movement. They, as a matter of fact, were sometimes at odds. So that part's not correct.
Restoring the rule of law. In other words, instead of allowing us to protest for our rights, they should have shut it down violently with force. He goes on to call us a Negro population. And then it resulted in what he described as ghetto culture. Ghetto culture. Okay? Now, let me just ask you a question. Who did that sound like? Did it sound like a eugenicist?
No, it sounds like John Galt.
A segregationist? A white supremacist? A white nationalist? All of the above? Well, it was really this man.
Oh, Curtis Yarvin.
Yarvin, a.k.a. Mencius Moldbug, the godfather.
It's not Mencius, it's Mencius.
The ideological architect of MAGA.
Okay, I'm going to be very interested to hear what this guy has to say, because I've listened to him on occasion and, sometimes I actually agree with him. But here's the deal. And I'm going to be real persnickety here, but if you're going to do this type of video, first off, get the names right. I don't get it. Okay. Pronounce the pen name correctly. Know who you're talking about. This guy, it's not like I know, Curtis Yarvin, in detail, but I actually subscribe to his Substack. I don't always read his Substack, but occasionally I do, and I know when he's putting out stuff. A lot of times, if the headline or the title interests me, I'll read the whole thing through. This is one of the problems that I find. This guy's name is Nesbitt. He's a lawyer and a minister out of Texas. I find it problematic when people sit down and they start talking politics and they do not know it in any detail. Doesn't have to be like deep detail or anything like that, but at least sound like you know what you're talking about. First off, the Black Power movement and the civil rights movement were not one and the same. The Black Power movement has a lot of problems with the civil rights movement. The current Black Power movement, part of it people like Jared Ball and some other folks. There's a whole Black Power movement out there that finds all kinds of fault with Martin Luther King, etc. Do not confuse the two. you ruin your point when you try and critique someone like Curtis Yarvin, because believe me, he knows it in detail. He knows exactly what he's doing. Okay. The Black Power movement is not centered in the ghetto, for starters. There are all kinds of problems, not only with what Yarvin is writing, but in Reverend Nesbitt's interpretation of what Yarvin is writing. So if you're going to make this critique, know who you're critiquing.
MAGA's anti-democratic playbook. Yeah, I'm talking about that red pill. That MAGA. Yeah, that one. That Trump.
Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody can tell me. I didn't realize Yarvin was that much associated with Red Pill. I can tell you right now that Yarvin is not as MAGA as you might think. The dude is literally a monarchist. So if he's MAGA, he thinks MAGA is a bunch of pussies. If MAGA was really had balls, they would be, declaring Trump a monarch.
So tell me again, brothers, why are you black men swallowing the red pill?
Well, because a lot of these black guys, black MAGA guys, agree with the Yarvin. They do think that liberalism and government and all that stuff is pretty much defunct, and they want to move on to something that's a little bit more authoritarian. And Trump knows who Diddy is. So why not?
Why? Tell me why. This red pill thing, it is not what you think. It's not about
actually
male empowerment. It's not about free thinking for myself.
Oh, wow.
No. It's a Trojan horse. And inside that Trojan horse is a plan to restore total white dominance and to subjugate Black America like before civil rights, like during the Jim Crow era at least. And how does this plan to happen? Simple. We see it unfolding by killing democracy and crowning Trump a king, an autocrat.
What's up, Dave? I just, he kind of, I think his heart's in the right place, but he's just like really not getting, he's like, let's just say he's off the mark. He's hitting the target, but he's shooting blind and really not making the bullseye he thinks he is. So
no, he's not. He's got the old school mind that just.
Well, he's younger than I am, I believe.
With ideology, like that mind is just. I think he's better than that.
Well, no. He literally, how I always criticize people in this particular space for not understanding politics, actually not understanding stuff in detail. He's not, he's off the mark because he doesn't know where the mark is. Okay, the blacks that voted for Trump, and maybe I just know this because I run into them almost on a daily basis in this space, they voted for Trump knowing full well that democracy has not served black people that well. I mean, it's gotten us through the civil rights movement, but you know what? There's still a ghetto. There are black people who don't think that highly of democracy. Especially like all those people who said they were going to vote from the couch or whatever it was, they're not big believers in democracy. So what I don't know where he's getting this from. So I'm sorry. I know you have something to say or you wouldn't have come up here, but I'm just maybe I ought to start listening to these things. But this is actually kind of instructive. This guy wants to make a criticism of a topic he hasn't. I don't even know that you could say he scratched the surface of what Yarvin actually represents. And DJ Mike from Boston, this is what Mike from Boston says. This is what he would call a black. I'm well. Thank you for your opinion, Mike. That's really all I have to say about that. SKC, Dave had a old college buddy call me yesterday. He said, "Man, all those things you were saying about the left media about SKC again. That's about as irrelevant as what DJ MFB wrote." So, what say you? Because I do want to finish this video.
Now, mind you, I'm at work. I really don't have a lot of time. But I laugh at these guys who do look at something and they don't read into it, but they find the time to make a comment about it. I think that his perception or his idea of what red pill is it's off. He hasn't.
Well, the thing that surprises me. The thing that surprises me is he's a lawyer. Now, maybe I have a misperception of what lawyers should be, but, lawyering, these guys are usually pretty good at politics, and he just does. MAGA isn't necessarily red pill, but more than likely it is. And, we're only a few minutes into the video. Maybe he ties some of these, loose threads together. But I have read, I've probably known about Curtis Yarvin for at least a year, if not a little longer, maybe even longer than that, because he is literally like the supposedly like an intellectual underpinning of the MAGA movement. There was a scramble once MAGA started to backtrack and provide some heft intellectually to the movement. So Curtis Yarvin is one of these guys, though I think he's just out to lunch. And the other guy,
I was wondering if you agree with that. Last time you played him, I was sitting up listening to him, just like, man, I don't agree with nothing this dude is saying.
Oh no.
I think it for the effect, or are you playing it because you agree? And sometimes I know you agree.
Oh no, dude, how many things do I play that I don't agree with? I mean,
not often.
Well, actually, I do. I'm playing this, and I don't agree with a lot of what he says. I think a lot of times I'll play Richard Hanania, who is literally credited with being like the spirit animal of the anti-DEI piece. Christopher Rufo is another one. He was the anti-CRT person. He was literally like one of Trump's advisors during the first term. Of all of them, Curtis Yarvin is the most, quote, eccentric. And I know Hanania, for instance, does not think highly of MAGA in this first 5 months. So, he's a slight defector. He doesn't like, he's not into Elon Musk. Now that he's seen, what he was supporting. Yarvin is just kind of off the reservation. He literally is a monarchist. So I played him. Why would I agree with that? Yarvin is literally to the right of MAGA. So if I think MAGA is far right, I think Curtis Yarvin is just one step away from alt right.
No, he's an idiot. I wouldn't even consider him. Which side he was on.
He,
As soon as he opened his mouth,
yeah, but
he sounded
he's
like an
an
idiot.
idiot. He is an idiot that's taken seriously by MAGA, though I think less so. And this guy here, like I said, I do want to hear. Maybe he ties some threads together, but I'm just saying, if you're going to be black and you are going to make these sort of criticisms to reemphasize what I said and to reinforce what you said, dude, know your shit.
Know your shit.
So let's see. SKC says Corbett is often out of his element. His seeing things through his black lens blinds him significantly. Well, SKC, I see things through a black lens. Let's see what you have to say about that. I bet I know what you're going to say.
Who, me? Actually, your phone,
No.
my phone.
SKC says Corbett is seeing things through a black lens. Well, I think I see things through a black lens. It's just I have the capability of looking at it through several different lenses, and my primary lens is history. Yeah. And fuck you, SKC.
Stanley,
I am hardly blind. As a matter of fact,
listen
I'm
to people
yours.
talk, Stanley.
Huh?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say I'm SKC seeing eye dog. He's the one who's blind, and I'm here to guide him back to reality.
Well, I'm probably one of the few. There's a group of a few that will listen to something and not put the black lens on it. We listen objectively. When you put that black lens,
well, I think I don't know. Well, I think I have a problem with the term black lens. I mean, you are who you are. You can't be something you're not, and unless you were, one of those unfortunates that was adopted by a white family and never grew up around black people, I don't know that you cannot.
Why is that unfortunate?
Well, I don't think it's unfortunate at all.
Yeah, Webster he turned out pretty good.
Who?
Webster. Like a Webster situation, he's adopted by the white family.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you think it turns out okay, Webster Papadopoulos obviously
what is the disadvantages? No, the TV show. But
well,
okay,
well, let me tell you what the disadvantage is. You don't know the real America. I don't know how many times I've seen. I don't know. What do you mean? So what? You got to know. You should know. Let me put it to you this way: there would be more Glenn Lowrys if like Glenn Lowry. There would be a lot of Glenn Lowry situations where these white people are basically, when they say free speech and they say they're free speech absolutists. Well, the Manhattan Institute wasn't. As soon as Glenn Lowry started, talking about or talking in a way that they didn't approve of, they fired his ass. He was a senior fellow. He is a very famous economist. And they were like, oh, we don't like what you're saying. Too much independence. Let's go ahead and, part ways. Barnes proves my point about slavery and history, particularly those who want to turn a blind eye to the history of slavery throughout the world. Don't bring that bullshit up. Slavery throughout the world literally dilutes the significance of slavery in a country that is nicknamed home of the brave, land of the free. So that soft soap bullshit. I don't agree with everything Barbara Fields. The only thing I got out of Barbara Fields that I agreed with vehemently was there is a difference between race, racism, and racist. That's all I got out of that. The significance of slavery throughout the world, while knowing this is important, who essentially what people like USKC and others want to do is excuse America for having slavery. And those who are really into the Constitution and actually understand what language means, when you say you are land of the free and you have a legacy of slavery, that kind of sounds hanky, to use a word.
Well,
So if we
you
no,
may
hold
be
on.
confusing that.
Hold on.
Well, I'm about to go. I'm
This
about to drop
this
down real quick.
this
I'm about to say this real
wanting
quick.
this wanting to dilute the significance of slavery in America, to me, it's laughable. So
All we're
Fields is a
saying is
better,
take
well,
the emotions
of
out of it.
course he's a better historian. I'm not a historian. I'm sorry, Dave. Go ahead. And by the way, SKC, there are plenty historians who would disagree with Barbara Fields, some who are actually more eminent than she is or was. So um, she, there are many historians like a Gerald Horn or um, damn it, I'm having a brain fart. There are a lot of historians who would reconstruction like specialists who would thoroughly disagree with Barbara Fields. American slavery was significant. Probably even if you had to quote rank, in order of importance, why it's important to know the nature of slavery in a country, America would definitely be number one. Slavery in fucking Jamaica, while important to know, and probably it was more Jamaica, the Caribbean had like more brutal slavery than the US did, in my opinion. That's kind of a subjective thing. Um, However, America, given the nature of how exceptional we think we are, having had slavery, it wasn't something that America gave up for starters. It took a war to end it. Not many other countries have that history in the world. So slavery in other parts of the world, where literally, it was decided, like in England, the Somerset decision, they didn't have to fight a war to end it. America did. So there are many ways that America having slavery was significant. And I think the only reason SKC brings that up is because he knows it gets under my skin. No, most of the top historians that are willing to get into a newspaper and talk about it agree with you. Like a Gerald Horn, who's remarkably not much talked about because he literally goes counter to a Sean Willentz, but you'll never fucking hear Sean Willentz come out and say Gerald Horn is wrong. And the other thing you need to understand is history is interpretive. Just because Sean Willentz says it doesn't mean it's so. Events in the past can be interpreted, multiple ways. So anyway,
Stanley, before I jump off, I don't know what happened. I hit the wrong button, but I think that my question is why does it bother black people, black men like this guy, that other black men don't have the same response to historical events as they did way back then? Like, why can't you evolve as to how you respond to things? Why can't you be different? Why can't it not bother you?
That isn't, well, that's an excellent question. It's the best question I can remember you asking in quite some time. I think, see, this is the other thing that's really interesting. This guy, in that respect, is no different than a John Galt. They expect black people to toe a line. They expect black people to be on code. They expect the black community to basically be monolithic. Even when you press them on it and they say, no, I understand the black community's not monolithic, but all you'll hear, and I've literally spent the past few days listening to a lot of black thinkers or YouTube content creators, whatever you want to call them. The theme that runs through all this commentary, whether it's pro MAGA or anti MAGA, Democrat or Republican, is why can't we be more like Jews? Why can't we be more like X? They expect a monolith. Okay, black people working together towards a common cause. You will especially hear that on the left, but you hear it on the right as well, because I've heard John Galt talk about it. Why do we expect black people to be a contiguous group? Like we all pull in the same direction for a common good. Well, we don't all have a common good. What's good for someone living in the hood might not be good for me. And black people, left or right, don't seem to understand that is horrible as it sounds. I keep saying this. We need a reset. Okay. And that reset literally means we have to start over. Black people in particular, legacy Black Americans, we need to understand that we need to start within our four walls, and then, we hop up to the neighborhood or the community or whatever. We have a fundamental problem, and the fundamental problem is not necessarily us. It is external and internal. Our internal problems are this guy, Corbett, wanting to talk about shit that he hasn't even studied, given a cursory study. Okay, so he's leading people astray. He's leading people thinking one thing when it's really another. Our internal struggle includes people like John McWhorter and Glenn Lowry, who at 76 years old seems to be surprised that something like these conservative think tanks really don't want really aren't free speech absolutists. If you go against the company talking points, you're liable to be dismissed. So Glenn Lowry at 76, more or less a lifetime conservative, basically gets his ass handed to him by his
more of that on the
paymaster.
left. See more of that.
Okay, I don't give a shit about
ideology.
I don't give a shit about it.
Show me where it happens on the right.
Well, hold on. It doesn't matter if it happens on the left. I'm using Glenn Lowry as an example. I literally just said there are problems on both the left and the right because for some reason these quote black leaders expect everyone to pull in one direction. And that's just impossible, especially post Jim Crow. Everybody has their own agenda, and we need to embrace that. You voting for MAGA isn't anti-black. Me voting for, Biden is not anti-black. What's his name? Carmelo Anthony. The problems he got himself into is not a reflection on the black community. Shiloh, Hendricks, you know what? She's not a reflection of the white community. She is kind of an aberration. She's more an exception than a rule, and building a whole black fatigue movement over it or on top of that aberration, I think seems to be a race grift. as well as any other race grift. We need to start taking a better look at what's going on. And the Black community, such as it is, has an internal problem. But the problem is also, external, in that America's a racist country. And there is no way you can swim in a racist fishbowl and not take on some of the problems of being a racist, hence the anti-Black blacks. It is a problem. It is an external and an internal problem. And we are fundamentally wrong, in my opinion, in thinking Black people are a monolith, or bad behavior in the hood or wherever it occurs. If it's a Black person, young Black person doing it, it is not a reflection on the Black community. It is not a reflection on Black culture. It is not a reflection on young Black people. We need to start looking at individual actions as individual actions. So, and if you think I'm wrong on that, oh well. John is unique because it seems like he enjoys living in the ghetto, but if he likes, hey, you know what? I think John living in the ghetto is not a reflection on the Black community. John, you know what? John gets to do live like how John wants to live. However, the reciprocal is, if you don't want to live in the ghetto, there's no problem with that either. John will be the first to talk about you work for the white man, or, why don't you live amongst the Blacks? Because I don't want to. I have in the past and would do it today. I don't have a problem living with the Blacks. As a matter of fact, my neighborhood is 50-50. So, and when I moved here, I literally didn't know anybody here. So I didn't know whether they were Black or white. I knew the school was decent.
Kind of Black John talking about.
Well, half the time I think John doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just basically trying to needle people.
Dave, once you're anti-Black, can you ever not be anti-Black, or what? Is this a permanent thing? Or?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's not for me to say. I'm saying if your first reaction when you hear about Carmelo Anthony is to do a bunch of shows about how bad Black culture or how toxic Black culture is, and you start trying to figure out whether, they're rich or poor or what neighborhood they live in. If your first assumption when you hear about something like Carmelo Anthony is that Black culture is the problem, then you're anti-Black. I don't know how to train you out of that, especially if you're an adult. What is high Black culture? What is fine art? Well, here's the deal. Here's the. I'm sorry. Go ahead, and then I'll get to SKC.
You want to cook SKC? That's fine.
Well, he wants to ask what is high Black culture. Is there a high white culture? That's the perfect example of what I mean. Why does there have to be a Black version of a white thing? Why does there have to be fine Black art? The fuck are you talking about? Why does Black have to be attached to art or culture? That, to me, just basically this is like SKC is a cultural Plessy versus Ferguson. Black culture has to be separate but equal to white culture. That's I don't know what to think of that other than that. That is excuse me, that is let me take a sip of water here. That made me laugh. I don't think there has to be a high black culture. I don't think there has to be a fine black art. I think you can just have fine art in high culture. Um, so where do I go from there? Let's see. Stanley, why can't you be anti-black? You don't live with blacks and you married a lovely white woman. Well, Sam, I literally live in a mixed neighborhood. Apparently, you believe everything you hear from John Galt. You should always come to me and ask me since I live here. And number two, I married a lovely white woman. You should be proud of me because you wouldn't marry a black woman either. So why are you finding fault with me? You won't even date a white woman who has dated another black man. Are you the one to point these things out to me, sir? Let me know what you think. Because black people are the ones that separate themselves. I don't know what to say to that. I didn't make this up. They do it. So is it on you to mimic them? What's your point here, SKC? Why do you have to be like those black people? Or are you mocking them? Well, if you are mocking them, from my perspective, where you're typing in the chat, I might mistake you for one of them. They're not asking the question, you are. I embrace my anti-blackness. When will you? Well, I'm not anti-black, so there's nothing to embrace. Marrying a white woman is anti-black? Oh, is that what you're saying? What kind of poppycock is that? So I marry outside the race, therefore I hate my race. I'm anti-black. You have to do better than that, Sam. I am. You know better. You're a coon. Well, other than I wouldn't even call you a coon. I'd just call you anti-black. It seems a little bit more, it'll pass the YouTube rules if I just call you anti-black. Yes, I'm putting words in your mouth, Sam. I am, because you're not on the panel expressing them yourself. That is the host's job, to put words in your mouth. Hit the link if you want to come up and voice them yourself. So let's listen to a little bit more of Attorney Corbett here.
Establishing authoritarianism so that they can crack down on the Negro population. And this guy that you just saw here, Curtis Yarvin, again, the architect, the brainchild of this.
Well, damn it. I can't go like a whole sentence without, dude, you put up the quote, but you didn't cite the source so I could go look it up and put it in context. Bad form, sir. Bad form.
Negro to describe us, called our fight for civil rights predatory.
He did not call civil rights predatory. He called the Black Power movement. Damn, this is annoying.
Again, the man behind the red
because I'm interested in what he has to say, even if only to critique it.
Planning on you black men to play a huge role in their devious plan. And what role are they planning for you to play?
God, I feel like this dude makes
at
me
a
dumber.
minimum, providing enough votes.
To be honest, that is a fair criticism. He is making people dumber. Some 18-year-old kid, excuse me, is sitting here listening to this. He's basically getting fed some misinterpretations. So you're actually not wrong.
To help Trump win the midterms, because it worked in November 2024. Enough black men provided the votes to put him in office now. So they need you again. And that's why they're doing pardons, commutations, playing games with Black History Month, all while cutting the throat of the black community. They're going to be throwing out little stuff to keep you on board so that these pro-black imposters can say, see, Trump is for us. He's not against us. All while Trump is cutting the throat of the black community. This is not something that was cooked up overnight. This has been in the plans for a while. This is something that Mr. Yarvin has been working on for 2 decades. He has a vision, and it's dark. He says that democracy doesn't work. He says civil rights are a mistake. So he wants a CEO-style dictator running America, as if America is a company.
Well, that
and
part
who is
gets
his
right.
prototype to run said country? Trump. And now we got black men, some of y'all helping him make that happen. It's a head scratcher. I'm not sure in American history that there have been so many African-American men. We've always had that, but not so many publicly signing up to help white supremacists.
Oh, really?
And the guy that I keep referring to, Curtis Yarvin, he isn't just anti-black. He's anti-equal.
Well, let me give you a little historical fact. Richard Nixon, who was, kind of like the head architect of the Southern strategy back in the early 70s, to this day, as far as I know, still has the highest percentage of the black vote of any U.S. president. And he literally came up, he and his, little political team came up with the Southern strategy. So, I mean, that's demonstrably incorrect as well.
Quality. He doesn't believe in equality at all. He thinks the whole ideal of equal rights, egalitarianism, is a lie. The man says and believes that society works best when a small group of white elites are ruling without any opposition. He wants to bring back hierarchy, real hierarchy, where race, class, and genetics determine who got the power. And what race are we talking about? The white race. What class? The ruling class. What genetics? European genetics, because in his mind, that's all superior to blacks. I'm not making this up. Do your research. And MAGA has embraced this full throttle. They're running with that vision. Yarvin has the ear of MAGA. He has the ear of people like Peter Thiel. And of course, Thiel backed Vance. And where's Vance now? He's the second man in control. And he has spoken favorably of Yarvin's ideology. So this isn't fringe. This isn't outsiders, outliers. No. No. His ideology is very much a part of what we see happening right now. It's their strategy. And you know what they call it? Project 2025. And as you see, they're trying to dismantle civil rights laws or have hijacked them and are now weaponizing civil rights laws against us. And not only that, crush dissent.
Well, I also want to point out that, I am convinced that this is one of the problems we have with liberalism in general. These laws are written so broadly. It's kind of the thrill of it too. But I also want to remind everybody that the Bakke decision, was 1978. That was like the first instance of the dismantling of affirmative action as it was originally conceived. So this unraveling has been happening for decades. Kind of the same thing, kind of similar to Roe v. Wade. So this isn't something that just happened. It's been a slow train, coming. And yes, they are literally using civil rights laws. I don't even know that it was an unintended, but now that they're doing, all that means is we have to come up with something to counter it. It's not like a loss, and it's not like they're going to stop using civil rights law the way they're doing it. As a matter of fact, I think Donald Trump is doing some damage that can't be undone. Like what he's doing, he's pretty much dismantled or defanged the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. I'm not sure that can be rebuilt. If it can be rebuilt, it is going to be a slow train coming. So there's some damage that you need to just figure the damage is done, will be done by the time Trump leaves. You better be coming up with counter strategies instead of complaining about what has already happened. So I don't know. This is a very shaky point of view here, what he's pointing out.
Okay, again, a dictator-style leader leading the country is what he advocates for. So this whole thing of firing government workers and replacing them with loyalists, yes, he's all behind that. Erasing Black history, he's all behind that. So when some of you take that red pill, you think you are awakening? No, you're not awakening. You're being used to bring about your own destruction.
Oh my God.
To bring about your children's destruction. To bring about your family's destruction, your community's destruction.
I'd love to see you sit down with
This
guy
whole
and have
red
a
pill thing,
conversation.
it's something that came from.
Why?
I'd probably laugh my ass off in the chat, writing crazy shit. Let's make it happen. I'll reach out to him.
You know what? I hadn't thought of it, but if that's what you want, but I mean, I don't actually have anything to ask him. Apparently, you would.
I'll write the script.
I'm just kind of wondering.
Motherfucker come over here at Stanley versus the World. Start talking that crazy shit.
Well, I'm trying to figure out why he's so negative.
Everything leads to victim. All roads.
I honestly think that I don't fear destruction as much as co-option. I think that nothing today is that different from what's happened in the past. I am more afraid. Let me tell you something, and he's kind of contributing to it. I think I think not knowing the history of the quote struggle is going to do worse damage than anything Trump can do. That's why I'm saying, if you feel this strongly about, preserving some aspects of a legacy, cultural legacy, then you need to be taking the reins in doing it yourself. Do not depend on the public schools or the public universities to do it for you. And I think Broke Genius says this guy's a leftist simp. I think that's kind of reductionist, to be honest.
This movie called The Matrix. You remember that?
And unoriginal, by the way.
Morpheus offers Neo a red pill to awaken Neo from an illusion so that he could see the truth. You remember that in The Matrix? But today's red pill, it's something very different. It's not about awakening and learning the truth. It's a poison. It started in online forums, 4chan and Reddit. And then it got picked up by angry men blaming women and feminism and immigrants and blacks for all their problems. And then it evolved and went even deeper and became this deeply racist, authoritarian, white nationalist movement. It's been percolated.
That is true, Sam. That horse is out of the barn.
And here we are now. It's in the White House. And who calls this evolution? Once again, Curtis Yarvin is a big part of it. He's a huge part of it.
I'm gonna be honest. Curtis Yarvin is kind of big, but he's still kind of fringe. I think he's probably given Curtis Yarvin a little bit more credit than he's actually due.
I recently watched a debate between him and a black female Harvard professor. You ought to go and watch.
Oh, wait, hold on. You know what?
Take that out.
Oh, well, no. I watched it. That debate happened years ago. That's not a recent event. I don't think. You know what? Maybe it is. Hold on one second. Damn it. Let me think of her name. She's a Harvard professor. Deborah. I think is it not Deborah Allen? Danielle Allen. Because I want to watch that. I was looking to watch the debate. Danielle Allen and Curtis Yarvin. It was at Harvard, and I went looking for the video and could not find it. So it did happen on May the 5th at the Harvard Faculty Club. Damn, where did he watch it? Damn it. All right, well, I'll go ahead and play this. I want to know where he watched it because I would damn sure want to see that.
Put it in your chat GPT, it'll give you a link.
Well, I don't have chat GPT. I just Google it. Hold on one sec here. Let me. I know it was covered. Hold on one sec. See, I am I'm a Gen Xer with boomer search skills, and actually I'm using a Brave here. Crimson, elaborate. What's up, SKC? So I'll look for that video because I definitely want to see it. But it was really more about liberalism. Danielle Allen is more like she wrote. I was talking to you, SKC. She wrote a book called The Declaration. I think she's more or less kind of a constitutional scholar or political philosopher, and they were really just debating. You know, it's basically liberalism versus whatever it is Yarvin is promoting.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I think guys like what's his name, Corbett, and different things. He has to look for a white devil in any sort of solution, or because his viewpoint is that black lens, and he keeps using words like we, our, to all black people, because he
Right,
sees.
but that's the same thing that people like John Galt do.
I don't know. Does John do that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't.
What he basically, he will be the first to ask you, well, why don't you live? Why do you live in a white neighborhood? Apparently,
Oh, that's easy.
why can't blacks be Jews, get together and pool money? That is implicitly suggesting that there is a we,
Well,
and
that's an interesting argument.
I don't think there's a we.
Or
Yeah, I
safety.
don't think
think
so.
we're
I don't
Or
think
I
so
safety.
think we're
either.
fooling ourselves if we think there's a we in 2025, a collective we.
But I will say this on that, Stanley. There is a large segment of black people who do believe in a quote unquote we, our, so forth. I mean, it's blasted all throughout their media.
Well, I would almost venture to say that it's probably a majority. However, if you sit down and you start like picking their arguments apart, they eventually realize that there's not.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like the majority of
Well,
black people.
I think I I'm guessing. I don't know that there actually is, and they're wrong. Is my response.
Yeah, I mean that, and that's fine. We can make those individual, retorts, and we're well within our right to. I agree with you, but it would be a fallacy for us to sit back and state that there isn't a large segment of black people
Oh
who
no, no, no. I'm
believe in
not
the we,
saying
our, us. It's baked all throughout the culture. I mean, heck,
right.
didn't one of those rappers have like some huge song at the Super Bowl talking about they are not like us?
Right.
I mean, that's what I mean.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, that
Well,
it is a
I don't think
significant part of modern black
he
culture.
wasn't talking about. He was talking about actually people like what's his name from Canada. Basically, basically, he was making distinctions within the black community. He
Oh,
wasn't necessarily talking about the quote culture outside of it.
well,
Those light skinned half whites, are not like the real blacks.
and
That's essentially my take on it.
yeah, and that's what I mean. It's like so there's a large segment of black people within
Right.
America that do go along with the we, us, our
Right, but
monolithic
let
viewpoint.
me clarify, and maybe you know this. I'm not denying that there a majority maybe that believe that. I'm saying the majority is wrong. There
Yeah,
is we.
yeah, and that's I agree with you. I just poke fun at the people who do go along with the we, us, our negative narrative. I think that
Yeah.
it's highly reductive and silly, and but I do understand that my argument, your argument, Stanley, we are the minority, and our minority argument is not going to change their minds.
Oh well. Oh, that's an understatement. It might just get us laughed out of the room.
Right. So
There
so
will,
that's what
there will
that's
be no argument because they will laugh us out of the argument.
Yeah, that, or going to the whole ad hominem thing and all of that. But I'm not going to um I guess dismiss that this guy Corbett, his viewpoint would be more acceptable to mainstream Black America than anything you or I would ever say.
Well, the problem is he's getting so many details wrong.
And well, that's what the community does all the time. They get a lot of details wrong.
Oh, wait, hold it. There is a download. This video. Oh shit, where is this video? Oh shit, I got it. Found it. Damn it. I love this. So you know what? Y'all want to just ditch this and go watch the actual debate?
What debate?
This is Danielle Allen versus Curtis Yarvin. I've been looking for this debate for a while. Oh shit, she put it out herself.
What are they debating?
It was basically, from what I understand, it was basically about liberalism. Danielle Allen is a big liberalism person.
Mm-hmm.
It says here, let's look at this. This is a New York Times story saying it was a clash between monarchism, which, believe this or not, Yarvin is, and liberal democracy. So she's big into, I mean, she's a very interesting character. She has a classics background, but then she's got political philosophy on top of it. She would have made a good founding father.
You think so?
Well, hey, she's got classics. She knows her Latin and her Greek, and she knows philosophy. I mean, she's a regular Black female Madison.
I'm pretty sure there were a lot of women who knew their classics back then.
You think so? I didn't think. I would think that women weren't that adept. Maybe you know some more than I do.
I just
Abigail Adams was the only one that I know of who took a remote interest.
I'm just of the opinion that there were a lot of those men of stature who had daughters who they allowed to learn.
Well, John Adams wasn't one of them, I believe. So let's just watch this. It's an hour. What time is it? It's 8:25. I think this will be more entertaining than Corbett. And Yarvin is an influencer in the MAGA movement, but his monarchism sort of thing, I don't know that it's that much in favor. And then the other thing I want to also tell you, if you don't know, you two probably know, Yarvin is a former software developer. You know, he's not like an actual political philosopher. Anything, that he knows, he's, probably taken courses maybe, but it's a lot of autodidactism. He's also a 50-some-year-old father. I'm dressed like this. So he is like Fonzie's, he would be like the elder Fonzie, if you all remember Happy Days. And Danielle Allen, she's a Harvard professor. She runs some democracy center or something like that. She is pretty much a classicist and a political philosopher. She's written a book on the Declaration of Independence, and she's written a couple other books in that vein. Now, she's not any sort of constitutional scholar, but I'm sure she knows a lot about it. So she's arguing democratic liberalism, which I tend to favor, and I'm sure I'm out of favor. And Yarvin is the monarchist. Yarvin is someone that what's his name? Imperius. I'm pretty sure Imperius holds Yarvin in high regard.
Harvard Faculty Club would just like to issue very briefly. I'd like to thank our speakers, Professor Daniel Allen, Curtis Yarvin. I'd like to thank the folks from the Harvard Faculty Club that enabled this to happen. All I've basically got to say is remain respectful. Disruptive behavior, by and large, won't be tolerated. Anyhow, for a brief introduction, Professor Allen is a Harvard University professor, director of the Allen Lab for Democracy Renovation, a political philosopher, ethicist, and public policy expert. She's also a nonprofit leader, democracy advocate, tech ethicist, and author. Her work can be found in The Atlantic, as well as The Washington Post, among other places. She led Harvard's Edmund and Lilly Center for Ethics previously, developed the roadmap to pandemic resilience during COVID, and ran for Massachusetts governor back in 2022. Her scholarship focuses on the reinvigoration of democracy, civic engagement, and institutional reform. Her most recent book, Justice by Means of Democracy, underpins this with The Radical Duke, forthcoming in 2026, if I have that right. Other works include Our Declaration and Democracy in the Time of Coronavirus. Curtis Guy Yarvin is an American blogger, political theorist, and software developer known by his pen name, Mencius Moldbug. He attended Brown University and was influenced by Silicon Valley's libertarian tech culture in the 1990s and thinkers like Ludwig von Mises, Murray Rothbard, Thomas Carlyle, and Hans Hermann Hoppe. Yarvin developed a critical stance against Democrat.
I can tell you right now, if he's a von Mises fan, he is to the right of Friedrich Hayek. So he is a dangerous dude.
Systems, particularly after reading Hoppe's Democracy, the God That Failed back in 2001. Yarvin is a founder of the so-called neo-reactionary movement, or the Dark Enlightenment, alongside Warwick philosopher Nick Land. He wrote the blog Unqualified Reservations, advocating for replacing American democracy with an accountable monarchy or corporate-style governance, critiquing liberalism as a pervasive system he terms the cathedral. In 2002, Yarvin found the Urbit networked computing platform. Curtis Yarvin published selections from his blog, Unqualified Reservations, with Passage Press in 2023, and published his first original book, Fascicle 1, Disturbance, with Passage. So I'd like to welcome both of our speakers for a spirited debate, and I figure we ought to get into the first topic. Very briefly, in terms of the format, there will be two resolutions, each which should last for about 30 minutes. With both
y'all let me know when you want me to pause.
After those two topics are discussed sufficiently, closing remarks will proceed. So the first matter, resolved. The long-term stability and flourishing of our society is better secured by concentrated executive authority than by democratic institutions. Perhaps for a first statement, Professor Allen.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you, David. Glad to be here, and thanks to all of you for turning out. You've got dark enlightenment and bright enlightenment. So I'm looking forward to the conversation, and I'd like to share a little bit about where I come from in answering this question. You heard in the introduction that I am a combination of Harvard prof and democracy advocate. Folks often ask me, what exactly do you do, Danielle, with all of those different balls being juggled? And the answer is simply I work on democracy, past, present, and future, with no question mark at the end of that. That's a focus I come by super honestly. It's a matter of family inheritance, for starters. My dad's dad, my granddad on my dad's side, helped found one of the first NAACP chapters in Northern Florida in the 40s. Northern Florida at that time was just pretty much the same as Southern Georgia. So super dangerous. Lynchings were on the rise. He took his life into his hands to secure the right to vote. On my mom's side, my great-granddad marched with suffragettes on Boston Common in 1917. My great-grandmother ended up as president of the League of Women Voters in Michigan in the 30s. And this was because they believe that empowerment is the bedrock for human thriving and well-being. So I was fortunate to acquire that commitment and view as a young person growing up in my family. No surprise in that context, I took that for granted. I took democracy's value for granted as a young person. And of course, as I came of age, watched my own generation come up in the world, the question of democracy's value got a lot more complicated. I watched a real parting of ways, parting of experience. I have had incredible opportunities, immense privilege here in the cathedral. And as well, having had siblings as well who have thrived and so forth. At the same time, though, I have cousins, kids I used to run around the streets playing football with who aren't here any longer for all the hardest things: substance use disorder, incarceration, gun violence. And I hit a point in 2009, I lost my youngest cousin, where I started banging my head against the wall and thinking, democracy is not supposed to be abstractly valuable. Yes, we embrace these ideals of freedom and equality, but the entire point is that when we do, it delivers a society that makes it possible for every generation to do a bit better than the previous, and also for a whole cohort to come up together. And so I started working on this question of how to change the dynamic of our democracy so that it could actually deliver on the promise of democracy. And that work took me in the first instance into criminal justice reform, trying really hard to change criminal justice reform policy. And it doesn't take very long if you try to actually fix something to discover that even if you've got common sense, cross-partisan solutions, it's really hard to get things through because of governance dysfunction. And at this point, I suppose along this path, I had a philosopher dad. I know Curtis had a philosopher dad too. There's a lot of similarity in that story up to that point. And then here we part ways. Curtis sees this kind of moment in American experience, and he says, look, people, the whole history before 20th century, it's all about absolute monarchs, absolute rule, delivering for people. It's about absolute monarchs who operated in the context of belief in racial hierarchy. They delivered for people in the same way that corporations did, with the mission of maximizing their capital. Their capital is land and people. Because of wanting to invest in land and people, because of believing in racial hierarchies, they embrace racial cleansing, and that's what you've got to do to have a society that's going to deliver for people. And so Curtis's view is that our 20th century world is founded on lies, the lies of egalitarianism and the lies that democracy can actually deliver for people. And because it's founded on those lies, he thinks it's foundering. He thinks we need regime change. He thinks we need an absolute monarch, unaccountable, no separation of powers, no checks and balances, no limits, and so forth. Could be Trump. We kind of elected him. Maybe that's already happening. That's what Curtis says in his book. Could be Musk. He doesn't say that in his book, but he has said that previously. Hard to say. Trump, Musk, I don't know, duck, rabbit, one or the other. One of them, anyway, is in charge, going to run things for us and make everything better. Now, clearly, we part ways in that question of how to respond to the current moment. Why? Partly that history is false in his book. It is not the case that autocracies over the course of history have delivered good for human beings. They have consistently violated freedom. And I will come back to that point. I want you to focus on the idea of freedom and what it is worth to you. The second point is that egalitarianism is not the weak-minded invention of the 20th century. Egalitarianism has been with us for millennia, has been growing in force, goes all the way back to antiquity. Christianity extended it. Already in the early 1600s, you had indentured servants who struck for the right to vote in Jamestown. That same spirit showed up in Plymouth. Ditto the spirit of egalitarianism for all human creatures, Africans as well as everybody else. The Declaration of Independence was earnest in its commitment to equality. It led to the abolition of enslavement in Massachusetts, as well as in Pennsylvania and Vermont before the end of the Revolutionary War. Rhode Island had already rejected racial hierarchy before the Revolutionary War. In other words, it is not a weak-minded idea of the 20th century. What it does, rather, is reflect the claim of ordinary people to freedom. That's all. It's that simple. That's what egalitarianism means. Freedom is both the power to steer my own life in my private circumstances and to contribute with others to steering the public life and shape that constrains us all, the norms. And
I want to interject a point that the Danielle Allens of the world, though I'm more inclined to her side of the debate, the one thing that I've always found people, who are, kind of that center left thing, is they always want to leave out the bad parts. The reason slavery never really took off in the North is because there was no economic incentive. Slaves were expensive. And if you're not able to, come out positive after a cost benefit analysis, then no, you're not going to have slaves. And I'm sure, there are multiple reasons, John Adams, Quakers and the John Adams kind of descendants of Puritanism. There was a lot of religious sentiment against, God's creatures being, that sort of argument. But believe me, slavery, I would actually concur that slavery was on its way out until the cotton gin. Then it ramped up, really quick. So slavery came about in the United States specifically because of economics. And economics uber alles in the American form of economy. Slavery was an economic engine. If it would have been cheaper to produce, cotton another way, it would have gone another way. It just so happens, and the way slavery evolved in the United States was it started out as economics, and the law and culture caught up to justify the economic reasons. And maybe it's just long-winded or something. Maybe she couldn't squeeze it in there, but I think that's a vital thing to leave out of her argument. Slavery in America did not end because of God's love and the Holy Spirit inspiring people to do the right thing. A war had to be fought to end it. That is what separates America from world slavery.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Well, nope, I wasn't eliciting a response. I'm right on this.
Laws. If you love freedom, there is only one possibility, because every unaccountable, and no absolute power is ever accountable. That's the definition of absolute power, is it is not accountable. No absolute power is ever accountable. Absolute power inevitably corrupts, tramples on, persecutes freedom. So the question that we have right now is not whether to have democracy and the protection of freedom, but only how to have that. The only question is, can we redesign our institutions to achieve that? And we can. And the single most useful thing that we could immediately do is party reform. Get rid of party primaries, get rid of the capture of power by political parties that work on the basis of a shrinking base of population to control our institutions. We, the people, need our power back. And with that, we can, in fact, redesign our institutions for effective functioning.
Thank you, Professor Allen. Mr. Yarvin, your response and your own presentation.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone who made this event possible. Professor Allen, of course, showed a lot of courage here and a lot of hard work. I'd like to also thank, Harvard University. We're not supposed to mention the name of the school.
Unclear.
Unclear. I'd like to thank everyone who made this possible, including the school where we are, including Passage Press, my publisher, including the John Adams Society, woohoo, out there in the public. And yeah, I think it's sort of a great opportunity to kind of test my views against Professor Allen. I guess I would say, I grew up in a sort of very different context. I grew up inside what's called the deep state sometimes, because my father was a foreign service officer and my mother worked at the DOE, and my stepfather actually worked on the Hill for many years, and now teaches at Hopkins SAIS. And he worked for Biden actually for a while. And when I observed sort of the underbelly of this system from the inside, it did not seem to have very much to do with the kind of abstractions that Professor Allen talks about. And so in a way, I have kind of two preliminary responses to Professor Allen's narrative. One is that, reading her book, and I was reading, Democracy. Was Democracy is a Path to Justice? Is the
Other way around, my friend.
Justice is a Path to Democracy.
Justice by means of democracy.
Justice by means of democracy. And reading that, I was sort of like, it made me feel like I was reading in a way a a work of Islamic history that was written by a Muslim. And I'm like, you know, because this is someone who believes entirely in the system that she's describing. And so, not to, of course, you know, have any negative discussion of the Muslim faith, but the thing is, if I'm reading a Muslim history of, say, the Abbasids of Damascus in the 9th century, written by a Muslim, I expect them to be very concerned with, is this the true caliph? Is this the real Islam? And so on and so forth. None of which, as a non-Muslim, are questions that really relate to me. And so when I read, for example, A Justice by Means of Democracy, I sort of notice every chapter starting with, you know, there's no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. And I'm like, I get it, this is what you believe in. But these abstractions seem uncorrelated with the realities. And what this reminded me the most, besides this observation about Islamic history, is it reminded me of one of the books that I really learned political philosophy from, because I'm an adherent of what's called the Italian school of political philosophy. And there was a great introduction to this, which I found by chance in a used bookstore, which is James Burnham's The Machiavellians. And The Machiavellian starts with, I think, one of the great political essays of all time, which it is a takedown of Dante. And it is a review of Dante's book, De Monarchia. And Burnham, who was at the time metamorphosing from a Trotskyist into a neocon, and he was one of the first to make that transformation. This book was written in 1940. Looks at this, he reads De Monarchia, which is a book of political theory by none other than Dante, and he summarizes the arguments of De Monarchia in a way that sort of describes these kind of very, very lofty abstractions. And then he's like, all right, you can't even process these abstractions, let's process the reality. And so the reality is, instead of talking about abstractions, what Dante is really talking about is the conflict between two political factions, known as the white Guelphs and the black Guelphs, I believe. And all of these abstractions are basically Dante's way of saying, I forget if this is the white Guelphs or the black Guelphs that Dante is a member of, but it sort of reduces to a very specific set of political behaviors. So I think when I looked at sort of the reality in which I lived, I noticed sort of abstractions like democracy that are used in ways that, seem very, I think tendentious is not too, difficult to word. And so, for example, when I read Professor Allen's, definition of democracy, she seems to define democracy, almost the word, the symbol, as a good. And then defining the symbol, what constitutes democracy, it's not simply having elections, it's principles like difference without domination, it's basically principles of like, you can't be a democracy just having elections and electing leaders who, take office and exercise power because they won the election. That's not democracy. Oh no, democracy is sort of all of these intangible things that go along with this. And I'm like, is this the world's longest case of no true Scotsman? Because actually, if I'm going about to defining a Scotsman, I might say it's someone who was born in Scotland or someone who's a Scottish citizen or sort of simple cases like this. And when I define democracy, I'm like, there's a very simple question. How democratic is this country? And my answer to that is simply taking this, not, going back and separating the is-ought distinction and saying, I'm like, how much power do the voters have? If the voters have no power at all, for example, in the EU, they'll frequently talk of the democratic deficit, indicating that actually the parliament, the European Parliament that's elected by the voters, is almost entirely symbolic and has no power. And actually, the real Europe is run by the European Commission, which is accountable to nobody, like the Supreme Court. And so actually, or like Harvard. And so, what we see people defending when they defend democracy, so-called, is they'll use terms like civil society, or they'll say our institutions. And these things seem to me to have nothing at all to do with giving power to elections. So, for example, I may be somewhere in the book, but I did not find any recognition in Professor Allen's book of the fact that the House of Representatives, the so-called home of democracy as defined by the founders, has a 98% incumbency rate. or that if you're a freshman representative in the House of Representatives, you start at the very bottom. And so actually it seems to me that if I look at the real Congress, this is actually a buffer against democracy, against populism, as you might say, because when I hear the word populism, I view that as a synonym for democracy. And no, I don't think of it as a good thing. And so actually that difference over the meaning of the word democracy seems to me to be what we should focus on tonight.
Professor Allen, your response?
Well, for starters, I appreciate so much that you've understood that there's conviction in my book. You're quite right that there is conviction in my book. Nihilistic narcissism is not my jam. Maybe yours, it's not my jam. So let's talk about democracy specifically. And in order to do that, we have to dig deeper into the meaning of freedom and also the meaning of equality and precisely what it is we're trying to protect. As I begin to do that, let me though also say, I also think there's a problem with the incumbency rate, for sure. Why did I highlight party reform? Precisely because we don't really have competitive elections any longer. So I agree that in many ways our democracy is not functioning to the standard of democracy. Again, that's where we agree. The divergence is in whether the question is regime change to unaccountable CEO monarchs, Trump and Musk, or renovating our democracy. Now, again, back to the root and to the meaning. One of the things that Mr. Yarvin likes to focus on and insist on is that human difference is fundamental and that we should organize our way of thinking about society based on structures of, again, racial hierarchy. And he introduces DNA as the proof of that point. Now, and he introduces these points as refutations of egalitarianism. Egalitarianism precedes human difference. There is no such thing as human difference without the category of the human, right? Now, what is it about the category of the human that we are all members of? That category captures the fact that each of us is a judging creature. We have moral capacity, and we're all trying to make tomorrow better than yesterday. We choose moment by moment, day by day, because we're trying to make tomorrow better than yesterday. In choosing being moral creatures, we are activating our freedom, expressing our desire for it. It is the core of our basic human dignity and what requires protection in order to achieve human flourishing. That is the fundamental ground, the conviction. So yes, there is conviction in my book, 100%. But that conviction is grounded on recognizing, again, that human equality precedes human difference. Now, this is not to say that we are all the same. To the contrary, we come in all kinds of different sizes and shapes and colors and capacities and etc. We are so various, and that is the beauty of humanity. But we can talk about and appreciate human difference only because of human equality. And then also we have to recognize, of course, that groups are changeable and various, that how people connect evolves over time, and it is impossible to say what strivings and what talents land where within the population. And the only way we can maximize the value of human beings is to maximize our protection of freedom. That's it. And so, what protects freedom? Governing ourselves in our private sphere and governing together with others in the public sphere. And there's only one name for that, democracy. All the rest is a question of engineering. That is what he's really asking about, Mr. Garvin here, is really asking questions about engineering. And yes, we have a heck of a lot of engineering improvements to bring to our democracy.
Mr. Yarvin, a question for you. Obviously, this topic of accountability within your proposed system, that's obviously a question everyone has. You know,
here, let me pause it here for two reasons. Number one, everyone, make sure you're hitting the like button. This is actually the first time in almost 4 hours I've even mentioned it. Please make sure if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. If you would, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I actually do have a video that's premiering sometime today. I can't remember what time I set it up for. And make sure that you support your host only on Stanley versus the World can you see boring debates about democracy. And if that thrills you, please support the host. It sometimes costs money to bring, news subscriptions, the stuff. I do news subscriptions, I do Substack subscriptions, and mostly out of the fun of it, but chipping in every now and again to bringing you, stuff that I think is very important. It can be kind of boring, but I think some of this stuff is important to know as an informed voter. Um, Me and SKC and Deacon Dave and others probably kind of are, get really interested in this sort of stuff. Others don't. However, being exposed to it, isn't going to hurt you. If you are not watching this live, always feel free to leave comments in the comment sections. That doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, I do respond since I don't get many of them in the first place. And to SKC's point, by default, I'm implying that America originated economic interest or slavery. I've never made such a claim. That would be foolish. I'm saying, I'm pointing out that it happened. If you ever read the Constitution or even the Declaration of Independence, now justifying slavery, making it legal pre-existed both the Declaration of Independence and a lot of the state constitutions, by the way, and the actual Constitution. My only point is that if you read the founding documents, you would be somewhat surprised that slavery was A, legal, and B, as efficient as it was, especially when it came to breeding slaves. Sort of the, one of the reasons you would think that banning the slave trade would actually be in 1808. It was part of the Constitution. Hey, we'll do the African slave trade for 20 more years, then we're going to shut it down. Well, you'll hear people like Sean Wilentz and other historians of his ilk saying, well, that was naturally an anti-slave compromise. It wasn't. The reason it was important for the Upper South, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, to end the African slave trade, which was primarily at the time happening in Charleston, was that Virginia at one point in time became more they had more African slaves than they had white people. One of the things that was a deathly fear in colonial America and the new America was slave revolts. Okay, if you got like 1 million more slaves than you do white people, well, there's a danger that you might be overwhelmed by the very people you're enslaving. Virginia wanted to create a slave market in the Deep South, especially after the Louisiana Compromise was signed, because slavery moved from the Deep South, places like South Carolina, Georgia. It moved west into, Alabama, all the way over to Texas. There was new slave territory. There was new land in the South to grow cotton. Virginia basically created an internal slave market from north to south, and getting rid of African slaves. They didn't want more slaves from Africa. It would increase the population and it would basically saturate the market. Plantation life became unprofitable in Virginia and places, in that middle Atlantic region. Eventually, people were making more money from selling slaves than they were actually growing crops in Virginia. That was one of the reasons, not the only reason, but a major reason why there was a compromise that got rid of the African slave trade in 1808. These are details that you need to know. And if you want to say that, I'm going to be a Sean Willentz and say, oh, hey, that anti-slavery stuff was built in to the Constitution, I'm sure there are people who probably thought, hey, this will help short circuit slavery. There were other people who saw it as an advantage. I'll get rich at some point. You need to know both sides of this argument. And I don't know why two things can't be true at once in the mind of the anti-Black blacks, who shall remain nameless, but who only want to see one side of history.
How you deal with that problem, namely, how do you make some kind of strong executive, how do you hold him accountable, properly speaking?
I thought that was the second part of the debate.
No, the second part's about Harvard itself and what Harvard represents, and
all right.
sort of elite formation
let me take a step back and let me first respond to Professor Allen's point about equality, which consists of what I would say a lot of relatively unfalsifiable abstractions. To slightly sharpen the point, I would say that if we consider the statement, all men or all human beings are created equal, we can consider that as an abstract expression of philosophy, as a kind of confession of religious faith, or we can consider that as an empirical statement. If we were to consider it as an empirical statement, I would say, okay, if you consider that true, here's a much more true statement. All identical twins are created equal. And
what does that mean?
I mean that all identical twins are basically born genetically equal with the same capacities and the same needs and the same goals. I completely reject the idea that all human beings are, sure, we have many things in common, but the regime, the way of living, one of the basic truths of essentially classical political philosophy, which is being rediscovered to this day, is that there is no system of government that is appropriate for all peoples at all times. And as a reductio ad absurdum, I would point to the question of uncontacted tribes. Okay, what is right for the citizens of Greater Andaman Island? Okay, should we invade the Andaman Islands? Should we take away their bows? Should we give them the right to vote? What about the citizens of uncontacted tribes in the Amazon? Is it right for them to be basically rounded up, issued with ballots, and told to vote for the president of Brazil? Will that really be the thing that helps them basically?
Yep. I agree with Yarvin in that the concept that all men are created equal is a religious, it's a fundamentally a religious claim.
Okay,
and so I think one of the issues that comes up later, particularly with the liberal in academia, is that many times they try to separate that claim from its religious beginnings and try to make it in an empirical argument. And that's where a lot of the...
Okay, well, how do you mean empirical? Because empirical doesn't... I disagree that they try and make it empirical. Now, what do they substitute the religious aspect with? There's a one-to-one substitution with that religious point.
You tell me.
It's the law. Okay, if you're not equal under God, in God's eyes, you are equal under the law. So I don't see equal under the law is making it. I don't see equal under the law as an empirical argument.
Okay, but
if there is a one-to-one substitute, if you're not equal in the eyes of God, you are going to be equal in the eyes of the law.
But now you're trying to make the thought as though...
No, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm emphasizing that the equality argument, there is a one-to-one substitution, law for God. Now, whether whether law is God, those are arguments I'm not particularly interested in. What I am interested in is basically neutralizing your point about equal becoming empirical. What you're trying to do is basically start moving into the territory that equality versus what is it? Equity argument. Again, I'm uninterested in those sorts of arguments. You don't even have to go there to make the point.
I'm not. And in fact, let me
when you start trying to quantify equality, you're talking about equal outcomes and all that, or am I misreading?
No, you're misreading me. I'm just
okay. Then how is equality being empiricized?
Because there is no one-to-one trade of law of law.
That's it. If you are very religious, you would believe that.
No,
if
I'm just
you
looking
are
at
secular,
I'm just
if
looking
you
at
are well, dude, I'm looking at the language too. It depends on your perspective. You tend to be religious. I tend to be secular. Law and God are equal in the eyes of a secularist like me. So the argument you're trying to make is just not going to work for someone who's not religious.
Well, I'm not making the argument to a religious person or to a person who is non-religious.
You're stating it as a fact. You're stating it as you are stating it as SKC. Your argument is not a good one. Let me just say that.
I'm stating it as a fact based upon what?
You're stating it as a fact and it's not a fact.
What am I stating as a fact based
upon? You're trying to something about equality.
No, I'm not.
The academics are trying. The academics are trying. Hold on. The academics are trying to make some empirical point. I think that's poppycock.
They are.
How so?
Because just like you said, if they're trying to
don't tell me what I said. I asked you what you're saying.
I'm saying that them trying to make that a separation as if from the very beginning of American founding and so forth, that in express language throughout its documents.
Okay, dude, just get to the point. See what you're doing is prevaricating.
They're
apparently
separating what
hoping we're going to lose the point.
They're separating what the founders
How
stated.
is equality being empiricized? You mean secularized, maybe?
They're separating what the founders stated.
Okay, the founders weren't all religious.
I'm not stating that they were.
Okay, then
I'm just going by what they put in print.
Okay, what did they put in print?
Nature's God, creator, supreme judge of the world, divine providence. All of these things are written in their
what
law.
are you? Okay, good. So they refer to God in print. What does that mean?
That throws out your argument that
it throws out no argument whatsoever. Some of them believed in God, some of them didn't.
Okay, but they didn't put the non-belief in God in print.
Okay, SKC.
Okay.
Well, no. Don't pretend like you just made a point.
I did.
It's your argument. You are making a non-argument and a non-important point. I'm saying if you are religious, you're gonna bathe in the words nature's God.
No, I'm not.
You're not religious. You don't really care. Okay, dude.
I'm just using the exact
pretending you made a point.
I'm not pretending.
Should I give you a gold star?
No, I'm just saying it's in print.
Okay, so what? It's in print.
Okay, so but the other side of what you're talking about is not.
Okay, there is no. There is no other side.
Yes,
I'm saying there is no side. There is no opposite argument from what you're making because you're not making an argument. You are literally making a non-point.
I'm not making an argument. I'm stating a fact.
You're not even. Yeah, okay. God is in print. So what?
You tried to make a counter. There is
Okay,
no.
no. What you're trying to do is
That's what it
weasel
was.
out of
That's what
my
happened.
point. What you're trying to do is weasel out of my point.
But you didn't make a point.
You
You
were
made an
saying
argument that
hey,
holds
let
no,
me
that holds no
let
water.
me remind you, because apparently you've forgotten the point I'm trying to just say is a trash point. Academia trying to make an empirical argument versus a God-based argument is bullshit.
You don't even know where I even.
Oh, no. I don't know where because you were going nowhere.
No,
Dude, yeah, who do you think, do you honestly think you were going to get away with that?
I stuck directly to the debate.
Academia isn't doing shit.
I know
Academia
that
isn't
academia is
academia is not
and that's where you're
refuting
feeling
what's in print.
you
Who
feel
the hell says it's
I
not
know
in
that.
print? Who the hell says
did.
it's not in print?
I did.
Okay, SKC, do
All
that.
men are created
Dude, all I
equal
need you to
is a
do,
fundamentally
all I need
religious
you to
claim.
do is not pause the video for non-points.
No, I'm just saying that
You literally made no point.
that is a point that was in the.
It is not a point. It is not a point. We all know it's in print. Academia is not trying to empiricize God. Academia is not trying to empiricize. Academia is not trying to. How do you empiricize equality in the first place?
Yarvin made the point that at the very beginning of this whole all men are created equal argument, that one or two things can happen. That you can accept it as a fundamentally religious claim, or you can try to prove it in an empirical way, which is what academia tries to do.
Okay, and Yarvin is as retarded as you.
Okay, so
why would you try empiricizing a religious point?
Okay, so then you accept that it is a religious point.
Yeah, but
right,
I mean,
so
but dude, don't get wrapped around this argument that America was founded as a religious whatever it is, because that's what you're trying to do. What I'm simply trying to point out to you, if you'll let me make my point, may I make my point?
You can straw man me.
Sure, it's a religious lens through which equality can be viewed. But for those founding fathers and those Americans that aren't turned on or innervated by the word God in print, for the normal people, there is a one-to-one substitute. If you don't believe people are equal under God, you can believe that they are equal under the law. That's my point.
That didn't exist at that time.
Sure it did. We have always been a nation of laws, hence the Constitution. There is literally a Constitution, a set of laws that founded the country. Your argument that we were not founded, your argument that we were not founded as a nation of laws is literally.
I'm not
wrong.
making that argument. You're trying to straw man me. I said
okay, no. I'm not straw manning. I'm refuting. I am denying that you're even making an argument.
It was a fundamentally religious
Dude,
claim that existed before.
Your little subjective little point of view is noted.
That's reality.
It is literally subjective. Let me put it to you this way. Had someone like Thomas Jefferson been there when they wrote the Constitution? Hold on. Thomas Jefferson and others who weren't so religious would have rolled their eyes and gone, sure, put God in if you must. It doesn't change the law.
Your laws were founded on religious claims.
So what?
So then your entire argument becomes moot.
I'm not making an argument other than you have no argument.
You said that you can make an exchange.
Just because God's in print.
For
What are you about? Are you catching the Holy Ghost?
No, I'm not. I'm just looking at something that's
What? Is God moving in print?
I'm taking at that time. I'm taking what really existed. You actually believe that there were a lot of quote unquote non-religious people that were running the country, and
I didn't say there were a lot. I said,
all I said
was that not all the founding fathers were religious. That's all I said.
And all I stated is that the idea that all men were created equal was a fundamentally religious claim. That's a
if
fact.
that makes you feel better.
No, it has nothing to do with making you feel better.
See, I'm gonna pretend. I'm gonna pretend that you're a religious founding father, and I'm gonna pretend that I'm not.
I don't want to be.
I'm gonna pretend that I'm a secular founding father.
I just want to accept.
This is what the secular founding father would say to that point brought up by religious founding father. Sure, put it in. It's not gonna hurt anybody. So, hey, you made your point. Cool.
I just stated a fact. That's it.
Well, you know what? I just acknowledged it. Good job.
I know. You're welcome.
I'm gonna put a gold cross at the top of your book report.
No, I don't want any gold. Anything. If you want to send me some gold, send me some money.
Dude, I need money. Somebody send me some money.
Choosing between, Lula and Bolsonaro Jr. No, I don't think that that's what these people need. And my standard of government goes back to Alexander Pope, who had this great line, for forms of government, let fools contest, whatever governs best is best. I think I messed that up a little.
Yes.
But, and so when
Love
I look
that
at
Alexander
the objective
Pope quote.
results of governance
Whatever's
in
best.
this country today, I can't help but observe, our burned out, desolate inner cities. I can't help, but observe there are numerous places in this country where you can go that were clearly flourishing 50 years ago that are no longer flourishing. And in my standard of government, I basically return to Thomas Carlyle's idea of the condition of England question. And, this is an explicit kind of renunciation of statistics. You say that, when you consider the condition of England or the condition of anywhere, look at them and say, how are these people living? Is the government helping them to flourish? Is it helping them to live well? I think one of the things that I noticed most closely in Professor...
Well, see, this is what surprises me. Is it really the government's job to make sure people are living well? Pursuit of happiness, yeah, I guess, but I would imagine someone like, I guess a monarch actually does have a vested interest in making sure his people are living well so they don't revolt. So maybe he does have a point, but I'm surprised he's making it.
Allen's work is that there's this returning emphasis to what might be called a positive liberty or the liberties of the ancients, which is essentially this idea that exercising political power is a matter of birthright and is a matter of, being very important to the nature of a human being in a civilized society. I'm with Charles I on this, who said, a subject and a sovereign are clean different things.
Wasn't Charles the First killed?
There is a natural desire for political power that is essential, not only in our human ancestry, but actually in our simian ancestry, because we observe that chimpanzees live in a very similar way. If you want to be a chimpanzee who spreads his DNA, you better be the chief chimp. And so this desire for power, this importance, this sort of lust for mattering,
Okay, once again, simian ancestry. Chimps and humans have a common ancestor. Chimps are not direct relatives. Dude. Oh, wow.
Everyone who writes an admissions, essay to Harvard, wants to make an impact on the world. They want to change the world. They want to do all these things. They want power. And for me, that desire for power, which seems to Professor Allen to be a very positive thing and a thing that is entirely benign, I see that actually as a kind of lust, really almost as a sin that is sort of caused great damage to the world and the lives of those now living.
I assume you'd like to respond.
I will. Is there time still? Yep. Alrighty. No, I would like to, because I'd like to clear up a couple of confusions. So the first is about the term equality, and the second is about the term power. So
yeah, help
starters,
SKC out.
Equality comes in a variety of forms. It's really important. Anytime somebody wants to talk to you about equality or egalitarianism, ask them what kind of equality they mean. They may be talking about
religious equality,
human moral equality. They may be talking about political equality. They may be talking about social equality. They may be talking about intellectual equality. They may be talking about economic equality, etc. In other words, you don't know what somebody means by equality or egalitarianism until you ask them precisely which concept of equality they're using. Human beings are morally equal in the way that I described. We are all members of the same species. Even those identical twins are morally equal to each other. They are also equal to each other in some other ways that most other human beings are not equal to each other in, but let's not confuse our different concepts of equality. That's really important. And again, anytime you hear anybody critique egalitarianism, ask them to account for what account of equality precisely are they critiquing. And if they can't offer an accurate account of the theory of equality or egalitarianism they're critiquing, you should pass that argument by. So that's the first point.
Can I ask a quick check on that?
No, let me make the second point, and then you can come back, because you had a lot in what you said. So let me just make the point about power. Couple different categories here: freedom, self-government, power, and domination. What Mr. Yarvin is attributing to me in the treatment of power is actually the concept of domination. Yes, human beings are beset with a drive to dominate others. We watch that all around us all the time. We're probably watching it in this debate right now between the two of us, coming from both of us in relationship to each other, for sure. Human beings are beset by the desire to dominate. That is a bad feature of human beings. Why? Because the desire to dominate impedes the desire and aspiration for freedom coming from somebody else. The goal, as we seek to protect and support human flourishing, is in fact to achieve spheres of agency for ourselves, for all of us, that we all are able to be full agents. And there's only one way to do that, again, by protecting our private sphere and by giving us the opportunity to co-create the public sphere. It is the only solution to the problem of domination. So no, when I am arguing for political equality, I'm not arguing for domination. I am arguing for a sharing of power in order to protect freedom for all of us morally equal human beings.
On moral equality and power is fine.
On moral equality and power. So sort of trying to tease apart some of these, I would say, relatively tendentious definitions. First of all, there's a useful thought experiment here. Surely Professor Allen would not expect, extend the principle of moral equality to chimpanzees. And yet chimpanzees are our cousins. They are, completely related to us, all of us except, I would imagine, except Darwin in this room. And there is, of course, a continuous genetic chain of linkage that traces us back to our simian friends. And so, one of the things, and actually of all people who observed this, it was Stephen Jay Gould, the communist evolutionary biologist, who observed this. Harvard communist evolutionary biologist, Marxist at least, and he observed, a curious fact, which is that actually there are a lot of missing links between us and the chimpanzee. There's Homo habilis, there's Australopithecus, afarensis, and we would have a lot of trouble if those more divergent forms were living among us today of deciding, do they deserve moral equality? And so my question, my sort of thought experiment question for Professor Allen is, if we were able to decode the genome of, let's say, Homo habilis, who lived 2 million years ago, and somehow implant that in a human cell like those dire wolves you keep hearing about, and would that be a being? with this moral equality that Professor Allen describes. Because
Okay, you know what? This is why people like Curtis Yarvin should not be taken seriously. Why are we doing this type of thought experiment? Um, yeah, he kind of had me up until this Homo habilis argument. Um, Genetic implant talking about moral equality is just cartoonish.
Because if humanness is a Boolean quality, as we say in computer science, if it's 0 or 1, there must have been a mother who was not morally equal to us, who had a child who was.
This is this is actually really interesting. Yarvin's background is software, computing, that sort of thing. One of the problems with these tech bros is they want to reduce all these human problems down to equations and algorithms. This is why I think ultimately AI will prove more a tool than, something that becomes a part of humanity. The human AI interface, I think, will basically, wind up like giving someone a transplanted organ without any sort of medication to suppress the immune system. It'll be rejected. Yarvin is giving him this platform is probably taking him much more seriously than he should have been.
Morally equal to us. And I'm curious as to how that process worked and how her theory deals with that. Secondly, when it comes to power, it's very interesting. We've heard Professor Allen, praising humanity to the skies here, but then we discover that actually this very essential element of human nature, the desire to dominate, the libido dominandi, as they say, is an essential quality of humanity, and Professor Allen thinks it's bad. She actually wants to reform humanity. She wants to create what used to be called the new Soviet man that would not have that desire. What I observe when I take Aristotle's 3 forms of government, monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy, the rule of the one, the rule of the few, and the rule of the many. And I think Aristotle kind of made a mistake by saying, okay, there's 6 forms, there's a good form and a bad form of each. I really like them as neutral qualities because I think all of those sort of forms of power, and they are all forms of power, are very, very important.
Okay, well, let me point out here, he is criticizing Danielle Allen for wanting to rewrite humanity, and this dude is wanting to rewrite Aristotle. Both are very ambitious. Both are very ambitious goals, and I think one is going to wind up turning out as bad as the other. So, Mr. Yarvin, it will not get points for self-awareness or understanding his own argument.
And the principles, I would translate monarchy, oligarchy, democracy in today's terms into the principles of authority or authoritarianism. I translate oligarchy as a concept near and dear here at a university that will not be named as meritocracy or prestige. And I translate democracy as popularity or populism. And so what I see is that all of these forms are active today. And those who believe that our society should be ruled by prestige, by prestigious institutions, by civil society, are very, very against authority. But what you notice is that actually those institutions are quite unaccountable. Nobody elected Anthony Fauci. Nobody elected Anthony Fauci when he basically supervised the program to invent COVID. Nobody elected Anthony Fauci when he...
See, this is where they need to be kind of tamping him down. Excuse me. It's like electing your doctor. I guess when you say, hey, I like this doctor or that doctor, that's more or less an in electoral policy. But again, not really understanding your argument here. Well, Yarvin not understanding his argument. No one elected Elon Musk, who he's a big fan of. These guys are not good at what they do. This is why Yarvin is, in my opinion, he's been fairly marginalized, even in the MAGA movement.
Covered it up. Nobody elected Anthony Fauci when he told us to stand 6 feet apart based on some science fair project that nobody actually knows where that number came from. And so actually, delegating this authority to prestige, which seemed like a no-brainer earlier in the 20th century, seems like maybe there's actually flaws in meritocracy. Maybe there's flaws in relying on prestige. And so when we look at what we call democracy today, what I see it as essentially as a sort of guided democracy, the way we talk about Putin's democracy. Putin's democracy is democracy guided by monarchy. Our democracy is democracy guided in the formula that Walter Lippmann came up with about 100 years ago, is democracy guided by prestige, guided by civil society. And I'd like us to address that squarely.
Sure. Professor Allen, just also given time, perhaps if we could focus particularly on what you described as the engineering problems of democracy, which Mr. Yarvin seemed to kind of bring out in the second half.
Well, and then we were also drifting into our second topic there too, which we're probably getting close to in time.
Yeah.
So I'll just make a very brief comment about Aristotle, because I cannot let it go by having a hash made of Aristotle. That is something I cannot abide, because I am very fond of Aristotle.
Me neither, Danielle.
So it's really important. Those 6 forms matter a lot in Aristotle: monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy. The division between the good and bad is the difference between rule for the sake of the people who are ruled versus for the sake of the ruler. And the thing that Aristotle thinks will achieve rule for the sake of the ruler, or rather the ruled, the people who are being ruled, and get them good government, is law, limits, and accountability. All right? So that distinction in Aristotle is absolutely critical. The difference is really between tyranny and monarchy, which is a good form because limited, because bound. And monarchies can be limited and bound. Take British constitutional monarchy, take how it developed in the 18th and 19th century. It has produced a form of good rule and good governance for people. Democracy is not the only form that can do that, but limit, rule, those things are necessary, and rule of law.
Got it. All right. I think, given where you were going, we can get a little bit into our second topic, which deals directly with Harvard, but it could be interpreted broadly, as Mr. Yarvin was saying, as prestige institutions or civil society. The main question here, resolved: Harvard's model of elite formation, grounded in a contested balance between merit and equality, undermines the democratic legitimacy of the political and cultural systems its graduates go on to shape. Now, given how the coin toss went, Mr. Yarvin, you're allowed to speak first.
All right. Well, there's a lot to unpack there, as we say. One of the things I was curious, to sort of see answered in Professor Allen's book, and maybe I didn't see it, but I was sort of curious as to whether, Professor Allen's ideal of democracy supports a Harvard admissions department that judges applicants by the color of their skin rather than the content of their character. And I think that that's a critically important question for these institutions, because of course when we see Harvard taking the role of elite formation, we're essentially looking at, the naked reality of an essentially oligarchic institution. Obviously, Harvard, founded in 1636, is considerably older than the United States of America, and I don't think anyone has ever suggested holding Harvard accountable to voters in any sense. In fact, I think most people at Harvard would be repulsed at the idea of letting elected politicians, soiled by filthy democracy, choose Harvard's admissions department. And I think that that's sort of a reflection on the way that this term democracy has drifted so far from its literal meaning. And of course, Professor Allen is I'm sure aware that for most of the history of the term democracy, it was considered a negative term. The founders used the term democracy to mean what we now call ochlocracy, essentially, the bad form, rule by mobs for the mob's own interest, as you might say. And, when I look at, the sort of the way that our system works today, whether it's by the permanent administrative state, which is, like Anthony Fauci, and there are many Faucis out there, is absolutely shielded from democratic accountability. Moreover, attempts to return that to the accountability of the voters under the, complicated and not entirely successful regime of the elected president, Donald Trump, have been met with really great resistance. And so when I look at this system, I'm basically like, we find the word democracy being used to actually mean oligarchy. And that strikes me as very, very Orwellian. And I would like to know what is not Orwellian about that.
Professor Allen?
Well, there is a lot to unpack there, as Mr. Yarvin said. So maybe just let's get some facts laid out first, and then we can come to the question of what we should all be hoping for from our great universities. So Massachusetts is in fact the actual founder of Harvard College and has the final authority for Harvard College. And the state legislature directly did take responsibility for Harvard through the middle of the 19th century. So in that regard, one can't say that it has never been the case, that there has been very direct and clear civic connection to Harvard. And to this day, without any question, the university carries a very strong sense of responsibility for its society. Does it always act successfully in relationship to that responsibility? No, it does not. And there is plenty of work for reform internally in our universities. So that's the first thing to say. Second thing to say is about the relationship between universities and democracy more generally. What should be our goals? What is the history of that? How can we get it right in the present day? The Harvard College was set up in the wake of the Massachusetts Bay Colony, also actually having across its schools established public education, whose main purpose was civic education, and the development of civic strength. The purpose was to make sure that young people understood the laws. Why? Again, to protect freedom so that nobody would be subject to arbitrary treatment because they wouldn't understand the laws. So from the very beginning, the project of education in Massachusetts Bay Colony and the state of Massachusetts ultimately was, again, the project of freedom connected to the structure of the law, and with education institutions having the job precisely of cultivating the kind of civic strength, both of knowledge and relationship, that could support a healthy, self-governing society. Now, this idea was not just an idea of the colonies, it was also an idea that George Washington was, again, one of the first people to pick up. George Washington wanted to found a national university, and in his aspiration for that university, it would have people from every single state there. That is to say, he sought geographic distribution because his belief was the education that would yield civic strength for a healthy republic, a healthy constitutional democracy, would in fact weave together peoples from across the country. I go through all of this to make the point that the resolution as crafted has a false premise in it. It has in it the premise that egalitarianism and excellence are in tension with each other. They can be, they don't have to be. Excellence and talent are everywhere, and it should be the job of great universities to find that talent wherever it might be. If you didn't find a defense of affirmative action in my book, it's because I have not defended affirmative action. Not now, not over the past 10 years. What I have defended is the idea that universities should have a merit threshold, and above that threshold have a lottery by geographic or socioeconomic categories. So yes, there are lots of different ways to approach the question of how precisely we do admissions, but what is above all important is that as we think about the role of universities in our collective life in this country, the job is, yes, to provide research and knowledge and innovation that support national security, that support economic competitiveness and health, but also that just gives, I'd say, a two-legged bench when we should have a three-legged stool. We also need our universities to cultivate civic strength. That does require our ability to weave relationships on our campuses among all members of our democratic community across all kinds of backgrounds, including differences of viewpoint and perspective. So there's a heck of a lot to say, but without any question, the ability to protect the life of the mind is also central to protecting freedom. That's the work that we have to focus on.
Let me, I hear a lot of abstractions there. They're very beautiful abstractions, but in order to make some of the history concrete, let me tell a brief history story here. Does anyone in the room recognize the name Robert Califf? Wow, back room, we got one way in the back with the beanie. All right, what about the name Increase Mather? What about the name Cotton Mather? There we go. Cotton Mather has and as a failed child prodigy myself, I have enormous respect for this. Cotton Mather, besides being the son of Increase Mather, Harvard president, was actually the youngest person ever to matriculate at Harvard, and he entered Harvard at the age of 11. He was generally recognized as a genius. He was also the son of the president of Harvard. They respected, heredity in those days as well. Cotton Mather expected to become the president of Harvard, but he never did. And here is why, which is that, are you familiar with the Salem witch trials? So it turns out that the Salem witch trials were, an epiphenomenon of Puritanism. We've all heard the phrase, till the stock of the Puritans fail, was an epiphenomenon of the radical Puritanism that erupted in Massachusetts after the end of the Dominion of New England, the overthrow of James II, and of Governor Andros. And many, phenomena that were, very strange and bizarre, such as the belief in witchcraft, the idea of what was called spectral evidence, really flourished in New England at this time. Of course, Harvard was quite an old institution at that time. And the way in which the witch craze ended was really remarkable. It was due to this one man, Robert Califf, who was a merchant. He was not an academic. He was basically a citizen of Boston, and he was like, this is crazy. And he wrote a book called More Wonders of the Invisible World, which is a commentary on Mather's book, Wonders of the Invisible World, which is all about the action of demons. He could not get this book published in Massachusetts. He had it published in England, and it was brought back to Massachusetts, and there, I think sometime in the 1690s, I forget the exact date, that book was burned in Harvard Yard by Cotton Mather. And yet, basically, Harvard's ideal of veritas, truth, seems to be much more important than all of the other ideals Professor Allen has regarded put together. And I think the lesson of Robert Califf, who brought about the end of the witch craze single-handedly by standing up and speaking the truth and being unpopular, being canceled, as you might say, was that he was like, you know what? Actually, I believe in Harvard's ideals more strongly than Harvard does at the moment. And I will basically come to Harvard, I will come to the people of Massachusetts, and I will try to restore these ideals. And the witch craze ended. Cotton Mather attempted to sort of spin it. And he was like, oh, I was really a moderate witch hunter. I didn't believe in spectral evidence in all cases.
Get him,
but his reputation was...
Oh, this is making sense to you?
Yes, it makes perfect sense to me. I understand why some people would not be able to follow the logic, but I mean, it's clear.
Well, there is, maybe I ought to rewind it, but I was actually about to comment that talk about liberals like Danielle Allen being long-winded. Okay, literally, so Cotton Mather didn't become president of Harvard because he did something that people found distasteful. Damn.
Permanently tarnished
as
a result of the witch trials, and he never became president
was it
of
distastful
Harvard.
In Massachusetts?
And so, I find...
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that one.
I said, was it distasteful at Harvard? Was it distasteful in Massachusetts?
Well, apparently it was distasteful enough at Harvard that Cotton Mather didn't become president of Harvard. His father was.
The counter narrative to that, the book that was written towards that, was burned in Harvard Yard.
Okay, I don't get the point.
You're saying that.
Okay, hold on.
Said that people would naturally follow. Harvard.
Okay, once again, see, this is the weirdest thing when the logical conclusion to the point Yarvin's trying to make, you extend it, and then it kind of loses its sting, if it had a sting in the first place. I think Yarvin's point is that if you do shit, basically, Harvard didn't get Cotton Mather as a president because he did something that people at Harvard found distasteful.
That's not true.
Okay, well, what is the truth?
The
Because
truth is
maybe I had to rewind it because maybe I missed his point. Let's see here.
Ideals, truth, in the commentary, and the way in which the witch craze ended was really remarkable. It was due to this one man, Robert Califf, who was a merchant. He was not an academic. He was basically a citizen of Boston, and he was like, this is crazy. And he wrote a book called More Wonders of the Invisible World, which is a commentary on Mather's book, Wonders of the Invisible World, which is all about the action of demons. He could not get this book published in Massachusetts. He had it published in England, and it was brought back to Massachusetts, and there, I think in the year, sometime in the 1690s, I forget the exact date, that book was burned in Harvard Yard by Cotton Mather. And yet, basically, you know, Harvard's ideal of veritas, truth, you know, seems to be much more important than all of the other ideals Professor Allen has regarded put together. And I think the lesson of Robert Califf, who brought about the end of the witch craze single-handedly by standing up and speaking the truth and being unpopular, being canceled, as you might say, was that he was like, you know what? Actually, I believe in Harvard's ideals more strongly than Harvard does at the moment. And I will basically come to Harvard, I will come to the people of Massachusetts, and I will try to restore these ideals. And the witch craze ended. Cotton Mather attempted to sort of spin it. And he was like, oh, I was really a moderate witch hunter. I didn't believe in spectral evidence in all cases. But his reputation was permanently tarnished as a result of the witch trials, and he never became president of Harvard. And so, I find that very inspiring in a way, because I see that these fundamentally aristocratic and completely non-democratic institutions are actually capable of that level of self-renewal. And that's what I hope for. That's what I hope to see when I come to Harvard or another university of similar reputation, is that I hope to see that genius for self-renewal there. And I think that genius has to sort of contend against the corruption of the immense power that Harvard has and its immense ability to set public policy. And I think that power has corrupted the mission of truth.
Professor Allen.
Well, I think you'd find much agreement that the spirit of renewal is.
I want to make one point here. That spirit of renewal has come in the form of Donald Trump. Funny thing about Yarvin's argument and what Donald Trump is trying to do. Aramiyose Frimpong, quite some time ago, I guess maybe even 3 or 4 years ago, talked about institutions. Republics are made up of institutions, and these institutions come up a lot in someone like a Edmund Burke. Okay, the purpose of institutions and the value of institutions, at least the ones that get kept because they work, is they live a lot longer than a Donald Trump or a Curtis Yarvin. Okay, the problem is not so much that you get your individual genius. In that Kaloff character, or whatever the guy's name was Yarvin mentioned, was actually a genius because he decided to basically get whatever he thought he was doing institutionalized. Essentially, what he believed will live longer than, the body that believes it. I don't think Trump versus Harvard is going to have the same positive result. Harvard has been here way longer than Donald Trump and MAGA. I actually believe Harvard is going to be here a lot longer after MAGA and Trump. I don't think they're having the effect that they think they are. I do actually think there will be changes made at Harvard, but not anywhere near the level that a Yarvin or even a Trump will make. Essentially, what's going to happen is when MAGA is gone, Harvard will eventually drift back into business as usual. Its practices, whether you think they're good or bad, they are long lived. It will take generations to get Harvard back to where someone like a Trump might think it should be. These institutions do not turn on a dime. And if you read your Edmund Burke, that's by design. So Yarvin can spout on, but he's not. He's a flash in the pan, and I think MAGA's a flash in the pan as well.
I think that misses the main point that he was drawing.
What is the main point?
It took an outsider to wake Harvard up.
Okay, and I don't think that outsider is going to be Trump.
Yeah, nobody said anything about Trump.
Okay, no. Don't get me wrong. I didn't say you said it. I'm saying the point. I'm saying, given the nature of Trump and MAGA, this story is wasted breath. It will take an outsider. Wait, hold on. It may take an outsider. That part I don't doubt. I'm just saying Donald Trump is not that outsider.
Right. And the whole idea in a lot of these back and forths that we have is that you're trying to extend the argument towards things that you have personal grievances with. I didn't mention anything.
Okay, no, actually, you would be you would be incorrect in that assumption. I'm literally addressing his point, which you keep which you keep re-emphasizing. The outsider. I'm just drawing a parallel. I think, in a way, his arguments, this show is prescient in that Donald Trump currently is going up against Harvard, trying to change it from the outside. He is literally using policies to make internal changes to how Harvard does business. I see a parallel, loose as it might be. My point, which you just confirmed, or you just confirmed Yarvin's point, it may take an outsider to change Harvard. I don't think Trump is going to be that outsider.
And that's fine. But my point.
Well, I hope it is fine.
Yeah, and that's fine.
I don't have a dog in the fight, or in the hunt. I'm just making a casual point.
Yeah, the only point that I was stating that I believe that Yarvin illuminated to a great degree is that a lot of the corruption that can take place within the halls of academia, the corrective part would need to come by means of an outsider.
Right. And that outsider is yet to be born, apparently. And one other point,
so the corruption will continue then.
Let me put it to you this way: since you want to cant this towards corruption, if there's corruption in the halls of Harvard's academia,
there is.
I don't think a corrupt politician like Trump will be the one to fix corruption. Corruption will not fix corruption.
And that's fine. But just at least we can point a spotlight at the corruption that lays within the halls of Harvard at present.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't duck our heads.
And I don't. Who is okay? Well, I don't think we're ducking our heads. We're actually listening to.
I think a lot of people
Mr.
do.
Yarvin.
When the whole idea about Claudine Gay was brought up, a lot of people ducked their heads in the sand.
Yeah, I'm sure that's relevant to your point.
It is relevant.
If you believe that she was corrupt, sure, it fits your narrative. My point.
If I believe she was corrupt,
I don't care.
Plagiarist is not corruption. Claudine Gay is not corruption. That's my belief.
Claudine Gay does not corrupt my point.
No, she corrupts Harvard.
I think it was a little corrupt. I think she just added a little to it. And I don't actually think she was corrupt at all.
A plagiarist president. Okay.
I think she was railroaded. I think that she probably didn't plagiarize. It was just, you know, it
He
happens.
said probably didn't when it's been proven. People can look at her work and
Okay, well,
highlight document.
okay, SKC, if you want to make a big deal out of this, you have at it. I
Making a
think
big deal.
that
It's like
let's just go with your narrative.
in the
Let's
halls
go
of
with
art.
your narrative. Claudine
Not a
Gay,
narrative, it's
because
truth.
Claudine Gay, I bet you think she was corrupt because of her haircut.
No,
You probably
I stated the exact reason why she was corrupt. I stated plagiarism.
well,
I know you
you
want to
know
laugh
what?
at office.
You know what?
say
Yes,
no,
I want to
plagiarism
laugh.
is corruption.
I want to laugh, and I
I
want
know
to
you
be
want to laugh because
I want to
it
be
hits back at
gay
your
like
God,
a
academia.
Claudine Gay. All I'm saying is that I appreciate your example. Let us go back to my point, which was it may take an outsider to change Harvard's corruption. I don't
Indeed.
think Trump is going to be that outsider because
No,
he's
I'm not, and you're right. You're right. I am not making the Trump argument. I'm stating that outsiders would have to be the ones that would have to turn the spotlight on a place like Harvard. When what's his name, Rufo, when he put his work out about Claudine Gay, no one in Harvard would have done that internally.
You're right. They wouldn't have. It took
Because they're corrupt.
Christopher Rufo, an outsider who probably didn't get accepted to Harvard, to
It doesn't matter.
to,
You can
to
do all
air
the
his grievance.
Maybe he didn't get accepted because he didn't want to be corrupt.
So he went to Georgetown.
And see, this is where I mean. It's like, here it is. We have obvious truth of someone plagiarizing, and you can't accept that because maybe it has to do with.
Oh wait,
black
whoa,
women,
whoa, whoa! What do you
black
mean I
women,
can't accept it?
and
Not
so
only,
forth.
hey,
You have
I
to
don't
laugh it off
care.
because
Wait,
you have
I
an
have to
affinity
care
for
about something that I am or am not going to accept. You bringing up Claudine Gay does not affect my point about Trump not being that outsider. It doesn't
No,
affect
I
my
brought
point
in
at all.
another outsider who shined light on corruption in Harvard.
Maybe they'll bring
And
Christopher
you made
Rufo
fun of that
back.
person too. See, the whole idea is that whenever somebody from that outside shines light on corruption in the places that you deem as great, then you have a problem with the motives or whatever about the person.
I do.
Just
I do.
accepting
You
it.
want to know why I have a problem with it? Because I think your deeming Harvard corrupt is fake news.
Oh, okay.
I think it's made
need
up.
that to
You
be
just don't like Harvard.
You want it to be true.
For whatever reason, you just don't like Harvard. And
I
if
don't
you
have
don't like something,
I don't have an issue with Harvard.
this is
I'm just stating
this is what
happened. Truth is truth.
this
were
is
caught
what
with their pants
coons will
down.
do. Hey, you are a
they put
coon, and
somebody in
your
the
point
chair
is
that
very
didn't deserve
you
it, and everybody knew it, and nobody can call it out because the emperor has no clothes on.
SKC. You are a coon, and your behavior
and
is
that's
very
fine.
coon-like.
And that's fine. But was she a plagiarist or not?
You think Harvard is corrupt because it has an
Was
African
she a
American
plagiarist or
Studies
not?
department.
Was she a
You
plagiarist?
literally, you just think it's corrupt because
asking,
they
was she a
study, they have a famous
Can you
African
state it?
American Studies department, therefore they are corrupt.
Can you state? I never made any of those claims. You did. I'm just
Oh, no,
asking.
no.
Was
I'm
she-
making
was
it
she a
up.
plagiarist?
I'm literally, I am putting words in your mouth. I admit
Yes,
that.
just like people put words in the mouth of Claudine Gay.
Hey,
Maybe
all I
you
have
learned
to
a skill
say,
from her.
I understand that you want to make Claudine Gay
No,
like
I'm just
important
I'm
to
pointing out
this point.
pointing out something that happened within the halls of Harvard that was corrupt, and it's
You
very
know
hard
what?
for you to
I
accept it
guarantee you for every Claudine Gay, there is a Roland Fryer.
How is that funny?
Oh, you don't know what happened to Roland Fryer?
I know exactly what happened to Roland Fryer.
Okay,
and I
well,
know
so
that-
like I
know that
said,
Claudine Gay had
like I said, for Roland Fryer,
A
at least
woman
was back
who-
at Harvard. Roland Fryer was back at Harvard. As far as I know, Claudine Gay is still at Harvard. they both had some corruption issues. So
And what did Roland Fryer do that was corrupt?
well, you tell me. You
No,
know it. You said you know.
invoked his name. You invoked
The
his name.
the dude had his own lab, and I think he even was younger than Glenn Lowry, becoming a tenured economics professor.
What did he do?
And he started flirting with the girls. He started abusing his power as head of his lab and wound up in hot water. Now, I'm just assuming that he was suspended for 2 years and there was a reason for that. I don't remember or ever knew the intimate details of it. All I'm saying is for every SKC corrupted Claudine Gay, there is a Stanley corrupted Roland Fryer, and they're both black.
So let me get this
you
right.
got one for you, one for me.
A guy that
Oh, you're going to defend him?
Yes, I will, because you don't
Oh,
know
for
the
God's
details.
sake.
You don't know the details.
I don't care about the details.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah, I don't care.
Which is why
I just heard he abused. I just heard that he abused some privilege.
Going by hearsay?
He abused some privilege, and he is corrupt for doing so.
So now you're going by hearsay.
So you're saying that Roland Fryer added to the corruption at Harvard? On this, we agree.
And
we agree that Roland Fryer is part of the corruption problem at Harvard. We agree. Harvard is corrupt because they keep hiring professors like Roland Fryer.
And Claudine Gay.
Hey, and Claudine Gay.
Yeah. I'll go ahead with your point on that one. Which shows you that it is a corrupt institution.
It shows me that for every corrupt Claudine Gay, there is a corrupt Roland Fryer. Lesson learned.
To be welcomed on our campus and on other campuses. I think that's not a controversial point. And the question really is what the work is to be done. It seems to me that America's universities do need a new social contract with the people of America. And there are a few elements to that. For starters, it is important that as a part of working on that renewal, we also all recognize the importance of defending academic freedom, freedom of inquiry, and the private rights, constitutional rights of civil society institutions. I will use that phrase, civil society, universities being anchor to the fabric of civil society, and civil society being, in fact, the space for freedom. And as we work on defending those things, then their question is, where also do we need to work on renewal? We have fallen short, I would say, because of the problem of technocracy. The problem of technocracy is the problem of expertise disconnected from real realities, what people are experiencing, and without the humility that goes with making recommendations for the world at large, the inability to test them appropriately with the full range of stakeholders and perspectives. That is something that we do need to improve on without any question. We also certainly need to improve on our ability to provide opportunity and to establish clarity that there is fairness in our procedures for admission. I've already alluded to my own approach, an approach I've been arguing for more than a decade. But with regard to opportunity, we have to tackle the problem of cost. I believe we ought to be experimenting with 3-year degrees instead of 4-year degrees, which would bring the expense burden down considerably, quite rapidly for families. We would also be able to have more people come to campus if we were able to deliver an education in 3 years. And that would give us the opportunity both to serve more, but also to connect more broadly across the fabric of our country and our society. And then lastly, I'll repeat myself, I think we really have to be able to
they ought to have like associate degrees at Harvard.
Beginning the picture of our education, our work, by recognizing that our context and our goal is to be oriented by the ideal of pluralism. We are a pluralistic society. We bring to our campus people from all backgrounds, of all kinds. We're diverse in our identities and our
Not
ideologies.
if Trump can help it.
And in that context, the goal is to develop a culture where we're capable of civil disagreement, mutual learning, hard and difficult discussions across lines of difference, and able to cultivate, I would argue, for a culture of mutual commitment to one another.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said, what difference does it make if people come from different places if they all believe the same ideology?
You think they all believe the same ideology, huh?
The majority of Harvard is liberal.
Even the ones, okay, well, what's wrong with being liberal?
I'm just saying the majority of the viewpoints that come out of academia as a whole lean heavily left.
Yeah, I encourage that, don't you?
No, I encourage people to be able to choose for themselves instead of having people to try to indoctrinate them on various viewpoints.
Well, let me ask you a question. You literally just said that most of the people that come to Harvard think liberal or are liberal. Do you think they're that way before they get to Harvard?
No, I think that a lot of the viewpoints that a lot of the students have not been honed and or significantly challenged. And when they get into the halls of academia, those ideals are pushed further. They're never really challenged.
Okay, so you're thinking that the world's most famous university, people don't know what they're getting into when they send their kids or the kids decide to go there. They have no clue what Harvard's about. You still there?
Your question is a catch-22.
Of course it is. Why do you think I asked it?
Right, because you're not seeking veritas.
No. Hey, I'm not a Harvard graduate. I'm not a Harvard graduate. I have no idea what veritas means.
Oh, okay.
However, I dare say that the smart
maybe
as
you should
hell
go.
kids, the smart
Maybe you
as
should
hell
enroll.
kids, the smart kids who are top notch, if you know the SAT scores and the reputation is to be believed. So it's hard for me to believe that there are a bunch of Gomer Piles getting accepted and winding up at Harvard. I have a vague notion that they tend to know what they're getting into. There are alternatives. They can always go to Bob Jones University or Liberty, who are equal in stature, and you know what you're getting when you go there too. Harvard is not the only game in town.
Right, and I didn't make that
and those kids are not as gullible as people make them out to be.
I didn't make that assertion.
Oh no! I didn't say you did.
Right.
I said people.
You
I said people. I said people, not SKC. I never assumed SKC could possibly be one of those people.
It's like you made the assertion, and then you're trying to have
no.
one position or the other.
Please don't take offense. Gomer Pyle did not get accepted to Harvard. The people that go there are not Gomer Pyles from Mayberry. They pretty much know what they're getting into.
Okay, and you're
holding each other with mutual respect, but also shared commitment to constitutional democracy, constitutionalism, rule of law, nonviolence, and full inclusion. So that is all work I think we need to do to establish a new social contract between ourselves, Harvard, and the rest of America's universities and the American people.
Perhaps on the point of technocracy within.
Now, see, I think she's just making nice words and kind of spouting them out. If I were Harvard, I wouldn't give a shit. You know what? We'll just outlast that University of Pennsylvania transfer student, and once he's out of the picture, we're going to go back to business as usual. Right. That's what that really meant.
And that's why I enjoy when people go in and they say, "Oh, okay, well, yeah, we just need to go ahead and just take these endowments. You know, go ahead, do it on your own dime, then."
Okay, and by the way,
do it on your own dime.
Fine. By the way,
you have the money to do it. Do it.
Well, by the way,
Stop begging
there are a
from the
lot of
peasants that you pit that you want to laugh at. Why take Gomer Pyle's money?
well, Gomer Pyle would be a scholarship student, I bet. Now, are you insinuating that, hey, if you are a scholarship student to Harvard, then you better toe the line? Like the scholarship students are basically like indentured to Harvard's liberal ideology. Is that what you're implying?
No, what I'm implying is let it burn. That's what I'm implying.
Let it burn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Do we really need Harvard?
absolutely we do.
I say no.
We need Harvard to piss off the Donald Trumps of the world.
Yeah, and I say we should just allow Harvard to crash and burn.
Yeah,
In
I don't
fact,
think
throw
just don't.
gasoline on it.
I think the news of Harvard's demise are
How about we
greatly
do that?
exaggerated.
No. I'm not saying that it has some demise or any of it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, why don't we allow it to do whatever it wants to do with its own money? Don't ask for the money of the peasants and the dummies that it wants to hold its nose up to.
Well, you do realize that most people that go to Harvard actually don't pay a lot of money to go there.
Okay,
In
that's
MIT,
fine.
for
That's
instance,
fine. So then why is the majority of Harvard's research money coming from the government?
okay, I'm lost. What does research have to do with tuition?
I don't care about tuition. You do.
Well, no, you said you were talking about
I'm
poor
saying
people's.
for the
You were
people
talking
that
about poor people's money.
no,
You mean
I'm not
taxes?
talking. No, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Taxes.
Okay, well let me help you out here. Once you put a stamp on that envelope and put it in the mailbox, it's not your money anymore.
Oh, okay.
You didn't know that?
Okay. Well,
Once you write that check and mail it, it's the
crying about.
people's money,
Harvard should
not
stop crying
yours.
about the little tiny money that it's getting from the
I'm not
peasants
crying about
around the
anything.
US.
I'm laughing.
No, I'm saying Harvard is. I'm not saying you are.
I don't
They're
think
the ones
Harvard's
that's,
really crying,
oh my
are they?
goodness, this money is gonna change everything. That's their argument.
Are they? You know what? Maybe they're only crying on Fox News. Because
Okay.
I haven't seen Harvard. I haven't seen Harvard do anything except fight back.
Oh, what are they fighting back about? They got they
They
have
got
their
a
own
bunch
money,
of
don't
they
they?
got a bunch of Harvard lawyers.
Right. What are they
They
fighting
got to
them
do
back about?
something with them.
No. What are they fighting back about?
Donald Trump's a bully.
A bully of what? What can he bully them on?
Well, I mean, basically, he's saying that they're anti-Semitic, which I guess maybe that's true, at least according to Harvard's own internal report.
Okay, so how's that a
However,
bully? How's that a bully?
however, Donald Trump and people like Donald Trump have been forever against Harvard. Don Jr. didn't get into Harvard for starters. So who
What does
knows
that
what
have
that's
to
all?
do with
Oh, let
with
me
why
finish,
Harvard
please.
is fighting back?
Don Jr. did not get into Harvard. So that's a theory that's floating out there that, Trump has just held, enmity ever since Donald's rejection. I think that basically Donald Trump is a billionaire with populist kind of instincts. So he just doesn't like Harvard because it's Harvard.
What is Harvard's fighting back about?
They don't like being bullied by like the likes of Donald Trump.
You just stated bullying earlier, and then you stated the anti.
Well, you don't think Donald Trump's a bully in this case?
Wait. You said anti-Semitism, and then you said no. Well, their internal
No,
group stated
I
that.
said
You
I
said,
guess
what is he
that's
bullying them about?
okay. I don't think Harvard's any more anti-Semitic than Donald Trump is.
That's fine, but he wasn't the one that said it. Their internal group did it. So what is he bullying them about?
Because they're Harvard.
How can he bully them?
I don't. Well, he wants to take away all kinds of grant money and stuff like that.
Oh, so who does that?
Okay.
Who pays that grant money?
Well, the federal government.
And where did the federal government get that from?
Tax money.
Oh, so let me get this right.
Okay,
Mike
dude,
Harvard
you can stop acting
taxpayer
like
money.
you're making
Are they
points.
sitting on $50
Dude,
billion worth
dude,
of
once
endowments
again,
internally? Okay. That's what
you
they're
need
fighting
to
about.
understand,
You need the peon money.
because you made the point. You made the point about poor people's money.
I didn't make the point.
I'm
I made the
sorry.
fact about
Once
it.
the poor people put that stamp on their money, their tax dollars, and they send it to the government, it is no longer the poor people's money.
All right.
Okay,
Well then
Donald
now,
Trump,
now you now
and
you
I
have
made the
properly
point.
now you have
Donald
properly
Trump,
understood why they're getting bullied.
Donald Trump can bully all he wants.
All right. Now
His
you understand what they're getting bullied.
his bullying has an expiration date,
That's
and it's
fine.
called life.
That's
It's
fine.
either
You call
his
it
expiration
you
date
call
is
it
either
getting
the
and
his
that's fine.
expiration date.
Then ride it out and don't complain. Ride it out and don't
Why
complain.
not? Hey,
Don't cry about it.
are you
You had a
against them?
storied
Are
history
you
of
against
100
them
years.
suing? Are you
Then-
against
then-
them?
then
Okay,
hold
dude,
on
I
to
don't
your
know why
contract
you
for a
have to
few years.
overtalk. Are you against them counter suing or suing Donald Trump for actions they don't think
They ain't
are
gonna do
legal?
nothing. They ain't gonna do nothing.
No, could be. You could be right.
All they're gonna do is just for the next few years hold on to their jock strap and take it because they can't do nothing.
Okay. So River of Hate is asking, what is more dangerous to Harvard, a reputation for plagiarism or a reputation for anti-Semitism? I would actually say neither. Harvard was famously anti-Semitic. At some point in time, they'd only let like a few Jews in at one time. So that certainly didn't tarnish their reputation much. As far as reputation for plagiarism, I didn't know they had a reputation for plagiarism. Universities don't write papers; their students and their scholars do. So I don't know how a college gets a reputation for plagiarism.
Well, their last president didn't write any.
Well, did that tarnish Harvard's reputation or her reputation? Can you give me an answer between chortles?
I don't care. I'm just stating the fact.
Well,
She had no books at all. None. Zip.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's get back to someone who actually does. Both these guys have books, by the way.
And prestige institutions like Harvard. Sure. Well, I don't believe in pluralism. I believe in veritas. And to the extent that pluralism between truth and error is no pluralism at all. On the subject of pluralism, though, I would say that there's a line from Burke in that a constitution is a contract between the dead and the living. And one of the things that we see basically in our own time, and one of the things I was very shocked to discover by just getting into a lot of the primary reading ourselves, is the immense narrowing in the set of permissible political and social perspectives that has taken place not just in this country over the last 10 or 20 years, but over the last 100, 200, 300 years. There are many, many perspectives that are simply no longer represented in this world that were, I think of, the trial of Julius Evola after World War II, where, he said he was...
From the king of arcane knowledge. Okay, yes, monarchism kind of went out with the Constitution, so there are many ideas that are no longer represented. It's called evolution and or progress, Dr. Yarvin.
So he was charged for his convictions, and he said, my convictions are only what everyone considered right and natural before the French Revolution. And I don't really see the convictions of Julius Evola or Joseph de Maistre, well represented at Harvard, which is not a problem if they're erroneous. But if they're not erroneous, then there is indeed a problem. And in terms of the, the question of technocracy and the sort of the effect of power on Harvard, I'd like to come.
Okay, let me go ahead and congratulate Dr. Allen here, that smirk she has on her face is well deserved. This dude is making a mockery of a Trivial Pursuit.
Come back to this case of COVID because I think it actually tells us an enormous amount about the way our society is governed. I would say that COVID, really is sending us the same message about the way we are governed that Chernobyl sent to the Soviet Union, except it killed a lot more people than Chernobyl. We can't really ignore the fact that virology
It's really funny.
invented
John
COVID.
Galt made a point that I didn't really appreciate the other day, that he was making an anti-black point, that black people don't really have command of well, I guess words of any sort of similes or metaphors, or blacks just don't have an idea of how metaphors work, which I would tend to disagree with. I think we're very good at it, especially in our folklore. But this guy really has a very bad sense of taking things that happened 200 or 300 years ago and using them as metaphors for current states of affair. He's really not as good as I thought he was. So, Reverend Corbett really sweating Curtis Yarvin, I will agree it was a little bit of wasted time. He has nothing to fear from Curtis Yarvin. And River of Hate, 7 of 10 Ivy League schools have Jewish presidents. And your point would be what? They shouldn't have Jewish presidents? Or I don't really get your point.
We can't really ignore the fact that the best virologists, the top virologists, both created it and covered it up. And when we look at the cause of that, blaming individuals, scapegoating individuals, saying, oh, this is Fauci's fault, I don't believe that at all. I believe that it is actually a fault of the system. And what I observe of this system is that it is essentially the way that science is governed in the post-war society is to say, okay, here you're a scientist. You're not here to just be abstractly curious. You're here to solve a problem. And what they wound up doing when saying, scientists, you're here to solve a problem, is that they created a culture of grantsmanship where a virologist, is out there to say, wow, there's a very serious problem and I deserve public funds for solving this problem. And that went from SARS-1 being a serious problem to saying, oh, well, more coronaviruses could mutate to become dangerous, viruses, to saying, well, let's mutate these viruses ourselves to kind of help them along to show what could happen accidentally in nature. And so they sort of, transgressed from basically being there to cure viruses to being there to create viruses. And then they realized early in 2020, and if you look at their Slack messages, you'll see this, they realized very clearly that it was very likely that this had come out of Wuhan. Yes, it was a Chinese experiment, but it was actually a Western, sort of research project. And then they made this very, very culpable decision to really...
I actually get the impression that what he's really saying is this is what Curtis Yarvin would do had he been in the place of an Anthony Fauci. I would be doing all kinds of crazy shit.
really behave in an essentially criminal way and cover that up. And so when you look at the incentives of experts, I want to sort of go back and say, again, you have these 3 forms of governance. You have authority, governance by command, by domination, as Professor Allen would say. You have governance by prestige, and you have governance by popularity. And the initial progressives who established this system, in 1900, the idea of professors setting public policy was unheard of. And people looked at the result of actual democracy, where elected politicians set policy, and they were like, this is corrupt, this is incompetent. Everything people say about Donald Trump, they said about William McKinley. They may be a little more right about Trump than they were about McKinley. I wouldn't say that. But yeah, they looked at American aristocrats of the period, looked at the Gilded Age. They looked at what was called the Great Barbecue. They looked at the idea, okay, this is real democracy. If you put elected politicians in charge of the government, that's the literal word democracy. And they were like, this is terrible.
Oh, wait, is he saying there was more democracy during the Gilded Age? Oh, my Lord. Well, if he's talking about the people eventually revolting because of what robber barons did to the economy, then yeah, that's definitely democracy. But wow.
Terrible. And who can save us from this? And so, you know, the answer of a king wasn't available to them at that time. And so they're like, all right, what if we put the professors in charge? What if we put the experts in charge? What if we put the old aristocrats in charge? What if we put the smartest people in charge? And this seemed absolutely infallible to them. And they did not realize how much that exercise of power would in fact corrupt these people, to the point where it basically led essentially well-meaning non-evil virologists to invent a pandemic that killed 20 million people and then cover it up. And I think that
So this dude goes from, quote, democracy in the Gilded Age all the way up to corrupt virologists creating viruses. Wow.
Exists across the board in all of these areas of public policy. I view the Ukraine war as a tragedy very similar to the tragedy of COVID. It's basically unaccountable public policy on, with nothing to stop it. And the fact that these structures are oligarchic and based on prestige rather than authority do not mean that they do not have power, and do not mean that they do not have the power to misgovern.
Are professors in charge? Is his standard for what makes a professor, is that right? Those sorts of questions.
Well, we know for a fact professors aren't in charge because, obviously. But anyway, I'll come back to that in a second, but I want to go back to the very beginning of that set of remarks when Mr. Yarvin suggested that pluralism and veritas are in conflict with each other. That's not the case. To protect freedom is to generate diversity of thought. James Madison said that. Old idea, others have said it as well. And so to protect freedom and is to generate precisely what you need in order to pursue veritas, namely the conflict of ideas required.
Absolutely. I was just about to say that. This dude really hasn't done his homework. As a matter of fact, if you really want to talk about how bad monarchies are, go back and do European history. Accountable kings have always been accountable, but usually they were directly accountable to their noblemen. This guy is really not all he's cracked up to be, and Reverend Corbett getting wrapped around the axle about Curtis Yarvin is, I'm going to say again, really, he is making shit up. He said that he watched this. I can't understand why he's so upset with Curtis Yarvin.
How do you know about monarchies?
I don't have the background you do, but I think we can probably just use, the last 50 years of the British monarchy. Look at what from World War II to now. I keep making the jokes. You remember Anon, right? I make jokes with Anon all the time that, Britain's gonna wind up a sultanate. Islam's gonna take over the British monarchy, and it's gonna be Sultan Charles or Sultan William, because they're gonna all convert to Islam. I don't see the monarchy as anywhere near that successful. And I actually think that kings, especially, from say, well, let's just say during the 20th century, kings have been pretty accountable to the people.
So let me get this right. Monarchies weren't successful yet.
No, 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 no. I don't think I don't think ultimately. I mean, in the short term, sure, they won wars.
You
But
said
what I'm saying is, if you
sun never
look,
sets on the British Empire.
at the
That
2020,
that wasn't successful.
okay, you're not going to like this very crude point I'm going to make, but if you look at the thousands of years of monarchy in just Britain alone and where we are in 2025, I don't think monarchies have been that successful.
Oh, okay. Like I said, you yourself have stated it. Very crude. It's hard to speak on something that you haven't read about.
It's hard to actually read about something that is not relevant to my life.
Oh, okay.
I don't need to know. I don't need to know a lot
everything that
about
you.
European history. Therefore, I don't.
Oh, okay. So you can't really know a lot about
I
about
can make a
American law
crude point. I admitted it was
without knowing
crude.
about European history.
I admitted it was crude.
Right. That's what I mean. So it's like
And
it
I
goes
leave
back
it.
to our
I
original
leave it.
argument.
I leave it
You don't
to.
understand the very law that you uphold is so great.
I leave it to people like you, especially you, who are experts
No, I'm not an
in
expert.
European history.
I've just read. Probably a little bit more than you have, but the
Oh
idea.
shit! Whoa, whoa, whoa! You give yourself way too little credit. You've read a lot more than me.
Well, no, I'll just say for one to say
You are a European history expert.
no.
Compared
For one
to me.
to say that they love the judicial part or wing of the government and that it is their favorite, but then have no concept of how European history is baked into that very wing. I was like, wow, that's it's fascinating.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are you does it make you chomp harder on your very sleek cigarette holder when I when I insult
I don't smoke.
the English monarchy?
Never have. I can make very minute
All
points as
I'm
well.
saying,
I learned
you know
that.
what? And let me make a better point. I'm kind of adopting the methods of the anti-black blacks in the white shades. I'm gonna basically make a crude point and judge. Well, they judge all black culture by what happens in the hood. I'm kind of doing the same thing with Britain. It's roughly the same method. I'm taking years and years of success, but I'm distilling it down to a modern failure.
Right. So then you're no better than the
So you ought to be complimenting me.
So then you're no
I'm
better than
being
anti-black.
like a white boy.
So then you're being no better than the anti-blacks.
I am doing my courtesy.
You've telling me that they have influenced your way of thinking.
Not only have they influenced my way of thinking, I'm downright imitating them. With Curtis Yarvin here is my inspiration.
Well, then if you imitate them,
It doesn't take a whole lot of
what?
It doesn't, as a matter of fact,
imitation is the greatest form of what?
Hey, a lack of thought and expertise is the new erudition.
Oh, okay.
Curtis Yarvin is proving it.
Well, I would say that what a lot that comes out of Harvard proves that as well.
And Brown. Curtis Yarvin went to Brown.
Hey, out of all Ivy League institutions. And
for competitive consideration.
Oh, by the way, Donald Trump graduated from Penn, so you're right.
Of hard questions that are rarely given to certain conclusions. So in that regard, actually pluralism is something that helps advance the cause of Veritas. Respecting pluralism and protecting pluralism is beneficial to the project of discovery. The project of discovery always benefits from adversarial structures and competitive structures. And so, yes, there's always room for the enterprise of science to improve itself. And no, the professors are certainly not in charge, but who can deny that expertise brings with it a certain kind of power? But again, it's a very specific kind of power. And the question is, how does it sit in relationship to other kinds of power? There, I think the best way of understanding what our goal should be is actually to go back to Aristotle, who gave us a beautiful account of the different kinds of knowledge and expertise that people bring to bear. So,
for the layman in the audience, everything that she just stated in probably like the last, a minute and a half, all of those words all equate to our guys aren't as corrupt as the guys that we are fighting against. That's everything that she stated in a nutshell. The way that power exerts itself is different from how other people exert their power and such and such. Our guys are not as corrupt as your guys. It's a moral argument.
Well, you don't think Curtis Yarvin is making the same argument?
No, I'm not. I don't.
Interesting.
And I think if you believe that he's making a moral argument, then you've probably failed in listening to what he's been saying.
Okay, I'm literally hearing the guy talk about how corrupt liberalism is. So our system is better than your system. That's what I'm hearing.
Stating that a system is
that's
corrupt
literally
is
what
not
I'm
a moral
hearing.
Argument.
Our guys are better than your guys.
No,
Our
he
guys
didn't
are better. Our philosophy,
he didn't make anything.
our ideology is better able to govern than the present ideology. That's what I'm hearing.
He didn't make that distinction yet. What he stated is
okay. Well, see, this is what my type.
And then whenever you put a spotlight on some of those very obvious things, then Miss Allen will come in and say, well,
that's Dr. Allen to you.
It's because Miss Allen to me. It's because of this. It's because of this. It's because of these people. They're badder. They're worse. They're blah blah blah. That's her argument.
Yeah, Curtis Yarvin is not making any of the same arguments from his vantage point. No, sirree. Curtis Yarvin is his argument is pristine.
even when the argument was brought up that all men are created equal, if you want to say that that's not founded on religion, then you're going to go into it being an empirical argument. That is what academia does.
No. You're trying to weasel that fallacy back in here.
It's not a fallacy. That is what academia does.
Okay, let me ask you a question, and let me make it simple for you because I know you must.
Yeah, I'm simple-minded. Please
you
help
must.
me.
You must be ready for your morning coffee. Does Curtis Yarvin think that he has a better idea than Dr. Allen here?
I believe he does think that. I don't think that he stated it outright.
That's all I need to know.
But all I can go by is what he has argued thus far, and thus far,
absolutely,
he has not made the assertion that you are getting to. Now he may do.
What's my assertion again?
At some point, that he's going to make a similar argument of.
No. I didn't say he's going to. I say he has been all along.
Oh, okay. Well, you can go by inference.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you can infer that, but you can't state.
Yes, I am inferring it. Of course, I am.
What he is.
How else do you think? Since I'm not making his argument or inside his head, all I can do is infer.
Correct.
It
but
sounds
I can do
like
the opposite
he's making
for
the
Miss
same
Allen.
argument.
But I can do the opposite for Miss Allen. I can show you exactly where she's moralizing.
There is no doubt you're right about inferring that.
Word for word. I can show you
Especially
where
if you
she's
think,
moralizing.
Harvard's corrupt. So yeah,
No, it's not a think
your point
about
is
it.
well
I
spoken.
can prove it, and then people will want to try to fight
I don't
against
think you
fact.
can prove it.
Yes, I
I
can.
I
I have
I
proved it several
don't
times.
think I don't see this is the other thing that interests me. You guys say something, therefore it is proof. That's literally I hear this on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, but never on the Stanley Cross channel. I always hear this on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel that they have presented proof, and when you try and interrogate that proof, well, I just said it. I just proved it. I just said it a few minutes ago. Dude, your words,
We always have
most
this
of the
back and
people,
forth. We always
and I actually am going to do the honor of accepting you from the statement. Most people who hop up on my panel and want to argue these historical / political / cultural points don't know shit.
well, I'm not most people.
Much
I'm
like
SKC.
I literally made you the exception. You are
I'm
the
not
only
yeah.
one. And
I'm
maybe
not
Dave
most people.
sometimes.
So then all of those people and everything, you can whenever you have those conversations with them, bring that to them. I'm not John Galt.
Oh,
I'm
I
not those other
always tell,
people, blah
hey,
blah blah.
how many times have I told people they don't know shit on my panel?
Right.
So many times, I definitely lost count.
So I'm similar to you in when I will state that, hey, no, don't judge my viewpoints based on some sort of some sort of singularity that runs within quote unquote black people. No, I'm my own individual. I'm SKC. That's it. So all of those other people are doing and how they come about
I
various
literally made you
arguments
the
that
exception.
has
I said I
nothing to
was
do.
not talking about you.
Right. So you're
So
dealing with
say, are
me
you
right now.
defending all those other people?
No, I'm just what I'm stating is we're having the conversation, me and you.
Right.
So
Oh,
why
no.
bring
I
them
was
up?
just, I was really more talking to the audience. Because every now and again, I like to tweak some people's noses in the audience. That's why I accepted you. I didn't want you to think I was talking about you specifically.
Yeah. So when I state that Harvard is corrupt, the fact that I bring up is plagiarism. Plagiarism is absolutely a form of corruption. Period.
I'm sorry that one president of Harvard has been accused and maybe even proven, because I didn't keep up with it. Let's just go with, for a fact that she plagiarized. I think that you want to judge a whole university by one Harvard president / academic's plagiarism is a little egregious. But you know what? You're SKC.
I think that it goes even beyond just the act of plagiarism. I think that when you put a person into the position of president of your university and they do not have anywhere near the amount of academic scholarship that can be proven by their works than their predecessors, that smacks of corruption.
Kind of like Trump being in office, right?
No, because
So again, when he's
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had proven that wasn't a slam dunk, huh?
No, it wasn't, because there have been plenty of other people who have come forth and been presidents that have not had the same level of academia or accolades or so forth. However,
Name
when it
one.
comes to,
Name one.
But when it comes to, look at Carter.
Name one.
Carter
was a governor of Georgia.
And
so he had executive experience, and he also had military experience, by the way. So he had worked with in executive jobs as governor, and he had at least an idea of how the military worked.
Okay, your point being?
my point being is he had way more credentials to be U.S. president than Donald Trump.
And then I'll use your argument. Well, then what I'm saying is,
Oh, and by the way, he was also like probably orders of magnitude smarter.
why do you say that?
I don't know. He was Hyman Rickover's flag lieutenant, and Hyman Rickover, father of the nuclear navy, was famous for, he was a one-man wrecking crew if he didn't think you were smart enough. Carter survived being his flag lieutenant.
So being a flag,
plus being a nuclear engineer himself.
being a flag lieutenant.
Yes, it is a tough job.
Okay.
I've known people who were flag lieutenants. As a matter of fact, I happen to know someone who has his own flag lieutenant. It is not an easy job. And you better be, at a minimum, you better be resourceful.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do the comparison really quickly.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah. You stated name other people, right? And what I'm doing is
no. I said name one. You named one. Thank you for playing. Can we move on now?
I have others.
No need. You named one.
Because
as per my request, you named one.
Oh, okay. All right. And okay, so name one in Harvard.
Oh no, you must keep going, right?
Name one.
You
for
must
Harvard.
Name two. I asked for
Harvard.
one. SKC is going to be that man who exceeds expectations. So go ahead, SKC.
Name one for Harvard.
You are that Negro. You are that Negro who will always give 110%.
Name one for Harvard then.
I'm sorry, what?
Name one for Harvard then.
Name one from Harvard?
Yeah.
You mean who was president?
It was an A to A comparison. Okay.
I said on the Harvard. I simply made the point that Carter was better qualified to be president than Donald Trump. I can't think of anyone who was less. I can't think of anyone, and I'm sure there must have been somewhere back there in history. Maybe
there's several.
Okay, well, I asked you to name one, and you named one.
I did.
Thank you.
All right, and yet you can't name one for Claudine.
In that one, I blew the fuck out of the water and embarrassed you. That's why you want to give two.
Name one for Claudine Gay.
Too late. I'm ready to move on.
Because what
I have proven my point.
Comparison between the president of the United States and the president of a university, which they have.
Oh wait, hold it.
You're the one that made the correlation. There is no.
No, I'm afraid. You wanted to talk about someone being unqualified to be president of Harvard. I just basically said, you know what? Talk about people named to top positions that are corrupt that wind up as president. Donald Trump comes to mind.
You made no equal correlation.
That wasn't the rules. I asked you to name one, and you named one. Now, can we move on?
No, we can't.
Daylights are burning.
You can say all.
We're wasting daylight.
It doesn't change the fact that Claudine Gay was not a person who held to the academic standards that Harvard put forth.
Well, all I have to say is I'm going to kind of reframe. I'd say she was ill prepared.
Of course you're going to do that because she's a black woman.
Of course I'm going to do that.
You have that hard affinity for black women.
Oh, I'm pro. I think the government should be hands off of universities.
You can't in your mind to say that she was unqualified.
I don't know as much about her as you do, apparently.
Yeah, because you didn't
I
want to look.
only know,
You only look into the
I
things that
think
you
she
don't
was a
want to look into.
political science person, and I know she was
You
Harvard
only look into the things that you
president,
want to
and I
look.
know that she got in trouble with a Senate committee, or maybe it was a House committee. That's really all I know. I don't know that much about her academic work.
Right, because there's
Obviously,
been a lot.
obviously, you study these black women as a red
Oh
pill
no,
person
it was a
very
major story.
closely, so you
You don't
can
have to put anyone.
disqualify them.
You don't
You
have to
want them
put
all
anyone in
home,
right
pregnant, and
in everything.
barefoot,
It was
preferably
a
in the
huge
kitchen
story,
or dusting
and you
furniture.
didn't want to read about it. It was a huge story, and you didn't want to read about it.
If it were left up to you, Claudine Gay would be fixing your breakfast.
It was a huge story, and you did not want to look into the
Oh
details
no,
of
I
it
know about the story.
because it makes you feel
I
uncomfortable.
purposefully did not follow
Yeah,
up on it.
I know you purposely didn't read it because you find it uncomfortable.
Well, at that point in time, I was used to MAGA bullies.
No, I'm not. I'm not no MAGA.
Not you specifically. You weren't at that committee hearing. Latino for Trump, you talking about DEI will only make me chuckle. Your I don't know what to say about that comment.
Heck, one of the people that you cover a lot had a lot to say about the matter. On one,
Who's
Amy.
that? Who?
Amy Wax.
Amy. I don't really cover her a lot. I just when I see that she's a guest on some show that I watch, I'll watch it. I don't really keep up with her, other than that. But I mean, of course, Amy Wax would like think that no black is qualified for anything. I'm surprised I've never heard her challenge the intelligence of Glenn Lowry. Could be because, she's on his show and he kind of tolerates her. But I'm sure she probably thinks Glenn Lowry's an idiot.
And there you go with the assertions.
Oh yeah, well I have no hard evidence.
Yeah, so then
I'm just thinking that a race realist like her either thinks that Glenn Lowry has a position that's unearned, or he could be that rare magical Negro.
And yet they call each other friends.
Hey, you know what? Bagger Vance was the friend of whatever. I forget who the golfer that Matt Damon played, but they were friends. Yeah. Who says that you can't have magical Negroes as friends? As a matter of fact, I would think you're an expert on that topic.
What is a magical Negro? What is that?
It's that Negro who makes well, Steven, for instance, in Django, he was a magical Negro, making that white man feel like he was either special or a genius or both.
Oh, that's the I guess the definition of I'm unaware.
Well, magical Negroes are first and foremost enablers of white supremacy in that they make their white masses or employers feel superior.
Oh.
They will basically be self-deprecating to like almost disgusting levels just to make sure their white person feels superior.
Interesting. I think that there's
I'm surprised you're not an expert.
I have no idea of the concept whatsoever. I know I can understand how this concept fits very well for certain black men and their reverence for their god, black women. But
well, you know what? Especially someone, I think the perfect example is John Galt. When he and Be Brave get together, oh shit. The magic is almost palpable.
Somebody in your chat said, magical Negro is an old school literary device. It has a whole Wikipedia page. It's interesting today how I find many black people use the word whole in inventive ways.
Well, I don't know that Yeti's black. He might not be. I've never seen him in person.
Oh, I don't know.
You gonna ask him if he's black?
No.
Okay, I thought maybe you were one of those.
No, I didn't make the assertion that he was.
Oh, you were saying something about how blacks use whole.
Yeah, they do. They use it in
Are you
very.
gonna race shame him?
Why would I do that? I didn't bring up race.
Well, I don't know. It's important to people like you. It's important to know the race.
You're the one that asked him about race. I didn't.
Well, I didn't ask him. I was asking if you were wondering. Did you want to ask him?
No, I had it, the thought never crossed my mind.
Oh, okay. Well,
take your black lens off, Stanley.
You know what? Like I said,
I told you it makes you blind at the very beginning.
I was just impressed that he knew what a magical Negro was, because he's younger than I am, at least.
Yeah, I don't know. I typically don't get into a lot of the writings of, I would guess, these magical blacks. I don't know.
Well, Uncle Tom, for instance, was a magical Negro. Uncle Remus in the Joel Chandler Harris Uncle Remus tales. Those are magical Negroes. They sing Zippity Doo-Dah a lot.
Oh well, I don't know. The Uncle Remus inspired a lot of UK.
Weren't you whistling Zippity Doo-Dah the other day on the show?
What day?
I don't know. I seem to remember you singing Zippity Doo-Dah, Zippity-A. My oh my, what a wonderful day.
I haven't been on your show in a little while.
Well, in the past.
Yeah, no.
And look at Brian Nichols agreeing that it's a great song.
Oh well.
It's the magical Negro black national anthem.
I'm typically not one to sing on a panel. I think you may have me mistaken with Stormcrow.
Oh my God. You know what? I don't even want to go there. You know what? That made the hairs on the back of my neck bristle.
Ooh, just the mention of the name Stormcrow.
Oh my goodness.
Made the
What a
hairs on the back of your
that
neck,
motherfucker, I
raise
swear that dude was a theater kid in high school.
Well, he must have been. He gets this reaction from you where the hairs on your body stand up.
You know what? I have a high tolerance for theatricality, but I'm not a performing arts high school fan. And I guarantee you, he went to you remember Fame? You might be old enough to remember Fame, the TV show, and it was a movie. Where or Glee, actually. I guarantee you that Stormcrow went to like a high school like Glee. Where every lunch period there's a fucking musical.
Oh yeah, I've never been into.
They are always putting on shows.
Yeah, I've never been into musicals or anything. I think the only musical that I really enjoyed was The King and I and The Sound of Music. That's it.
Well, I guarantee you that he knows that Truism knows that. I bet he's a big fan of musicals.
I don't know. But I found it interesting that just the mention of his name, you just said, the hairs on your body.
Well, every time I think of his name is mentioned, I think of Sucor.
Oh, a special word comes to mind.
Yeah, one that he thinks I mispronounce.
Oh, there was a pronunciation battle that happened.
Yeah, he thinks I mispronounce it.
Oh, okay.
What a stiffy of hate. Oh my God, that's disgusting, Lou. All right, well let's finish this up. We got about 18 minutes
talking
left.
About his different regime types. Partly the different regime types also put different kinds of knowledge offerings on the shared table of society. So the people bring things in particular. They bring clarity about values for society. They also bring clarity about their desire to play a role and for what reasons they have for flourishing. The oligarchy category in the ancient sense brings clarity about honor and privileges and rights and things like that. And then in Aristotle's account, the monarchs are those who do bring that trained expertise. Society can generate these things differently in a variety of different ways, but the point is we need all of it. We do actually need the clarity about values that come from the perspective of ordinary people. We also need trained expertise. We also need to ensure that the pathway to participating in that world of trained expertise is broadly open, and that is a competitive pathway, and that the work that comes out of it is developed in competitive and adversarial structures of engagement. So at any rate, that was a mouthful, I realize, but no, in general, professors are not in charge, but expertise and ordinary knowledge, the knowledge of common people, can work well together when we build the right structures for pulling them together.
Let me hone in. It seems
That's
like
a loaded rock.
I feel like this debate has been a success because we've honed in on what I would say.
I'm sorry. You said she was spewing a load of crap?
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm sorry you feel that way.
I mean, this idea that a lot of them take into consideration the value sets of, ordinary, normal people and the masses as a whole, that's ridiculous. The institutions put forth the minority views on a great multitude of value sets. And
in her defense,
and
a
they
lot of
they
things.
push those minority views as ones that the masses need to reconstruct their views about. I mean, you can just look at all of the LGBTQ stuff. They're the ones that put forth papers and studies and things about how the masses have all of it incorrect and that they need to change their attitude and their ways on how to do so, and how this needs to be introduced into lower forms of education in order to help these masses that have these improper value sets on viewing such matter. They don't.
So
just
you
look
don't
at
think
what
you
the
don't
masses
think that
want and then go
DeSantis
from there.
You don't think DeSantis is doing the same thing in Florida?
Is this the whataboutism part?
Yes.
Oh yeah, this is the part where we enter into the whataboutism. Whataboutism.
Well, I mean, you want to, because see, I think you have a lot
instead
less.
of acknowledging
Okay,
what
let me
happened,
let you know
you do the whataboutism.
why I bring it up. I think you have a whole lot less solid a case than I do with DeSantis.
I don't care about DeSantis. I brought up
well, you don't care about making good points either, so I have to give that to you as well.
I brought up something that she specifically stated, the woman on the screen, and I was dealing exactly with what she stated, and you brought up somebody that is not on screen.
And again, you are basing your opinion on what she said when I have like solid proof of what DeSantis has done and what he's doing.
I didn't know DeSantis was on the stage.
Okay, well, I didn't know
that
Danielle. I did not know that Danielle Allen. You took her words as absolute solid proof.
Well, she made a point in a debate.
Okay, well, you know what? Her word is golden, and she speaks for Harvard.
Is DeSantis on this debate stage?
DeSantis, as a governor, speaks for Florida because he's elected.
Is he on this debate stage?
Okay, well, no, you've got a point. You are making an immediate
okay. So
point,
we want to bring
and
out
all I'm going to
that
say,
are not.
all I'm going to say
not on the stage
is you surprise me in how seriously you take someone like Danielle Allen. You're to be congratulated.
We're supposed to look at a debate.
I appreciate
anything that the two people that are on stage are saying. We're supposed to bring up.
I appreciate how seriously you take experts on democracy. I love it. I'm impressed.
I'm just refuting what the lady
you think it's important enough? You think it's important enough to refute?
Hey,
you need not say more.
It's important enough for us to watch it, is it?
Danielle Allen is so important.
It was important for you to download it and to put it on your show and to watch it.
It is so important for you to counteract an expert on democracy.
I'm the crazy one if I say something about it, but it was important for you to
Oh
put
no
on your
no no
screen
no!
and to play
You
it.
are anything but crazy compared to
All right.
Danielle
So,
Allen.
so we can play the
Compared
crazy
to
game, Stanley.
compared to Curtis
It was
Yarvin.
just as
Oh,
important to
dude,
me to say something about it as just as important as it was for you to play it.
I think that comparing you to Yarvin, you come out ahead as less crazy.
Just as important as it was for you to play this, just is it's the same amount of importance as me to comment on.
Lou, let me help you out here. Um, I don't lose arguments.
You already have.
I let you think I'm losing.
You already have.
I'm afraid.
You have no point to bring up. So now you got to bring up people that are not even on the debate stage.
Okay, I think
You
my
played
point.
your whataboutism
I
game.
think my point is you are having a hyperbolic holiday. You're making much too much out of like common knowledge. I think what you fail to realize is in your faux populist point about wisdom of the crowds. I think a lot of things that people bring up, just in my experience on this panel, people 9 times out of 10 actually don't know what they're talking about, and the other 1% is counterintuitive.
Her argument expressly was that institutions like her own revel in the thought of bringing ideas from people of all sorts, even the common people and their values, which makes them better. And I refuted that point by stating, no, quite the opposite is what they actually do. They
Okay, and let me help you out here with my
minority
position.
views that the
I don't
population
think
does not
I
hold
don't
in
think,
due
dude,
regard,
you're
and
just
they
over talking
inherit
for no
those.
reason now.
No, I was just
I don't
expressing
think I don't think you refuted anything.
I did. You just didn't listen.
Okay, well, you know
You're
what?
listening to
Lou
DeSantis.
agrees. You refuted stuff.
Your mind went to DeSantis, remember, instead of the actual debate that was on the screen.
Well, the reason I bring up DeSantis is
Because the whataboutism.
that's actually a valid and solid point. You're just critiquing one woman who happens
Yes,
to have an opinion on democracy.
yes, I'm critiquing a debate that's on the screen. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm staying to point. I'm glad that you could recognize that.
Right. Okay. Well, let's get back to you criticizing thin air.
Is the most important point, which is essentially the functioning of the marketplace of ideas. And the marketplace of ideas, when it works well, is essentially a Darwinian system in which good ideas, exactly, I don't like using the word that starts with a D, but in which you have a variety of ideas, like mutations in a Darwinian system, and it's the survival of the fittest. And those systems work well when the definition of fittest is actually the definition that you want. And the essential problem when you have scientists kind of puttering around in their laboratories, breeding beans with other beans, and they're like, look, wow, it works like this. The fittest ideas in that, bucolic condition of 19th century science are simply the truest ideas. You are evolving, you are selecting for veritas. When I look at the way that...
Oh, I have to address this comment. So you're saying criticizing the black woman is a carnal sin? Holy shit, you have to explain that one.
It's pretty clear.
Carnal? As in...
I typed what I typed.
Oh, my Lord. Well, please tell me you meant cardinal.
No.
Do you? Oh, well, okay. I had no idea that any sort of, are you saying if I criticize her, that's like undressing her with my eyes? What do you mean carnal? Is that like carnal knowledge?
You ever heard of Eat, Sleep, Fight, Bust?
I'm sorry, what?
You ever heard of Eat, Sleep, Fight, Bust?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I would have to explain it to you one day. But yes, carnal sin. For those who know, they
Wow.
know.
You know what? And I may be glad I don't know. All right. It goes against the software. Man, this chat is chock full of your fans who get what you're saying.
Yes, they get exactly what I'm saying.
You know what?
If you want me to boil it down for you in the
No, don't bother. I'm sure I'll be I'm sure it would just I'd be long-winded in the criticism.
Oh, okay.
Expertise has worked in the 20th century ever since public policy started being dictated by ideas at Harvard. What I see is actually very different from that. And again, I'm going to use virology as an example. Within virology, the Robert Califfs of virology did exist before COVID. And there were actually people who very bravely stood up and said, no, you should not be doing gain-of-function research. There is actually nothing to be gained from gain-of-function research. We found that actually nothing was gained at all from this research when COVID was created. You know, they were like, we're going to predict these emergences of viruses. Okay, you predicted it. It happened. Now what? Did you learn anything? No, you didn't. Right. And actually, what you find is that what you're evolving for in basically the system of grant-funded science is science that gets more grants. And so gain of function, imagine being a biologist who's against gain-of-function research. You were not a team player. You were trying to deny grants to all of your friends. You were saying, don't work on this. And they're basically saying, look, but I have this beautiful research that I'm doing, and it's explained by this idea that sort of the 1918 flu should be a problem. So let's go and reinvent the 1918 flu. Actually, I forget the name, but something very disturbing happened in the supposedly anti-academic Trump administration, which is, I think, the deputy head of NIAID, the Infectious Diseases Institute, is actually the gain-of-function guy who recreated the 1918 flu, which hasn't gotten out and hurt us yet, but very well might. And so, when I look at this, I'm like, wow, if the professors aren't in charge, even electing Donald Trump doesn't seem to have stopped the gain of function, basically, world. What I see is that gain of function research, like so many other research programs, has a built-in bureaucratic advantage because it generates funding. And there are so many basically directions in research and public policy where it is not the direction of veritas, that wins. It is the direction of, if you'll excuse my Latin, monetas. And that money is not, it's not corporate, bribery or whatever. It's just the fact that everyone in science, and this is, by the way, the reason that I personally dropped out of science, is that I realized that to be a good scientist today, to be an effective PI in the system, you have to be an empire builder. And I'm just not an empire builder. It's just not me, right? And so what we have is this generation of very effective bureaucrats, the Faucis, the Ralph Barracks, the Peter Daszaks, the people who really honestly right now should be in jail for what they did. And instead, they have suffered little or no harm. EcoHealth Alliance, which basically ran, the research program under Peter Daszak, was disbarred, or, they can't get grants anymore. Peter Daszak is like, fine, we'll shut it down. We'll start a new organization, different name, should be fine. Actually, these people seem profoundly unaccountable. And if you look at the processes that gave them power, and really the power to create COVID, they seem very, very corrupt. And I see essentially many, many things. Who benefits from expansion of NATO to the east? Well, I don't know who benefits, but I know a lot of people have died. How's that working out for you, Ukraine? When I look at the social policies of the 1960s, which were supported by almost all academics. And I look at basically, Professor Allen was talking about the legacy of devastation that these policies have left over the last 50 years. They were all approved by the best social scientists of the time. I see the same effect where this system is not evolving the best and truest ideas. It's involving the most powerful ideas and, in a way, the most pernicious ideas. And I can't help but relate that to Professor Allen's belief that positive liberty, in other words, power, is an essential goal of human nature.
Sure, your
She
response,
can't see the
Professor Allen,
corruption,
whether or
nor
not
can she accept
what
it.
he said is factually or historically correct, if there's something structurally wrong which is producing what he claims to be the case about professors and academic elites of that sort.
So there's a lot there, so I'm not going to respond to the whole picture there. I think that's not what our resolution is about. But I will say a few things. I mean, for starters, science is a hard enterprise, and science is also a bureaucratic enterprise. Both of those things are true simultaneously. Scientists do work according to a set of norms for inquiry that are of a very high standard, is short of it. And they hold each other to a very high standard, and they do put each other under intense competitive pressures. Is it possible that bureaucratic pressures are also affecting how science unfolds? Yes. Should science take a look at itself and consider how it's doing its work? Yes. I think all those things are the case. But sciences generally have established very high standards for their work and maintain a commitment to testing and evaluating what they're doing. But I think the important question here, more broadly, just to bring us back to our original resolution, is whether or not this university in particular is in a place where it can do work that is for the good of our society. And the answer to that question is yes. And the reason for that answer is because we are very clear about core values. Those are values of Veritas. They are also values of pluralism. Again, those things are mutually supportive of each other. And it is possible both to stand up for and defend values of academic freedom and intellectual freedom, and also to put yourself on a path of reform and renewal. We can defend by renovating, and that is, I believe, the path that we're on.
All right, perhaps we can get into closing statements. I think they've allotted 5 to 10, perhaps it was 8 minutes. Mr. Yarvin, if you'd like to start your closing remarks.
So maybe I can, in my closing remarks, I could do something a little unusual and kind of argue Professor Allen's side, for the moment, because I think we've seen sort of maybe a little too little of. I've been making the case, and I would like to think somewhat successfully, against oligarchy. Not as an abstract system, because of course we've seen, all of the three forms can work in their own way in different societies, in different structures. Another name for, the positive name for oligarchy is aristocracy. I think Harvard has always, tried to represent, the rule of the best. And, even you see it recovering from the witch craze of the 1690s. You see it recovering from the wokeness craze of the 2020s. And I think it is capable of recovering, and I want to see it recover. And one of the lessons, one of the things that I say to basically people who are on, my side, not that I'm a partisan, I'm just an intellectual. One of the things that I say, to people on my side when I encounter these elite institutions is I'm like, you sort of go through 3 stages of looking at these institutions. First, you see them very distantly, and you see them according to the kind of mythology of the institution. And the mythology of the institution is that there's this incredible cornucopia, this incredible banquet of, intellectual delights. Every form of truth is laid out, et cetera, et cetera. And you get, closer to these things, and you start to smell them, and you're like, well, especially in certain areas, I'm really looking at a vast dung heap. And that's the attitude that I think many Trump supporters have. They have a very, they're just like, there's nothing here. This needs to be scattered to the wind. I would say look closer at that dung heap, and you'll find always in every one of these elite institutions that I have come into contact with, there are real kernels of corn amidst the dung. Okay, and these are the seeds of basically the next generation that are, lead to renewal. There are people that really believe in these values. The values are eternal. Veritas is eternal, and so on and so forth. And when we see, you know, and I believe that I agree with Professor Allen, I believe that there's a capacity for renewal here, but I also believe that it, you know, takes looking very, very hard at what Harvard is and became during the 20th century, which is very different from what it was in any of the past centuries. And when we, unfortunately, when we sort of put it up against, you know, I've sort
Looks
of
like she's
discussed,
ready
you know,
to
ad
leave.
nauseum the virtues of an ideal monarchy. And
thought
what
that
we
was just
have in the
resting
Trump
bee
administration is very far from being a
I'm sorry,
monarchy
what?
at all, because Trump, as he said,
I thought that was just resting bee face.
I think, well, yeah, I think she's just ready to leave.
It's kind of a thing within Das Communitas.
Oh, is it?
is really a rebel and not an emperor, and he's disrupting a system rather than creating a new system. But also, you know, when we look at that, we see many of the failings of monarchy. And so when we, you know, to come back to my Aristotelian, my updated Aristotelian trinity, where monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy become authority, prestige, and popularity. You know, we see in the Trump administration,
This dude is literally, this is what fools like him do. Why don't you just invent a whole new thing instead of acting, you know, you're giving it some Aristotelian veneer of legitimacy. The whole point that Aristotle was trying to demonstrate was that basically power corrupts absolutely. There are three forms of government, and there's six. Three of them are good, the other three are tyrannical. So you can have an oligarchy that is either democratic, or you can have one that's tyrannical. Same thing with a monarch and, you know, monarchy, and same thing with democracy. You can have a tyrannical democracy. This guy, he's really problematic. And it's almost like he should be writing fantasy novels, to be honest. He could be the next Tolkien.
classic tropes of authoritarian populism. And it's not wrong, even though Trump is not Hitler, it's not wrong to say that these are both authoritarian populist regimes, and that there's something brittle and something broken and something questionable and something wrong about authoritarian populism without a backbone of prestige, without a backbone of aristocracy, without institutions. And I would say, just as the, you know, the sort of the challenge of these institutions is to renew themselves, the challenge of the enemies of these institutions is to explain where we go from here and how that prestige is regenerated, and whether it's generated, you know, by the kernels of corn, you know, sprouting again into a new beautiful cornfield, whether it's represented by new institutions is unclear. But what is clear is that prestigious institutions are necessary and essential. Prestige is essential. You know, a democracy in my strict meaning of the word democracy, populism is not enough, authority is not enough. You know, veritas is necessary, institutions are necessary, you know, institutions that filter truth from error through our Darwinian process, you know, which is, again, the ideal of science, which is a very, very valid ideal, are necessary. But when you see science being filtered for power, or for empire building rather than for veritas, and there are many, many examples of this in science that do not involve killing 20 million people.
Wait, isn't no, maybe I'm thinking in vino veritas. That is the isn't there truth in power? Isn't there something about knowledge is power? You know, I'll translate that knowledge into truth. Knowing the truth is power. This dude is no philosopher, and he has problems, just not, you know, Reverend Corbett is not hitting on the problems. You know, Curtis Yarvin is problematic. However, the problems that I see are not what Reverend Corbett sees.
I don't think that I think that he is being long-winded at this point, although this is his final summation of the entire debate. Nevertheless, I don't think that you understand the position that he's taken.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I think
that,
that I
that's what
think
I
he's
that's what
con-
I
I think
surmise.
he's con- okay. Well, you know what? That I don't understand. That's no big whoop because
No, I'm just saying.
he is
I'm
contradicting himself all over the place.
but he's
Okay,
not. He's
maybe
not
is he?
contradicting himself,
And I'm saying he is.
and that's what I mean. Is
Okay,
this
dude.
portion
You
of the
know what?
summation?
See,
It's
okay,
obvious that you didn't understand what he stated at the very beginning of it
okay,
because you
I
believe that he's
don't think
contradicting
I
himself.
don't that you understand it is not of great concern to me because I don't think you understand Budge. I don't
Yes,
think you
well, at
actually
the
I don't think you actually dude, you want to basically take American history and act like it's not singular. In a way, my view of American history is much more willing to accept America as exceptional than yours is.
yeah, and you can move the argument over to that,
Okay,
but it goes back
motherfucker,
to
I
what
will
Yarvin
move
is
the
stating.
argument on
You
my
don't understand.
panel wherever I choose my argument to
Yeah,
go, it will go.
and you can, but
But
you're still
what
not
I
answering
am
what Yarvin
telling
is stating
you,
right
what
now.
I
You
am
cannot
telling
surmise what
you,
he's stating right now.
what I'm trying to tell you is that you getting what Yarvin is saying puts your sanity in danger.
Right, and that's
In my
fine.
opinion,
That's fine.
please,
That's
I was hoping you weren't as crazy and
and
inconsistent as
and
he
that's
is, but
fine. Yeah, that's
apparently,
fine. Throw me into the crazy bucket. That's fine.
well, I
But
think you are. I think he's crazy, and if you're following his inconsistencies, the man is a raving lunatic with this stuff.
okay, and that's fine. But if someone were to ask
Please
you,
tell me you're not a raving lunatic.
if someone was to ask you what was his final summation, you would not be able to.
I have no idea what his final summation is, other than he doesn't realize that truth, the way he's talking about it, there is no big T truth in governance. There is no big T truth in science. There is no big T truth, period. There might be some truths as in gravity, for Earth. This concept of truth that people like Yarvin want to claim exists is conceptual. It does not actually exist.
He didn't say that. He said,
Okay,
pursuing.
dude, see, this is the other thing. I'm not as literal as you are. I'm
Well,
not saying
I'm pretty
okay,
literal.
dude, don't cut
But
me
you are
off. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, you keep acting like I'm trying to paraphrase or quote Yarvin. I'm taking what he said and I'm comprehending it. Okay, what I'm saying is what he's talking about, Veritas, does not actually exist, and him pretending it does is disingenuous.
Well, then Harvard is, because that's what they say that they
Okay,
pursue.
well, fuck it. If Harvard is disingenuous because Veritas is on its crest, then it's disingenuous. You're not going to hurt my feelings by saying Harvard doesn't get it either.
Right, which is what he is stating at
Okay,
this
but
point.
you also have to understand Danielle Allen is not Harvard. Curtis Yarvin is Curtis Yarvin, though. And
Correct.
I don't think Curtis Yarvin gets his own argument. Veritas is not a thing, it is a concept.
That's what he stated.
Okay, well, then what does it have to do with power? Power determines what the capital T truth is.
And that's why
If that's what he's saying,
you have no concept
if
of what he's
that's
talking
what
about.
he's saying, okay, if that's what he's saying, then he's batshit crazy. Power does not work that way in America and American history.
He's not saying that. You are.
Well, motherfucker, you seem to get him. What is he saying?
That's what I was asking you.
Okay, what he's saying
You said he was
is basically
crazy, and you
what he
understand
is
nothing that he was
saying is Okay, what he is saying is that Veritas is a thing. That is not true. And believe me, if he is literally, now he's talking about democracy when I thought he said he was a monarchist, those two to me are in opposition. You can't be for democracy and be a monarchist.
And that's
Okay,
why
there
I'm stating.
is no, he wants to the country run like a corporation. Well, corporations are not democracies.
And
So
that's what
why he's even talking about democracy is beyond me.
Right, and that's why I'm saying is in this situation, Stanley, you failed to listen because at the very beginning of his
Okay, you know
summation, he
what?
stated,
Let
"I
me
am
tell you
going to
what you
do
fa-
something that I
Okay,
normally do not
SKC,
do."
this is what is so annoying about you. You love to pretend that there is something you're talking about. I'm literally saying that this man is contradicting himself all over the place,
He's not
and you
contradicting
pretending that you actually get what he's saying.
I'm not pretending anything. I just listened.
You have a high tolerance for foolishness.
No, I don't have a high tolerance. I just listened. At the very beginning of his
Okay,
summation, he
I
said,
listened to. Not
what did he
only
say
did
at the
I
very beginning of his
listen.
summation?
See, this is
What did he say
something
then?
else you
If you
fail
listened
to
in, what did he
understand.
say?
I just told you what he said.
How did he
He's
begin his
talking.
summation?
He's basically talking about science as it
No,
stands today,
no, that is
motherfucker.
not what he said.
I will finish what I'm saying. He is saying that science as it stands now in places like Harvard is not science is not seeking truth. Where am I wrong?
No, that's not what he said.
Okay, well then you better enlighten me. What is he saying?
He said at the beginning of his summation that he was going to take the opposite position and give some reverence to Dr. Allen by stating, "I am going to buttress some of the points that she stated in order to build a bridge."
Oh, is that what he said?
Yes,
you know what? It
yes.
was okay. Well, let me go back and replay it because it was so damn wordy. I started to take it for what
I know you don't listen.
No, I don't listen to fools. But believe me, he's saying what I'm saying he's saying.
At first, you stated he was contradicting himself.
Okay, let's go ahead and listen and then
he was going
reassess.
to do something different in his summation by actually arguing against himself.
SKC. Let's go back and re-listen.
Of looking at these institutions. First, you see them very distantly, and you see them according.
We can defend by renovating, and that is, I believe, the path that we're on.
All right, perhaps we can get into closing statements. I think they've allotted 5 to 10, perhaps it was 8 minutes. Mr. Yarvin, if you'd like to start your closing remarks.
So maybe I can, in my closing remarks, I could do something a little unusual and kind of argue Professor Allen's side, for the moment, because I think we've seen sort of maybe a little too
I see what
little
you're saying.
of.
This is
I've
where
been
I lost
making the
track.
case,
Why would he
and
waste
I think
time?
I would like to think somewhat successfully against
building a
oligarchy,
bridge,
not
going
as an
to
abstract
place
system, because of
and
course
just trying
we've
to
seen
crap on
all of the three
to actually
forms
show where
can
you have
work.
some points of how you can grow further. That was what debate.
Okay, thank you, SKC. Let me go ahead and say you were right. I misunderstood. My bad. Now let me go ahead and fail him again in his Philosophy 101 class.
Work in their own way in different societies, in different structures. Another name for, the positive name for oligarchy is aristocracy. I think Harvard has always, tried to represent, the rule of the best. And, even you see it recovering from the witch craze of the 1690s. You see it recovering from the wokeness craze of the 2020s. And I think it is capable of.
Okay, this is where he's failing. She doesn't give a shit about the witch trials or anything like that. It was never her point. He's not even reframing her argument. He's making his argument.
Recovering, and I want to see it recover. And one of the lessons, one of the things that I
Okay, again, where did she talk about anything recovering? Was that a point?
say to basically people who are on like my side, not that I'm a partisan, I'm just an intellectual. One of the things that I say, to people on my side when I encounter these elite institutions is I'm like, you sort of go through 3 stages.
Okay, I thought he was talking about her argument. Where is she countering elite institutions?
Of looking at these institutions. First, you see them very distantly.
Okay, like I said, he is not
I understand if you can't
SKC.
follow him. I understand
SKC, you will see that he is not restating her argument at all. He's making his own argument. You missed that part, apparently.
No, I didn't. You just need
Okay,
to listen
SKC. Let's continue letting him make his argument.
Just do the listening part.
Dude, I'm literally not on. Dude, I'm doing better than listening. I'm listening for a little snippet I'm listening for a little snippet and telling you, hey, she didn't say that.
A little snippet. You're right.
See, we're gonna go sentence by motherfucking sentence so I can prove that he was not doing what you said he was doing.
Actually, what he said he was doing.
Oh my God. You know what? You said you were understanding him. Well, you're understanding his argument.
Which you agreed to.
No.
You said, you stopped the tape.
Well, motherfucker, you know what? This is what I get. This is what I get. You're right. This is what I get for listening to you. I went against what I heard, thinking, well, damn, I must not have been listening closely. SKC was listening closer. I go back and I start listening closer, and I should have gone with my first instinct.
Continue the tape.
And you see them according to the kind of mythology of the institution, and the mythology of the institution.
No, I didn't misuse anachronistic, Dave.
Cornucopia, this incredible banquet of intellectual delights. Every form of truth is laid out, et cetera, and you get closer to these things, and you start to smell them, and you're like, well, especially in certain areas, I'm really looking at a vast dung heap. And that's the attitude that I think many Trump supporters have. They have a very they're just like, there's nothing here. This needs to be scattered to the wind. I would say look
Yeah. She made that dung heap argument.
Oh, she didn't.
And you'll
she
find
didn't make the argument at the very beginning that people like Trump and
Did
Musk
she use the term dung heap?
She did not make the argument that people like Musk and Trump look at institutions like Harvard as unconsequential. She didn't make that argument.
No.
Okay.
Of these elite institutions that I have come into contact with, there are real kernels of corn amidst the dung. Okay, and these are the seeds of basically the next generation that are, lead to renewal. There are people that really believe in these values. The values are eternal. Veritas is eternal, and so on and so forth. And when we see, and I believe that I agree with Professor Allen, I believe that there's a capacity for renewal here, but I also believe that it, takes looking very, very hard at what Harvard is and became during the 20th century, which is very different from what it was in any of the past centuries. And
none of this is all his argument.
And when we sort of put it up against, I've sort of discussed, ad nauseum, the virtues of an ideal monarchy and what we have in the Trump.
When did she talk about an ideal monarchy? The fuck is this dude talking about? If he's paraphrasing her argument, I don't recall her talking about ideal monarchies. Did I miss something?
Trump administration is very far from being a monarchy at all, because Trump, as he says, is really a rebel and not an emperor, and he's disrupting a system.
Yeah. Danielle Allen called Trump a rebel.
Rather than creating a new system. But also, when we look at that, we see many of the failings of monarchy. And so when we, to come back to my updated Aristotelian trinity, where monarchy, oligarchy, and
Yeah, she talked about Yarvin's updated Aristotelian trinity. That was one of her main points.
democracy become authority, prestige, and popularity. We see in the Trump administration, we see these classic tropes of authoritarian populism. And it's not wrong, even though Trump is not Hitler, it's not wrong to say that these are both authoritarian populist regimes, and that there's something brittle and something broken and something questionable and something wrong about authoritarian populism without a backbone of prestige, without a backbone of aristocracy, without institutions. And I would say, just as the sort of the challenge of these institutions is to renew themselves, the challenge of the enemies of these institutions is to explain where we go from here and how that prestige is regenerated, and whether it's generated, by the kernels of corn, sprouting again into a new beautiful cornfield, whether it's represented by new institutions is unclear. But
This
what is clear
motherfucker
is that
even gets
prestigious
farming wrong.
institutions are necessary and essential. Prestige is essential. Democracy, in my strict meaning of the word democracy, populism is not enough. Authority is not enough. Veritas is necessary. Institutions are necessary.
Okay, so we're back where we were before. I will reiterate my argument that he has no clue what Veritas is. Veritas is what power says it is. And he seems to think that Veritas is kind of an independent, like its own thing. There are very few things that are actual capital T truth. And none of them have to do with government.
Institutions that filter truth from error through our Darwinian process. Which is the ideal of science, which is a very, very valid ideal, are necessary. But when you see science being filtered for power or for empire building rather than for veritas, there are many, many examples.
Again, science isn't going for veritas. It's being used for empire building. That is a crazy idea. I had no clue that science was trying to make its own form of monarchy. The dude is fucking out there. That's why he is not taking off as they call him the court philosopher. I think that's on a play on court jester.
Of this in science that do not involve killing 20 million people, that just involve, wasting a lot of time. I guess I always use the amyloid hypothesis as my example of that. You basically see.
Is amyloid the scarring? Let me look that up. Hopefully. Oh wait, it's AMY, I bet.
Really considerable amount of.
Interesting that he should bring up amyloid. I don't recall Professor Allen talking about amyloids. Interesting.
redirection that needs to take place and restructuring that needs to take place to serve these ideals. Whether that restructuring takes place as a result of an internal process of renewal or an external process of forced renewal is, I think, very, very unclear in the historical situation in which we exist. But I would, and I hope we can agree on this, institutions like the university that we're at are necessary and essential, and a lot of change is needed within them.
Thank you, Professor Allen.
Thank you. We can agree that universities like this are essential.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. SKC, help me out with the part that I didn't understand. I'm back to what I was saying. He has a misconception of Veritas. I don't agree with his point about science being, used as empire building. Sure, are there scientists out there who want to basically build their labs into, everlasting empires? Sure. But everything in institutions and bureaucracies gets corrupted. Government, academia, fuck. If you had a pure democracy, democracy's gonna get corrupted. Hence Aristotle's point, about there being a tyrannical form of direct democracy. The dude is out of his depth. Court jester versus court philosopher is more in order. You don't have to agree with a defender of liberalism like Allen is, but if the alternative is Yarvin coming up with his own whatever that thing is, I'll take the liberalism. At least it's more workable and maybe a lot more malleable. These dudes want an authoritarian democracy, and there is no such thing. I actually think that there can only be one. And, I'm not so sure that I believe in things like tyrannies of crowds. There will always be a point or a tip of a spear.
And have a distinguished history, and also have available to them a distinguished future, that they do also have within them already the energies and dynamism of renewal. The question really, I think, is about the broader context. What are those institutions contributing to?
And let me put Lou's comment up here. I pretty much agree with you. The point about Veritas, that was his words, not hers. He basically, like, after the first couple sentences, springboarded into what he was talking about. That's why I had no clue what SKC was babbling on about. But I see he's silent now, and that's for the benefit of people actually understanding what this Yarvin guy is saying.
Are they contributing to the ongoing life of a free society for free and equal self-governing citizens, or for an alternative?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did that comment bring you out of hiding?
No, I work while I do this. So, but yeah, even while I work and do this, I still can listen. And at the very beginning of his statement, he stated that he was going to bring out parts about
Correct.
her argument for a moment, which is what is in Freeze's comment, where he says he only used what she said for a brief moment.
Yep. Now, the part about Veritas, were those his words or her words?
That's her institution's words.
Oh, really? You gonna go there?
She is Harvard.
So,
she did.
so the part
Did she not lead off with that she was from Harvard? Did she not do that?
Better than that. This is happening on Harvard's campus.
All right. So
he's
then,
at the heart. He's at the
then,
heart of Veritas.
So then, invoking the motto of the university of which he is having the debate at is tactical. Now I
Oh my
understand that
Lord.
you can't
Really?
see that,
Really?
but the
Look at
people
you
in the audience would
scurrying away.
understand that.
Look at you scurrying away. Dude, his concept of what truth is very, I don't even know that it's flawed. It's just misconceived.
Plus a little while ago, you stated that you didn't even understand what Veritas meant.
I don't think, well, I'm not sure that she does, to be honest. Now, she's more an expert. I would, but I'm not sure that she does either. There is no Veritas.
All right, so
The truth, the Veritas is that there is no Veritas.
right, so then that means that Harvard's model is a lie.
Well, maybe they didn't have room for
They're not.
Veritas.
They're
Maybe
seeking nothing. They're seeking nothing.
To be honest, I don't think, is the motto one word? Seems like, or maybe I'm thinking of another motto. But if it is one word, yeah, okay. Harvard doesn't understand truth, and to be honest, I could probably sustain that argument.
So then Harvard's motto is false.
I would say misconstrued,
Okay,
or maybe misunderstood.
So then, however you want to say it, this institution that has been, I would say, probably the most famous institution in all of America that has been that has been going on for hundreds of years, they don't understand what their motto is.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to support you.
So then maybe if we go back to the point that you originally
Okay, well,
stated
hold
about
on.
about the kids
I want to
not
get
knowing
the
what they-
Yarvin's misconception.
Wait.
Because if
You said
Harvard
they don't
if
know.
Harvard doesn't understand it, well, you know damn well Yarvin doesn't.
Okay, and that's fine. So that also means that the kids that you were talking about that go to Harvard, maybe they don't know what they're getting into.
Could be, but
Oh.
I kind of think you're stretching it.
Listen to people.
I think you're kind of stretching
No,
it.
how
They
is that a
know.
stretch?
They know
You
what.
say that Harvard doesn't
Okay,
understand
they may
this
not
model.
know. They may not know the Latin. I do think they know. Does Veritas mean liberal ideology?
Hey, you tell me.
Because when
You
we
said
were
they don't
talking
know-
about
they don't know what it
when we
means.
were talking about the students, we were talking about liberal ideology, not necessarily Veritas.
Well, how would they know what they're getting into if the institution that they're going to doesn't even understand what Veritas means?
Well, they would know because they listened to the Stanley versus the World show when SKC
Well,
is
there's too many
trashing
people.
Harvard.
There's too many people that have existed before then that have lived before either of you and I got on YouTube. So then you have all of these students again that have gone to this place that you stated, maybe are you trying to say, SKC, that they don't know what they've gone into? And yet the two people on stage that are arguing about this whole thought about Veritas, you say that they don't even know what they're talking about.
Well, I don't think
Isn't
that
she a
they
professor?
actually do.
How can she teach anything about Veritas to the students?
Okay, I
that are coming underneath her?
know you want to beat up on the woman.
Yes,
That's
I
that
am.
red
No,
pill.
I'm not
That's
beating
that-
up on her.
That's
I'm
what
just stating-
that's what
I'm just
that's
saying
what
what it is.
Reverend Corbett was talking about.
I'm just stating what it is.
Yeah, this red pill has turned you vicious.
I know whenever I touch that soft spot for that B-dub, it kind of you kind of wiggle there a little bit.
Well, what can I say? I have
Yeah,
a soft spot for black women. What can I say?
I know. So all I'm saying
My
is
mother happened to be one.
if they don't understand what Veritas it means, how could the students ever?
I think that you're stretching it.
I'm stretching it. You the one that brought in.
Not many people. You know what? Yarvin is a quote court philosopher.
You stated that you don't.
Kids go to Harvard.
Kids
go to Harvard to learn what Veritas is. They don't necessarily know it, but they do know what a liberal ideology is. And you asked me, how do these kids know? Because they listen to the SKCs of the world.
They don't listen to me.
Who are glad to tell them what Harvard is.
They do not listen to me. I don't teach Harvard students. Miss Allen does.
I bet they do.
Who you stated that she doesn't even know what Veritas means.
I'm not sure that she does.
Right. So then how could her students ever know what it means?
Okay. Again, not all. She doesn't teach all the students at Harvard, for starters.
She teaches some.
She doesn't teach these kids before they get to Harvard, by the way.
Yeah, but you
I'm
also
saying,
Harvard doesn't even know what you
due
mean.
to the press, due to people like, the people that appear on Fox News or News Nation or whatever these far right news sources are, assuming that the kids are listening to the news sources, they know that Harvard is contentious mainly because of a quote liberal ideology. It's a liberal arts school, isn't it? Or maybe they're a university, so I could be wrong calling them a liberal arts school. But bottom line is they know what they're getting to when they go to Harvard. And if Dr. Allen were on this panel, I would be asking her about Veritas, interrogating whether she actually understands the concept.
Yeah.
Even though she probably knows what she's talking about, and I would be presumptuous in asking her. But part of being a non-black monolithic sort of culture guy, I presume I know a few things.
So a guy poking fun at a university's named motto while sitting at on its campus. And you're talking about, he's using it incorrectly and blah, blah, blah. No.
Well, I don't think he gets the concept right.
Poking at the people that he's speaking to.
Yes. I think they're assuming that the concept of like truth with a capital T actually exists. Maybe it exists as a goal. Maybe that's their point. That's why I would ask her especially. I don't think Yarvin knows what he's talking about.
Harvard has written on their motto.
Have they really? I've never read it. So
Well,
maybe
then
I'm wrong. But my idea of what Veritas is seems to be different.
Maybe he's using it in the exact way that Harvard defines it.
Well, he did go to an Ivy, so maybe so.
And he did quote from their history with, what's that? Cotton and increase.
Dude, that was like 400 years ago.
Yeah, when they came up with the motto.
Yeah, okay. Well, you know what? Whatever.
As they defined.
Let's deal with your little buddy, River of Hate, saying that she's kind of masculine. Well, no. You may not have been listening to yesterday's show, River of Hate. I don't recall. But I think she is masculine compared to the beholder and the definer of her, quote, masculinity. I think she's more masculine than you, but she's not more masculine than me. I'm a man. I don't know what you are, River of Hate, but she might be more masculine than you, but she's not more masculine than me. Masculinity is levels, and yours apparently is lesser than an average woman. So let's finish up with what Dr. Allen has to say. Then we will be bringing this fiasco to a close.
One of the arguments in Mr. Yarvin's book is that Hitler and Stalin gave absolute monarchs a bad name. And in his argument, they gave absolute monarchs a bad name.
Absolute monarchs,
because
were they?
in his argument, they were driven to the excesses of the Holocaust and the gulags because of existential threats from the Anglo-American alliance. Now, this is not good history of the unfolding of the totalitarian impacts of Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia. So I say that to make the point that as we consider the future of institutions of civil society, we have to be equally clear-eyed and honest about what we can and should desire in our political institutions. Absolute monarchy is not a path to the protection of freedom. In that regard, we need the same thing both in our political institutions and in our civil society institutions. We need renovation in our universities, we need renovation in our democracy. But in both cases, we should absolutely preserve the anchors for human freedom.
Well, thank you very much to both Professor Allen and Mr. Yarvin. I believe right after this, we'll have food and drinks just across the hall, if I have that right. We have it until 10 p.m. Thank you all very much for coming out, and see you all soon.
Now, I have to admit, she looks kind of put upon. And look at this fool. There it is. Hitler bad. That's all a liberal has. Okay. So is your point, River of Hate, that Hitler had a couple good qualities? I think they were dramatically overshadowed by his, let's call it a record. Yes, Free Zone. Veritas was actually one of the first words I learned in my high school Latin class, which was the very first class I ever took my freshman year of high school was Father Anthony's Latin. And believe me, Veritas was one of the first words we learned. So let's see. What else does Lou have? The pursuit of truth through reason, learning, and open inquiry, free from external coercion or ideological distortion, is the exact defibrillator of Veritas per Harvard. Irrelevant to my point. It is an ideal. It is a concept. It is not a concrete thing. You cannot put your hand on Veritas or eat it. So it's conceptual. And most people seem to confuse truth with something concrete. There are truths, small t. There are very few, if any, capital T truths. All right. Well, with that, barring any more commentary, any last words there, SKC, before we wrap this up?
Oh no. It was fun sparring with you this morning. I'm just
yeah, I enjoyed it.
Sparring and working and so forth. Heck, I'm even thinking about doing one of my rare streams. I don't know.
Well, do me a favor. Do you have my email address?
No, I don't.
Okay. It's in the crawl here. It's Stanley at jghb.info. John Gall HB is the thing, because I don't have Rumble. So if there's a pop-up or something like that, I won't get it. So if you remember, just shoot me an email, because I've seen a clip, I think, of Truism's show on Rumble, but that's like the first thing I ever watched on Rumble a couple weeks ago. So
yeah, I don't know. It's just
you want to post your link? You can do that.
It's not necessary, man. I like the little
the anonymity.
Yeah, it's like a warm coat.
Well, I mean, obviously, the people who need to know where to find you. So,
So it's not.
By the way, does anybody know if Be Brave is doing a show today? I haven't seen him online in a few days. So,
I don't know. I'm not subscribed or anything.
Well, there's some folks out in the audience who are his acolytes. They would know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure.
The cult of GCM or GM, is it GCM? Global Corporate Machine. Yeah, it's a cult now. It's officially a cult. Oh, by the way, I didn't get to this story. This was hilarious. Mount Etna erupted. And these people are fleeing. They were on a tour.
Tout le monde est en panique, tout le monde descend. Ouais, truc de ouf là.
Oh, that's fear inspiring.
Yeah. Hopefully. Well, obviously they were within running distance.
Yeah, because man, that's yeesh. I hate to be the people
Well,
of
but you know
Pompeii.
what? It's the most active
In what is
volcano in
considered a
Europe.
big experiment in democracy.
You tour that with caution. Luckily, it wasn't like, full of lava or anything. So let's see. Deacon Dave says Brave is building a shed this week. All by himself, or does he have slaves doing it? And good to see you there, AAE. Hopefully, and I meant to say, for the folks that are fairly, new to the show, there are a few members that have popped in today. This is, this show is a little bit different in that it's very news driven, and it will tend to get dry sometimes, but it's stuff that I'm actually interested in. Earlier in the broadcast, I literally do news stories. There will be, towards the end when SKC or some decent decent thinker comes on, yeah, we may go back and forth and kind of, beat each other up a little bit, but I much prefer somebody who is frankly an equal. These non-panel shows where people are just, going back and forth and screaming matches and stuff. That does happen occasionally on the show, but it's getting rarer and rarer. I just don't find them that entertaining. I don't find them that productive. Not that, they have to be productive, but I don't find a bunch of people talking over each other that entertaining. I'd much rather, one-on-one or one-on-two or, but that doesn't mean you can't come up and hit the link. It just means, they're not going to be 9 people up here. I'd rather not. And
Yeah,
so
that could be quite laborious.
well, I've kind of learned my lesson on that. It's also kind of stressful. It's a lot easier just to kind of slow it down. And even if you're gonna, just sling dung back and forth, at least if it's, just a few people up here, it can at least be a bit entertaining.
Yeah,
And
you know what dung got slung to you, and who slung it.
yeah, the one with kernels of corn.
Yeah. It gets weird when it's
So
like, whoa, whose Doug is this?
I can tell you right now, I won't be taking that corn and planting anything.
well, oh man, I don't know. I think I think in some ways, and this is just in some ways, I would say I think that you need to continue to bring some minds to the channel and everything, um, and have some spirited debates with people. Well, not debates, just conversations, really. Um, because I would hate to see some of your best arguments get um reframed into, you know, Galt Brave type of stuff. That's why I was like, man, come on, I know you're better than this. You put out better stuff than that, man. But then
I'm not sure I get your point.
But then you came back to form. Because I know sometimes that you're picking at people in the audience that are listening to I would say your rivals in a bit.
Oh, you know what? Most of the people, and this is actually honest, most of the people that show up kind of have been showing up for a while. So they kind of know the dynamic. My only disappointment is I didn't get any show titles out of the chat. I would have to make one up. But I think most people kind of, they have their soft bigotry of low expectations, and I often meet them. So in other words, they don't expect too much and they don't get too much. How about that?
Man, Stanley, I hope that you do not fall into the trap of rescuing the damsel in distress every time a black woman gets criticized thing. I really do hope. I
Well,
pray
no,
that you do not fall into that
in
category.
Danielle Allen's case, I actually do genuinely admire her. I've read her. So I mean, I kind of think I kind of know where she's going. I personally think that, I tend to be kind of her ilk, but I'm a little bit more willing to bite somebody's head off. She is a very gentle soul. And, I was actually surprised that she ran for governor of Massachusetts. It must have been some sort of symbolic thing. She's not a politician.
No.
She would be in tears every night if she was.
Yeah, she's, as they say in the community, she's not built for that. So
Right. But there are people who are, but to be honest, and this is actually something that I tend to even agree with the John Galts and the Portias. I can't think of any other than Condoleezza Rice. I can't think of a black female politician that I would go, yeah, she's the one. I would not mind having her. Um, you know, Condoleezza Rice talking tough would come off as fairly authentic.
Yeah.
I don't know of any other. I don't know that I can think of any other female politician. Hillary Clinton talking tough, you just kind of want to shake your head. I'm sure there must be someone, if I thought, hard enough, I'd come up with one. But
I mean, I like Tulsi talking tough.
nah, Tulsi, she's not to my liking. And it's not even because she was a major in the army, but she doesn't strike me as a warrior.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think many women strike anybody as a warrior.
You know what, Deacon Dave? Any man who speaks up for a woman is a B-dub warrior, a B-dub kamikaze.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm just stating.
Well, no, Dave is
that's
saying that.
But I'm just saying that is a major thing, particularly on YouTube and a lot of social spots. I mean, heck, FD Signifier is one.
Is one what?
Who they just will back whatever black women say, period. And you need to, and even if he has a disagreement with a black woman, he's gonna put on his kid gloves in order to do it.
I don't know that there's danger of that happening. You didn't hear about me. Do you know what's Sharice's? I can't think of her show name. She came in hot one morning and she pissed me off. And I called her a gum popper. I basically told her, don't bring that gum popping shit to my panel. So I believe me, I've had some encounters with some black women where and then Janet, you don't know Janet, Empress Janet. I've had a couple encounters that would hearten you. I'll put it that way.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm not a pushover.
Yeah, I was just say don't get into the Moist Watkins phase, man.
Oh well, boy, I think Boyce just fell in love.
What with all black women? I mean, she's like, come on, man.
Well, I don't watch Boyce Watkins that much, but I do know his wife. He got married either late in life or it was a second wife or something. Now, this is a few years ago, but his wife was actually younger, I think, and pretty decent for. I couldn't believe that Boyce. You chose Boyce Watkins, and he got his grill fixed and all kinds of stuff. He made some physical improvements, and you know what?
He wore it down.
Well, all I can say is if I got me, a hot young thing, I might improve my shit too.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I heard of that story because some people covered it years ago, but as I recall, she made it blatantly obvious that he was not her first choice, and that it was just basically you wore me down type of thing.
Hey, you know what? See, I'm great at reframing stuff. Let's just reframe it that he convinced her of his virtues.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you can reframe it however you want, but the words out of her mouth that was to the thing of, you were not my first choice.
Yeah, now see that would fucking, that make me go limp right there. You know what? You didn't have to go there, woman. Let's call the whole thing off.
Yeah.
I wasn't your first choice. My God.
Yeah.
There's, what? As a matter of fact, that would be such a turnoff. Just think it. You don't have to say it, and that you say it on some show where other people can hear it. It's like, you know what? I want you, but I gotta be a man. I cannot be that weak. I'm gonna have blue balls or whatever it is, but I'm not going to take that. That's offensive.
Yeah,
Woman,
and that's one of the
gum
things.
popping bitch.
That's one of the that's one of the things that I think your Corbett's and stuff kind of miss. I did recall seeing a series of shows back in the day in the old school, manosphere and everything, and I remember seeing those stories like your Boyce Watkins and all of those things of where you had a several older guys, I'm saying like 40s, 50s, 60s, and so forth, that they were put in these situations where they're giving advice to young men about, oh, you should do this, you should do that. But then in their
Right.
personal lives, they're getting ran through the ringer and clowned by their significant others. And it just did not look good.
Yeah. But let me ask you a question though. I mean, you have to kind of know. I think if say you got married, it wouldn't have been the first time. Like if you're married and your wife pulls some shit like that, there's no way like the first time it happens is after you got married. You have to know that your woman is prone to do that.
Yeah, but I think that happens when you have people that have these rush jobs into relationships. They just found somebody sexually attractive and then they slept with them a few times and then tried to make a relationship out of it from there.
Do you think that older men are more prone to that?
I think that it has something to. I think that it is more prominent within the community. And I think that
Really?
Yeah, and I think that that's shown.
I mean, that cuck is literally like a trope since Shakespeare.
Well, no, I'm not talking about cucking and all of that stuff. I'm saying,
Wasn't that kind of the same thing?
Nah. I mean, not as
basically where a man gets emasculated, by his wife. That's kind of a trope in the English language, I would think.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about within Das Communitas is not one being in that term in a relationship, a marital relationship, and then that man or husband being emasculated. What I'm saying is in Das Communitas, you have people that they are not in relationships with these people at all, but
Right.
just due to their desire for sexual access to these people, they began to play like a cuck role, even though they're not even in a relationship. And I would see that a lot with people like Boyce and others. I mean, your Roland Martins of the world, your Umar Johnsons, and I mean the list goes on and on where they are not in a relationship with these women, yet they bow down to them.
Yeah, I guess I get what you mean, but you don't think Roland Martin does that just to like make his show more popular?
Well, he has
'Cause, I
to.
mean, he
He doesn't
goes to
have a
the
choice.
Essence Fest and stuff like that.
Yeah, but he has to. He doesn't have a choice. His very well-being is connected to keeping black women happy.
Well, I mean, I would think black women are more consumers of his type of product. Um, I mean, I cannot think of a black male that commands, a very male audience. And even if you go to somebody like Tommy Sotomayor, he's probably got more white males that are into his product, or someone like Ock Nation. I see way more like Ock Nation has probably, now I'm just guessing. I don't know the demographics for sure, but just the few times. So every now and again, I go into his chat just to troll people, and they tend to take it fairly well. Actually, maybe there's some folks over there that kind of know me, but I would venture to say that 2/3 of Ock Nation's subscribers are white and male.
Yeah, I mean, all I was stating was is that there is and I don't know if you've ever noticed it, but there is a very real issue of black men not in any sort of relationship with black women, but by default will treat them with kid gloves, even in a battle of ideas. It's like, hey, if you came to this stage and you're stating that you have superior ideas, then you should be treated just like everybody else. I mean, heck, you're claiming that you are independent, strong, and educated, and yet a lot of times these guys, when someone will put fire to foot on some of these women on some of their ideas,
right,
the cavalry comes in with, oh, we got to protect them, you can't talk to them this way, you
Well,
can't blah blah blah.
I
It's
don't
like, come
think.
on.
Yeah, I see your point. I don't think I'll be accused of that. This like maybe shit over a year ago. It was during last hurricane season, I think it was. Me and Virgo. You know Virgo, right?
No.
You may not. Well, she's kind of a regular. As a matter of fact, I need to catch up with her because she's been ill. I need to catch up with Portia. But she and I went at it for like a couple of hours one night. And I was a little tipsy and she was a little tipsy. Oh yeah, it was like they were there. As a matter of fact, there were people like, damn, I cannot believe, yeah, it was pretty bloody. And you know what? I don't once you piss me off, I was going after her. So no, I'm not like, if you piss me off, and I do tend, especially in the realm of ideas, women don't have any special insight, or for that matter, any special weakness. We want to go talk politics. Oh yeah, there's not going to be any special dispensation because you're a woman. A woman with bad politics is just as bad as a man with bad politics.
Yeah, and that's what I find a lot of times. I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying you, but I'll that's why I'll say I hope that you never fall into that, because it becomes quite embarrassing, because the argument for the longest time is a lot of the women have been stating that they are on equal par with any man and all of that, and then within Das Communitas it's been you throw that like times 10. I'm educated, I'm strong, I don't need no man, and blah blah blah. Okay, so then you should be able to handle yourself in the crucible of ideas just as men do.
You would think, and I not only do I think, but I think I assume. I'm not.
Yeah.
I have a
I
moment
don't.
of misogyny.
Yeah, I don't believe that they should get any special, any special treatment in any sort of way. They should have to deal with
Well,
everything
I
that a man should
tend
have to deal with.
to. I mean, there are people that I like, And it's not necessarily, a male or female thing. There are people that I like that I'll kind of take up the mantle for because I don't, especially if I know they're bringing a knife to a gunfight. Some people don't know. Like, if I know this particular person is not particularly sophisticated, when it comes to politics, I'm probably going to step in and go pick on somebody your own size. And that's a man or a woman. I'm not, if I know this person is bringing, is ill equipped against the person who wants to debate them, yeah, I'll step in the middle of that. But if someone supposedly thinks they're equally matched, no, I'm not going to pull punches. As a matter of fact, I want to tell the truth specifically to hurt their feelings. If you're gonna talk shit, I'm gonna do my best to hurt your feelings.
Yeah, I don't know. It just like I stated. I was just making that observation of something that I've noticed back in the past, and I still see it from time to time.
It's probably a kernel of truth.
Yeah, and
as a matter of fact, my new motto is and it might even be a show title: "Your truth will set me free." Because I'm going to tell the truth about you as I see it.
I don't know. I like operating within what people present and kind of going from there to see if it has logical consistency.
You know what? You and Charles with your logical consistency. If you're looking for logic in politics, I'm sorry. You two want to be Spock in your politics if you must. I'm gonna be.
I would say I would deviate a little bit away from Charles in that. And take for instance, if someone posits a fully moral argument, fine. I don't have any problem with that. Or they posit a feeling. Okay, cool. But let's see if that morality or if those feelings are consistent. That's
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like take for instance, if a person stated an idea about going back into politics. Say if somebody put a position about Trump. Okay, fine. I'm no MAGA dude. I'm not a conservative. But are you going to consistently apply that same standard to the people that you hold as, as great? And I don't think that many people do that. I think that they close their eyes to a lot of other feelings and inconsistencies that they see in the people that they support. And when other people bring those things out, they act as if some sort of and I will say it the other way this time, some sort of cardinal sin has been placed by just stating a truth.
Well, do you think that's people who basically are not used to doing political arguments? Because I can't imagine anybody with any form of, experience would fall for that. Of course, he's going to check for consistency. That's like step one.
Yeah, but I think what it has to do with is just people recognizing their bias, and when they see or are presented with their bias in a mirror, and
yeah, but those are people who are inexperienced. I mean, like literally, if you do a lot of political discoursing, dude, you have at least a modicum of disingenuousness. So the first thing you're going to do is check to see if somebody else is disingenuous.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. I guess I maybe that's part of the fault that that I would have is that I would think that both parties would be trying to enter into the conversation with a full pursuit of truth and being able to check their bias. But if not, I get it. Sometimes but at least state it, at least recognize, yeah, you know what, I do have a bias towards this and such and such. Don't try to present yourself as an honest broker.
People who argue politics should never do that. And you know what? I know I'm going to sound like some weird political consultant, which I'm not, but you know what? Politics is not a game of sincerity. Anybody who thinks that really doesn't understand what politics is.
Yeah, and that's why I can never have the heart for politics or what I originally had a heart for journalism, because journalism
Mhm.
isn't about sincerity either.
Yeah, unless you're a cub reporter. I think the more you do it, the less genuine you're going to be.
So, because
And
oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, and as a parting shot, who looks more masculine in this picture?
Oh my goodness. I don't know.
The
I'll say this.
confused lawyer or the wannabe Fonzie white boy?
I'll say this though. I know I have way more respect for one than the other.
Oh wow. Oh boy. You know what? I think they're both kind of I think they're both a little off kilter. There's something a little strange about the both of them.
Yeah. Hey, people can be strange. I have no issue with oddities and idiosyncrasies and stuff. But so far as one being a bit more, I would say, respectful towards truth and
Oh wow.
trying to build bridges with people. I think Yarvin far excels beyond Corbett in that respect.
Damn, I don't think that gap between us can be bridged. I think this dude is literally like an oddball.
Yeah, that most people who have changed things have been oddballs.
Oh, you think Yarvin is changing things?
Nope. I just said that most people who change things are looked upon as oddballs.
I mean, I think he's made monarchy cool again. I never heard anybody, as a matter of fact, like when I was growing up, it was a point of pride that America would not have kings. Like, you know what? Screw the queen. We don't have a queen. And I think this guy, it could just be coincidence, but when I hear people like Imperius talking about, they not only want a theocracy, they want the old style king who's head of the church, I guess. And I just find that like, wow, where did you grow up?
Like,
You need to go to a DeSantis school.
like I'll give you an example. Jefferson was an oddball and was considered as such
Thomas
by
Jefferson.
many.
Oh, absolutely, he was. But let's call him, since he's one of my favorite founders, if not the favorite, let's just call him eccentric.
Again, tomato. Tomato. I think a lot of people would have looked at him as awkward in crowds, uncomfortable in face-to-face confrontations, and so forth.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he ran from the British, remember?
I think if somebody
As
was
governor of Virginia.
I think if somebody would have got in Jefferson's face and confronted him, that he would have cowered.
Well, no, he definitely avoided confrontation. As a matter of fact, his running back to Monticello after the British invaded Virginia, it almost undid him. I'd have to go back and reread how he got out of it. I don't know, but any lesser man, would have basically, he would not have been able to show his face off the mountain. Let me make a point here. AAE, I grew up in the church too. I'm a cradle Catholic. So Imperius doesn't impress me that much. I mean, I like Imperius actually. I actually enjoy talking to him, but we always wind up talking politics, which, you know, I love talking politics. So Imperius is actually pretty cool in my book, because he can be serious and he can be erudite, which I always appreciate. But yeah, I'm, you know, I'm not as deep a Catholic. I went the normal Catholic route. I became way less Catholic rather than swerving towards the Pope. I just appreciate the Pope. You know, I don't demand that the Pope become Emperor of America.
Interesting. Interesting.
I
Oh
don't know
man.
that he's pretty solid. I just say I appreciate him.
But yeah,
How unfortunate. Hey, you know what?
how did you come across this
I'm
guy Corbett?
I'm a cultural Catholic.
How did you come across this guy Corbett?
He just appeared in my algorithm. I don't remember how, but you know, I watch a lot of political stuff. So I mean, I have, you know, he's in my algorithm. Anton Daniels is in my algorithm. Pascal Robert is in my algorithm. I have a lot of black quote pundits. So, you know, he's one of a passel of them.
One thing that I've always wanted to ask you about concerning people like Corbett, Stanley.
Hold on one second. AAE, I'll deal with your point after SKC's done. No, go ahead, SKC.
People like what I think is Augustus Corbett.
Yeah, it is.
Do you think that in some ways he wastes talent by focusing in on racial issues so much?
No. I think he does what he thinks lawyers should do, you know, because he does civil rights cases and stuff like that, in addition to accident law. The people that I know, there's a very famous Columbia Law School guy, and I cannot think of his name now. He's basically a constitutional lawyer, scholar. And I cannot think of his name. He's a black guy. And you know, the people, like, if I were going to be a lawyer, I would probably wind up doing something like constitutional law, because I'm kind of interested in stuff like that. I don't, you know, I'm not an orator, at least an intentional orator, and I think that him being a reverend, he's just in that ilk of you know, civil rights leader slash lawyer slash whatever else. I'm not that kind of personality. You know, I think you actually have to like people to be a civil rights lawyer.
You think so?
And AAE, cultural Catholic. Hey, you know, it may be dichotomous, it may be oxymoronic, but I tend to look at things like religious matters. I think people who are, you know, into proselytization and evangelism and all that stuff, I tend to find them. For me, religion's very private, and I don't like talking about it. You know, the way um, Imperius does, or a lot of people. I'm not a very evangelical person. I can get as much. You know, I used to think when I last lived in Savannah, I'd go fishing, you know, early Sunday mornings on the Wilmington River. And on a summer day when the weather's nice, that is better than any church I can think of. You got the pelicans, you got the fish, you got the wind, you got the water, you got the tides, way better than any church. So I find that I'm closer to God, you know, if you want to put it that way, out in the middle saltwater fishing than I do in church.
I was just asking because I had made a comment earlier, but I think it was just out of time with what you were trying to cover. But people like Corbett, I see as, I don't know, almost like living in a hypocrisy of cultural dependency. I mean, his legal education, that's Western, that's Eurocentric. His quote unquote Christian
No, I
mission.
don't think he's anti-West.
Well, what I'm saying is when he makes all of these claims about white supremacy and blah blah blah, it's like the very his very life and professional success is rooted in everything that he is trying to fight against.
Okay, well, I tend not to take your view. You and John are the same. Basically, if you live among white people, you can't be pro-black.
No,
I
that's
don't
not my.
find
That's
I
not
don't
my.
find that to be I don't find that to be inconsistent.
No, I'm not saying uh, that a person couldn't be whatever. I'm just stating that if you are going that route on things, wouldn't you find it necessary to understand that you
No.
also have to consider a lot of the good that has occurred,
Well,
because
yeah,
that
but
good has
it's
allowed
kind of
him
a
to be in the
train of
position
thought.
that he's in.
You know what my mother used to say? That the bad outweighs the good. Like you can do a lot of good things, but if you do something that is very bad, it's people are going to forget about all the good stuff and concentrate on what you did wrong. People go to prison for a crime, and it doesn't matter. I mean, it may mitigate, the time served or things like that, but it doesn't necessarily. People aren't going to remember the good things depending on the crime. Okay, people don't want to know how many women you helped, carry their groceries across the street when you murder somebody. As a matter of fact, if they bring that kind of character witness to court, yeah, they'll listen, but it won't have one whit of difference. So all that good, and you do something bad enough, they won't care what you did good. And then let me talk to truism here. You know what? I do know how to pronounce Sucor. All of a sudden, you can't even spell it. So don't talk to me about how to pronounce something when you can't spell it correctly, sir. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to make sure that I get some sort of screenshot of this. So every time you want to talk to me about how I pronounce it, I'll just flash this up and respond, well, you can't even spell it. Sucor. Sucor. I love it when truism flies through the window. And next time I'm going to leave that window down so you break your neck on it.
Oh wow, man! You wishing damage upon the crow?
You know those dumb birds that think they can fly through a glass door?
You wishing ill will upon the storm crow? I knew you guys battle back and forth.
Yeah, well, he'll probably just daze himself a little bit. He'll be all right.
Okay.
I'll make sure to put a little pillow on the ground so when he falls off the window, he's got a little bit of padding there.
Okay. Oh man. Yeah. But yeah, that's one of the major differences I see between those two guys. I think one, the Yarvin guy, I can see different spots in his ideology that I would definitely disagree with, and how it could be dangerous. The Corbett guy, I just think people like him are living in some sort of racial fantasy world, and they can't get out of it, and they want to
Well,
be
it
taken
could be.
seriously.
My only demand is that he really did waste his time. He just got so much. Like, where does he? And it could very well be, but I've read Yarvin. I subscribe to his Substack.
Okay.
He might have talked about women, but he doesn't really talk about red pill stuff. Not that I recognize. Now, red pill has evolved. I think red pill originally was more like, hey, you're pretty far right of center. So maybe that's where he's going with the red pill. But red pill in current use means more manosphere stuff. And he doesn't clarify what he means. He does talk about the Matrix. So maybe he is talking about the original meaning. I don't think the Matrix was, that red pill in terms of the Matrix wasn't really manosphere, I don't think. But some of the experts like Lou or Deacon Dave would have to they're the manosphere experts.
Yeah. Well, I know they've used it a lot, but the people like Corbett and it could be a personal pet peeve. I don't know, but people like him that I find ridiculous is that for a long time those manosphere people had an open door to anybody that wanted to have conversation or debate or discussion with them. Your Corbett's
Right.
never showed up.
Well, I don't
So they're like the
know.
Johnny come latelys that want to talk about something and they get it all misconstrued because they never had the open mind to say, you know what, I don't understand what you guys are saying. Let me, have the conversation and see if any of this stuff has any validity. And if it doesn't, then you can hear my viewpoint on it. But people like him, they're not open to those conversations.
He has 288,000
Doesn't matter.
and he has been a member since 2014.
Doesn't
So I mean,
matter.
he's been around for what, 11 years?
Doesn't matter. Glenn Lowry is larger than him, and Glenn Lowry has spoken to Manosphere dudes.
I don't think Glenn Lowry's bigger than him on YouTube.
Okay.
I think Glenn Lowry only has 150 something. Hold on one sec. And the reason I know this is I watched a Glenn Lowry video earlier. Let's see, the Glenn show. Yeah, Glenn's got 135,000. But Glenn also he was on Blogging Heads for quite some time. Then he made a transition.
Yep.
So he hasn't been, I think he said he's been doing this show for maybe 5 years. So, he kind of had to start over from Blogging Heads to being independent. So I mean, he's popular, and for goodness sake, he is known in more national circles than Reverend Corbett. Yeah, the
That's what
stature is not the same.
And that's what I mean so far. It's like if you were to go out into the world of ideas,
Mhm.
way
Yeah,
more people are gonna,
Corbett's not even there.
more people are
He's
gonna
down
know.
there with me.
But then if you look at other people who do have more of the, of a more of a stature, they have at least had conversations. And so that's what I mean. You have these people that they want to have those style of I guess videos on certain subject matters when
Mhm.
for the longest time they could have had the conversation, but they just did.
Well, I don't know. I probably need to start branching out a little bit more because, as a matter of fact, Anon has actually talked about, getting some people, that might have a little bit more stature. My personal channel is so small though. But I should probably pursue that more, and maybe towards the fall I will. Um, but so far I'm just trying to get, kind of like what I do down pat. I find like editing video and stuff just cumbersome. I hate it. So maybe if I get rich enough, I'll be able to hire somebody like Glenn Lowry does.
I know another thing that I find very fascinating. This is just another observation. The black people that are supposed to be, the well-knowns and the movers and shakers, they never had conversations with the people of the quote unquote manosphere and surrounding orbits. Now a lot of those people want to have conversations about those people and their ideas and all that. Now that it's now part of the national stage of of politics and all of that, but they had access to it all that time. And however, you had a lot of white people where there's been way more white influencers and people that have way large followings and so forth that have that have had conversations to people within the black YouTube circuits that are quoted as the manosphere and everything. Heck, I recall there was this one guy, Bernard Riley. He had a conversation with Destiny. Destiny is like a political talker and everything, and his following is in the millions, but he was willing to have a conversation with the black manosphere, and that's what I see as a big difference between like your Roland Martins and all of them. They want to criticize, but they never want to place their ideas in the crucible of
Well, Roland Martin might be the only one that I would not bet against in that sort of crucible.
Nah,
the others maybe so. Because I've seen Roland Martin talk to opposition. Shit, he was on Hannity's show years ago.
Yeah, that's not opposition.
So yeah, but I mean, Hannity may not be Mr. Intellectual, but he's not chopped liver either.
He was on what's the debate? What's the dude's name? The dude from Iran, the Iranian guy. His name escapes me.
Eddie Hassan?
No. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I just had the name and then I just lost it.
PBD. Yeah, he was.
PBD. Yeah. There we go. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, he held his own on PBD. But I mean, Roland Martin's not going to get intimidated by PBD.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm not talking about the super large people. I'm saying you had large people from other places. I'm specifically talking about the more or less like black Utopia and black manosphere and all that other stuff. You've had people that have much larger followings that would be willing to have the conversation with them before you would have major black people that would say they are representing, the black voice and such. They won't even talk to these people. And I think that
I don't know.
I think that's problematic.
You know more about this stuff than I do. I don't know. I think Roland is kind of like, hey, you can come on my show. Because his platforms, I think he's got quite a number. Maybe like 200,000. I haven't looked at his numbers lately, but Roland Martin might be the only exception. I would never bet against Roland Martin up against anybody. The others, not so much so.
Yeah, nah. Free Zone, do you know what I'm talking about so far as people knowing of places but never wanting to
have the discussion? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and it's obvious that you have people like Roland Martin and others that they have known that these places have existed for a long time, but they would never step foot in them because they know that it's not going to be heavily edited. There isn't going to be some, oh, we have some time constraints, so we can't talk about this or that. And there's going to be subjects that are going to be brought up that he can't talk about.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that you can actually say that. I'm thinking of Charles. You remember for the longest time, Charles was trying to get Glenn on his show. And he actually talked to, damn it, what's the dude's name? Petrov. I can't think of Glenn's.
Yeah, this
like,
is editor, right?
Yeah. He administers the Discord and all. And one of at least Petrov's thing was, hey, Charles isn't big enough. If we want, Glenn to go somewhere, it's got to be, a big audience, or, that person has to be well known. Like Glenn has gone on Brianna Joy Gray's show a couple times, but her show's pretty big, especially in progressive circles. He apparently he was set at some point, like it was getting close to Glenn was going to go on Charles's show, and I can't recall how it fell through. But who knows? Glenn may be at a point to where he comes on my show.
Wow, that's wild.
Anon actually has like a YouTube, not a YouTube, an email like back and forth occasionally. So who knows? Maybe if I can get up to 500, maybe I can get Glenn to come on.
I think it
I
depends.
don't know what I would talk to him about, but I could always read his book. He's got a biography out recently.
So to your point, SKC, I think there's a couple reasons why a lot of them don't do it. Number one, some of the ideas I don't think can compete. I think they know that they would have to concede on some fronts. But I think the bigger reason is that they don't want to play, like a lot of these conversations with the red pill and all that stuff. I noticed it's not really about truth, veritas. It really is more about power games, power debate topics. It's not really about getting to the actual truth of what, like if you can find somebody who is not trying to play power games and is actually trying to have a conversation, I say more power to it. But a lot of these folks, they don't. They come into this space projecting based off of some shit that happened to them. And when somebody comes up against their arguments, then it's not about the argument anymore. It's about power games. And both sides do this. And that's why I think a lot of them don't want to have those types of discussions with each other, because they know they're not going to get to no truth. They know they're just going to play games.
Okay, well, what is true about the manosphere? The manosphere is based on truth?
No, what I'm saying is that if you have a legitimate issue or a legitimate thing that you want to discuss, and like me and you are having a discussion about it, it's different from, okay, like let's take when you and B Brave had the I'm sorry, when you and B Brave had the debate, right? You remember how that was formatted when y'all had the little back and forth, as opposed to when it's just like a freestyle thing where it's really not about truth. You guys are kind of fucking with each other and playing power games and shit. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. A lot of them are the former and not the latter and not the former.
Yeah, well, I think I'm a big fan, if you have to do something like that you have an actual moderator. Things like that just tend to work better. We just watched Danielle Allen and Curtis Yarvin. That could have gotten out of control. And I don't know how Yarvin is like outside of a structured debate, but I have a feeling that he would have pulled out his mail card, his white mail card, had he not had a moderator there. Now, that's just my impression. I could be perfectly wrong. I'm being a little out of order in making that. But, I could imagine him being kind of like Imperious on a bad day.
I mean, if you could, I don't know how much of that video that you played, but if you could play some, that'd be great. Because I didn't even know Yarvin delved into red pill topics.
I'll drop the link for you. I'm not going to rewatch it, but
oh, you already okay? You already did. Gotcha.
Yeah, but I'll put it in the back. It's worth you watching. If you're a Yarvin fan, I would definitely recommend it.
Yeah, I had never watched any of his videos before, but there was some. There were some points I think that he made. I think that he's a little bit long-winded, and he needs to be more pointed in how he gets to things. But
well, his pen name is Mencius Moldbug. I expect him to be.
Yeah.
His what? Wait, what?
Mencius Moldbug. That's his pen name.
That's Yarvin's pen name?
Yes.
Oh, okay. He comes across as just like a political hippie to me. It's like I'll follow him. Like even while I'm working while y'all was going through the clip, and some stuff I would get, and then it just go off into this like philosophical floaty rhetoric that I personally just can't get with. I don't know if I could agree or disagree because I just didn't have the patience to like try to sift through all that shit. Like even with his closing statement, I picked up on what he was pretty much trying to say, but he used way too much language to try to say what he was trying to say. And me personally, like if you can't say what you mean in a very simple way, I don't think you have a full grasp on what you're saying. You should be able to convert that into simple speech instead of just fucking rambling off.
I agree with.
Okay, so I agree with you, but I disagree with the formal with the format. So far as that's what Harvard does.
Right. No, I get it. I definitely get it.
You know what? I'm not surprised that you would think that.
I mean, you don't listen to a bunch of
little academic faith.
You don't listen to a bunch of Harvard debates and then see people getting directly to the point and so forth. They don't do that.
I don't know.
That's
I've taken a mock or two. They tend to be fairly to the point. Of course, they were computer science classes.
No, he's talking about like academic debates and stuff. I don't watch enough of those.
Sociology and
I'm
social
taking classroom
and social dynamics and activity. They're not directing to the point. They use all sorts of hyperbolic, flowery language and go all into the weeds of this and that. I mean, it's like they have to use that language. It's baked into the cake.
You know, all I have to say is you live your lucid stereotypes. Some people have lucid dreams. Some people have lucid dreams. You have lucid stereotypes.
Okay, so I didn't
stereotype.
So when I fill out my statement where education, I usually bubble in some college because I didn't, whatever. But why is it baked into the cake? Like, why can't you simply say things in an academic discussion at times?
Okay, you remember, here's a very clear way to, and you can test this out. Remember the conversation that that FD Signifier had with Bernard and company?
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Gotcha.
Very simple questions. Hey, you know what? What does the left offer men? He's gonna go into long form conversations about bell hooks and Kimberly Crenshaw and intersectionality and I mean,
when he could have simply
never
said
answer the question.
the left offers better ideas than the right. See, that was short and sweet.
And still that doesn't answer the question.
Oh, of course it does.
What does the left offer men?
The left offers better ideas. Name the topic.
Okay, so what does the left offer
The
men.
left offers better ideas. Name the topic if you want more specifics. See,
No,
see, people like SKC cannot accept
whatever subject you
short
want to bring
answers.
up.
See, as soon as I give a short answer, he wants me to expand. That's
Whatever,
why.
whatever sub because what you have put forth is short, but it's still vague.
Okay, it's vague to a person like you.
Okay, let's say I'll throw a topic out. Can I throw a topic?
If you expound, then he's gonna say, "See, you want me to expound."
Yes, exactly.
Can I throw a couple topics out so we can test this?
Yeah, I don't have all day. I would like to get off at some point. It's almost 8 hours here.
It just okay. Let's do gender equality.
Oh Lord.
Okay, never mind. Never mind.
No, I don't think the genders are equal because they are different. There's a male gender role. There is a female gender role. They're not the same.
And that would be a great answer if that is what the left was saying.
Well, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that a male role and a female role are different. Now, I'm talking gender roles. I'm not talking biology. I'm talking roles.
Right,
See?
but the left's take on that is not what you just said.
Correct.
So I agree with you. You see what I'm saying? Like I agree with what you said.
Right. Well, now actually you make a good point. If you're sitting there thinking, well, gee, I have to express the left's role because all my friends are going to be disappointed if I don't, well, that's going to be problematic. I didn't think of my gender studies class when you asked me those questions.
No, when you said that the left offers better ideas for men, and then
No. I said they offer better ideas. I didn't assign men or women. It's just better ideas.
Okay, so you sidestepped the question that SKC asked you.
No, I actually didn't. I think
you see what I mean, Frieza?
A lot of what the right wants to think about is filtered through Christianity in particular and religion in general.
And here we go.
I think the left can go either religious or secular. There are people on the left that are believers like a Cornel West. There are people like an Adolph Reed who are both black men of the left and believe similar things. It's just that Adolph Reed is a Marxist. Cornel West is not a Marxist. He's a Christian. He rejects Marxism mainly because it's godless. So, I mean, to me, the left offers more options, either religious or religious or secular, just right off that bat. I think the Christian or the right tends to be less secular. And then which ideas you want to talk about, we can go from there. But they're basically two tracks on the left, in my opinion, versus, one main track on the right. So you either accept that or you don't.
I accept it.
So is this for men?
Marxism is not a religion, Deacon Dave. See, this is what I mean. A man of the right wants to compare everything or make it religious. Marxism is not a religion. Stop trying to make the comparison. Deacon Dave makes my point superlatively.
The two tracks that you were talking about, are those for men?
Are they what?
The two tracks that you said exist for on the left, are those for men?
I guess they can be for anybody.
Oh, okay. See, and there we go.
Okay, there we go. Where? Do women have brains? Do women have ideas?
No, I just
is there a male Is there a male religion? Is there a male secular? Is there a
didn't mention
female
women.
secular? Is there a female religion?
I
Dude,
didn't mention women.
SKC, sometimes you try too hard to make your
No,
point.
I'm not trying anything. I mentioned what I mentioned. I said,
Okay,
what is the left offer
we
men?
weren't necessarily talking gender roles or anything like
No,
that.
I
We were
just asked what
talking
the left offer
ideas.
men.
Okay, it offers men more ideas, more flexibility.
And there we go.
Okay, do you think that's
Fluid, flexible,
exclusive to the
flowery
men?
language.
Okay, all I have to say, SKC, is sometimes you try too hard. Sometimes you just got to relax. You know, the gamesmanship and the one up stuff. It doesn't have to be
I'm
in
not doing any
every
gamesmanship.
argument.
I'm not doing any gamesmanship. I'm just stating
Are
when
you?
it
I
comes when
think
it comes to
you're
women,
not saying what SKC thinks. You're saying what the right wants you to say.
when the question comes up for women, there's a long laundry list.
Okay, I would say the same thing if you inserted woman or substituted woman for man.
Okay, so then where is this long laundry list?
Oh, well, you have to ask me. It's
What does the
basically
left offer men?
okay. It is literally pick your own adventure. If you more ideas until you get more specific. What does the left offer men is a vague question. It's not very specific to begin with. Dude, you reap what you sow.
I just find it odd that when that question is posed on the other side for women, and what does the left offer women? Women and people of the left, they can list a long laundry list of things that are specific
Okay,
to
well,
women.
I'm not people. I adhere to Lou's maxim, which is keep it short. And the other thing about keeping it short is it's less open to misinterpretation or just shitting on.
Hey, you know how I know the left has no clue to the answer to that question, SKC? Because they just spent like what, $20 million trying to figure that answer out. They spent $20 million trying to figure that answer out.
Yep.
Yeah, I did a story on that.
Which is wild. It really doesn't cost 20 million just to figure out what men want. Like that's pretty insane.
That just basically, yeah. I kind of have your reaction to it. Like, what the fuck are they doing?
Sounds like money laundering to me, but go ahead.
Give that money to black women, and then at least you'll be.
There you go. There you go, Stanley.
It sounds like
just give Keith the money.
It sounds like
you gave him a Supreme Court justice and a vice president. Now give him $20 million.
Yeah. It sounds like people are lost in understanding men.
Yeah, the whole down with the patriarchy thing, that's not, come on, man.
I meant to talk to you about that, SKC, and I forgot to get back to it. Your thoughts, and I don't want to go into it now, but we can pencil this in. This matriarchy argument that people want to make. My understanding is that matriarchy has always been a part of American Black culture due to slavery, where women took a more important role, say on the plantation, because men could be sold away. There were a lot of instances where women taking care of kids had to basically be protector. So it's kind of baked into the culture. What are your thoughts on that? And again, I want to get deeper into it because it's something you said earlier that made me think of this.
What was that again? I'm curious.
Basically, matriarchy.
I was divided between what Freddie had put in because he had something.
Well, we don't even have to talk about it now. The contention, and I've read this, that matriarchy was a norm starting with the Black experience during slavery. And it makes sense to me. And this argument that, oh hey, men were men back during Jim Crow, I find that kind of problematic too, because especially young males were subject to just be disappeared, for vagrancy and things like that. I think there are reasons that matriarchy has been stronger in the Black community than the broader American community, and I think justifiably so. So, this back and forth about, matriarchy and patriarchy. As a matter of fact, I had someone in someone's chat yesterday. I assume she was a Black female who wanted to blame everything on males. She was talking about the patriarchy. And my response was, women have a lot to do with upholding the patriarchy too. If you want to frame it like that.
Yeah.
At least in American culture, you have Phyllis Schlafly, you have what's her name from Alaska. You have all kinds of right-wing women that were upholders of patriarchy. Okay, River of Hate. You know what? Let me go ahead and shit on this motherfucker because he's cruising for a bruising here. Motherfucker, slavery and Jim Crow were not distinct or discrete events where the effects evaporated once they were over. Maybe what you want to do is pull your head out of that river and fucking read a book.
Yeah.
That answer right there kind of pisses me off. It's very dismissive, and I think it's very ahistorical.
I don't know. I think it's kind of ahistorical, the whole Jim Crow thing. I mean, people make it seem as though,
Considering that it ended 60 years ago, I don't see how you can make that argument.
Well, I'm saying so far as the severity of what people are talking about the all people would come up.
It varied. It wasn't all one thing. There were places where it was worse than other places.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
you
like
were less likely in a place like Savannah,
throw a number
Georgia.
out there. I think the number of out of 15 million.
I'm not sure what your point is.
Yeah, I don't think there was some massive panic that was going on.
Okay, who the fuck says there was a panic?
Numbers matter.
Okay, well, you know what? Once again, you just spit out numbers and they're meaningless until they get interpreted.
Okay.
Okay, just saying there were 14. Just saying there were 14 million. Just saying there were 14 million means nothing. And River of Hate, if you don't care, why bring it up in the first place? There is nothing for me to get over. What you need to do is stop speaking out of turn, white boy.
Well, the meaning comes in when you compare two numbers. When you compare
what's
small,
the number
a
you're
small
comparing
number
the 14 million
to 4,000.
4,000 what? People lynched?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you want to make those sorts of comparisons, you go right ahead. I'm not down with that comparison. It's pretty much dismissive of the 4,000 and the many people that those deaths affected, because I'm assuming those 4,000 people had families, kids, wives, etc. I think that's rather dismissive.
Oh, okay. 4,000 over an 80-year period. Yeah.
I'm sorry. You know what? I understand your desire to be callous and dismissive. So I know your true nature, so I have to meet you where you are.
Are you talking about River of Hate?
Some people are just callous like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think 50 people a year.
I've
over
known you
an
for
80-year
quite
period,
some
it's like,
time, and that response, Dr. Spock, does not really surprise me.
Yeah,
I think people I struggle with when you say that was 60 years ago. Like, what do you mean when you say that?
Jim Crow officially ended 1964. And you can make the argument that 64 through I think 68, because there were several civil rights laws, but it's within living memory. My father's 80. He literally grew up under Jim Crow in South Georgia. So, basically saying it was low so many years ago, well, yeah, it was low so many years ago. There are people who can still tell you about it, though.
Right. I guess, and maybe I'm thinking of it different from the way that you're saying it, but I think people drastically underestimate how quickly things can change once a group of people decide to get on the right track.
Okay, and I think what you are dismissive of in people of that, mindset, you forget that America likes kicking the can down the road and how slow things are, especially when they're intentionally slowed down. Remember the whole wait your turn thing that Booker T. Washington used to natter on about? Well, about 2 or 3 years ago, I heard Amy Wax, and I've heard Glenn Lowry, I think, make that same argument 2 or 3 years ago. So Booker T. Washington, that Atlanta exposition speech was way over 100 years ago. We're still waiting. So things don't change as fast as some people think. And it's arguable whether America's on the right track. We're heading in the right direction. I don't know that we're on the right track.
Okay, and I'm working through this with you, right? Some things can. The immediate thing that I think of is like the Black literacy rate right after slavery compared to, like, let's say 45, maybe 50 years later. That was an extreme incremental improvement. I think it was like something like less than 5%.
It went from near zero
to like damn near 80-90%.
There was no way the number could get worse. I'll put it that way.
Right, and I guess that's the idea that I'm thinking of when I say, people underestimate how.
Okay.
I'm not saying they could. I'm not saying they could change. I'm not saying it'll change in 10 minutes. I'm not saying it'll change in 2 years. I'm not saying that.
Well, but I think the Black literacy rate is still too low. It hasn't changed enough for me. And River of Hate, you're goddamn right. I don't like blacks being judged by crime statistics. That's motherfucking my biggest point. If you are judging blacks, I assume you mean all blacks, children, old people, whatever, people who have not committed crimes. If you're motherfucking judging people by crime statistics, you are fucked in the head. And I will shit on you. So thank you for proving my point.
Well, I guess so. What's the bridge between? Because I noticed that you often, like, in modern times, when you judge things, you judge it very individualistically. But when you go back in history,
I think judging people by groups in 2025 or crime statistics, which is a group statistic, I think you're off track.
So when you go back in history, it's okay to judge those groups by that same metric.
Well, unless you have a way to judge people individually, only the famous people you kind of know individually. It's more appropriate. I won't say that it's correct or right, but it's more appropriate to judge, a group of people 100 or 200 years ago, because there's really no way to account for a large number of individuals.
Yeah, you would have to deep dive into various. Yeah.
Well, you could judge people by the politicians they elected. I think that's appropriate as well.
Okay. It's just kind of weird to do, because most white folks didn't own slaves even during slavery.
Okay,
so it's just like
most people today don't own tech companies, but the society is literally ruled by tech companies. Elon Musk had the job of redesigning government. Okay, people like the plantation class, the oligarchs, they have an outsized influence on society and culture. So most people didn't own slaves, but I'm pretty safe and pretty sure that most people were influenced by people who did own slaves, because a lot of them were in Congress, a lot of them were presidents, a bunch of them were governors. So that the normal person didn't own slaves means nothing when you start looking politically or even historically. That single person who didn't own a slave had little to no influence compared to a Thomas Jefferson. River of Hate says, I know that SBC, but the term white supremacy will not go away. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna let it go away as long as you're trying to justify people judging black people by crime statistics. That is literally white supremacy. That is definitely racism, judging a whole group of people by statistics. That is be braveism. It's bullshit. And yeah, like I said, every time I see a river of hate or, somebody want to ask the judging people by statistics, that's fucking retarded. How stereotyped can a group of people be? Okay, why can't I judge white people by Hitler? He killed 6 million people. Hitler was white. It's the same concept, River of Hate. Do better. God, these guys, this is why I don't like people. River of Hate, you're good in the chat, man. Stanley proves my point. The fuck is he talking about? What fucking point is he trying to prove? Can you help me, SKC? You apparently speak the same language. Is it okay to judge black people by statistics? Really? I simply cannot believe that question was even asked. Fred says that we should judge people by instances of incest rape. We should judge people by, who's shooting up schools, right, River of Hate? These guys apparently think that they're dealing with some motherfucker who cannot think critically. Stanley just can't see the motherfucker. No, I can't see the other side. I think the other side is fucked up. I refuse to see the other side. I am absolutely blind to stupidity, and I think the other side, in quotes, is stupid. So no, don't expect. I'm not a walk in that racist. I'm not in that put my walk in the shit kickers of some redneck, from Idaho. I'm not that kind of guy. Then let's do African nations. Well, apparently let's do African nations. No idea what he's talking about there. We should judge white people by instances. Yeah, I got that. Oh, he's in a meeting. All right. Well, you know what? I really do need to wrap this up. I'm going way too long, and I see John's got a show, and everybody's slowly creeping over to the anti-black circus of the day. You know what, Fred? I have no clue what SKC is up to. SKC has his own methods, and sometimes they're hard for me to comprehend. So, and River of Hate says, in closing, he can't wait for segregation. Well, I'm hoping you will self-segregate, River of Hate. It might save you some heartache or lumps on the head. So everybody, please make sure you hit the like button on the way out, and please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you are new. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel if you are new. And I will probably be back around tomorrow morning around 4:45 or 5 o'clock. We'll do more news stories. And there's probably a video or two that I didn't get around to. I do have a video that's premiering. I think it's going to be 8 o'clock tonight on the Stanley Cross channel. So look out for that. And who knows, I may actually look at it again on tomorrow's Stanley versus the World show, or we'll do something completely different. And just don't cry about food deserts after segregation. Well, hopefully where I segregate to will have a plot of land and I can just grow my own food. That way I don't have to deal with deserts. So make sure that you support your host, Stanley Cross. There will be a weekend, more than likely, and that means I will definitely be looking for a 6-pack of Bud Light, or maybe even a 12-pack, who knows. And make sure you support our executive producer, Portia. She is the mad scientist who brought this show to you. And I have not talked to her since this weekend. So, y'all, yep, peace to you, Fred. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. You always make me chuckle. So y'all take it easy. I will see you all in the morning.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.